leaned over and kissed her temple. "Very shortly, Cara, I shall have the opportunity of accusing you of an equal lack of modesty." He took the hairbrush from her limp fingers and stroked it through her thick hair. "Your shoulder has healed," she said, her eyes upon his reflection in the mirror. He flexed it unconsciously. "Yes, I'm pleased that you have done no permanent damage to my body." He added with a wolfish grin, "I continue, however, the temporary disability you force upon me." "No more of a disability, my lord, than your infamous party forced upon me." The Earl stared after the two women, scarcely heeding the words of his friend, Jacopo Sandro, an aging aristocrat whose only pleasure appeared to be the purchase of outlandish wigs from Paris. "So, signorina," the Contessa began, "you are enjoying your stay in Genoa?" "I dare say it is always interesting to visit a foreign country, Contessa." Although Cassie had not had much experience with ladies who were bitches, she knew enough to be on her guard. Giovanna's eyes roved to the pearls about Cassie's neck. "The pearls are lovely and quite distinctive." "Grazie, signora," Cassie said simply, wondering what the Contessa was about. It occurred to her that perhaps she had misread the lady's intentions toward her, and she unbent a trifle. "And your jewels are quite elegant." The Contessa inclined her graceful neck, her smile still firmly affixed to her full lips. "Did the Earl teach you Italian?" "No, it was my governess. I fear that my accent is quite fearful." So Cesare was right, Giovanna thought. If the little slut had a governess, she is likely of acceptable birth. She looked again at the pearls and felt anger knot in her throat. "So you intend to wed with the Earl, I see." Cassie looked at her, puzzled. "What makes you believe that, Contessa?" "The pearls, of course. They have served as bride's pearls in the Earl's family for several generations." Cassie looked at her. "Come, my love, you have admitted that you did enjoy yourself, at least for the most part." "Joseph," she said suddenly, her voice heavy with accusation. "Joseph, Cara?" He laid the hairbrush on the tabletop and let his hand slip beneath her dressing gown to caress her shoulders. She closed her eyes a moment, her body aching for his fingers to continue their movement, and leaned her head back against his belly. Long strands of golden hair weaved themselves into the thick black hair at his groin. "Joseph?" "Yes," she said, and with great effort pulled herself away from him to rise. "You are exquisite." She looked down and saw that her dressing gown had parted and her breasts were bare. She clutched the material together and turned her back to him, for her wretched eyes would not stay upon his face. He laughed, walked to the huge bed, and stretched his full length upon his back. He patted a spot beside him. "Come here, Cassandra. I am not against a little conversation. Anticipation cannot but heighten pleasure." She sat down beside him for the simple reason that her traitorous eyes would be shielded from his body. She frowned a moment, remembering. "Joseph acted quite strangely the other day. I asked him why a Corsican would serve the Genoese whom he hates. He told me that his loyalty was only to you. When I asked him why, he informed me that such a story was not for my innocent ears. As you know my ears are not so innocent, my lord, I am now asking you." Her eyes were wide with sudden curiosity. The Earl was silent for some moments as his fingers wrapped themselves around a thick tress of hair that fell upon his chest. "Actually, Cassandra," he said finally, "you are much too innocent. Joseph was right in not telling you. I am not innocent. Do you not make love with me? The fact that I have made you a woman, my dear, does not diminish your childlike innocence." She was on the point of hurling insults at him when it occurred to her that guile would serve her better. "Have you ever asked a child to assist you in your business dealings?" He looked up at her through half-closed eyelids and shook his head. "Ah, and would you have expected an innocent to suggest a solution that served so well?" He held in a bubble of laughter. Since she was handling the reins so lightly, he did not want to discourage her. "Certainly not," he agreed. "Then, my lord, you yourself must conclude that I am no innocent, for you have agreed with my every point." "Very well, Cara, you have convinced me. I will tell you." He saw her gazing at him with suspicion and hastened to say, having already censored the story in his mind, "Actually, I saved Joseph from being castrated at the hands of the pirate Car el-Din." What does castrated mean? Castration, my dear, is the act of unmanning a man, the result being either death from bleeding or life as a eunuch. Cassie gazed at him open-mouthed and swallowed convulsively. She was beginning to wonder if she indeed wanted to know the tale. Joseph made the incredibly stupid mistake of fancying himself in love with one of Car el-Din's harem girls. How he even got near enough to see her, I do not know. Although Joseph was high in the pirate's favor, Car el-Din was so furious when he discovered a note written by Joseph to the girl that he had him staked out on the palace floor, his intent to castrate Joseph himself. It just so happened that I myself was a guest at the time and had gotten to know Joseph somewhat. Although his offense was grave, I did not want him to meet such a gruesome fate, and interceded with Car el-Din. The Earl paused a moment, at a loss as to how he would tell the rest of the story. Well? He saw no hope for it and continued in the most expressionless of voices. Car el-Din had purchased a young virgin from the Caucasus, captured by the Turks and sold at auction for an incredible sum. The pirate had such lust for her that he did not allow her time to forget her humiliation and accept him as her master, and as a result she fought him like a tigress. He became obsessed with her, though each night he had to struggle with her to possess her. At the time I was visiting, she had been with him for some 3 months, and he confided to me that he was at his wit's end. To Car el-Din, a woman's capitulation and pleasure at his hands was a point of honor, and he was so vexed he was considering having her throat slit. When I had the temerity to intercede for Joseph, Car el-Din came up with a most ingenious wager. Yes, I would spend one night with the girl, with Car el-Din watching. If I could bring her to pleasure, Joseph would be freed. If I did not succeed, then it would be I who would wield the knife. He eyed Cassie closely at this disclosure and saw to his delight that her lips had tightened into a thin line. "I take it," she said, "that you succeeded, my lord." "Yes, I succeeded, much to Joseph's relief, I might add." "I don't suppose," Cassie said, amazed at the cold anger she felt, that the girl's name was Zebedda. He grinned at her, and Cassie's hand itched to slap him. "What a memory you have, Cara. And she named you the English stallion." "Yes," he said, modestly. "Well, I do not think you a stallion, my lord. An ass, perhaps. I am glad that you saved Joseph, though." She frowned, remembering their confrontation with the pirate. "Car el-Din did not seem to be such a good friend when he boarded the yacht. Our relationship has deteriorated by the year. Why? Because, Cassandra, Car el-Din regretted his wager. It would have given him great pleasure to take you from me. If it had not been for your quick wit in taking advantage of his Moslem aversion to madness, he would have exacted a very sweet revenge indeed." Cassie was beginning to believe that perhaps she was mad, for a quite inexplicable anger was washing over her. "How much you must have gloated after forcing that girl to pleasure." "Actually," he said with disarming candor, "there have been few times in my life when I was more wishful that I had kept my mouth shut and minded my own affairs. And the point of the wager, Cara, was that I was to force her to do nothing. Miserable wretch!" She attacked him, smacking her fists against his chest. "So my lady wishes to play, does she?" His laughter rang in her ears. In a very short time, or so it seemed to Cassie, he had stripped off her dressing gown and flung her on her back. "Our party lasted far too long," he said, still laughing, and before she knew what he was about, he grasped her legs and pulled them over his shoulders. "What are you—" The rest of her question remained unspoken, as he buried his face in her woman's softness, holding her hips so firmly in his large hands that she could not move. She felt his tongue, and went limp, a deep groan of pleasure tearing from her throat. His mouth closed over her, lightly caressing her, teasing her, and she gave herself over to him. He straightened, her legs still upon his shoulders, and slowly thrust his full length into her. She cried out, and he quickly eased back, cursing himself. She was too small to hold him thus. "Oh, please do not. I have no wish to hurt you, Cara. You do not hurt me. I will tell you if it is otherwise. By your leave, then, my lady." When he was again deep within her, he watched her face carefully. While her eyes darkened in pain, he felt her thighs tensing in pleasure. "I love you, Cassandra," he said. Her eyes widened, and he thought that her lips moved, but he could not be certain. In the next instant she was writhing beneath him, pulling them both to release. The Earl lay on his back, Cassie tightly locked against him, her body relaxed, her breathing already deepening into sleep. He found himself grinning ruefully into the darkness. Making love to her appeared to be more effective than a dose of laudanum, for always she curled up against him, languid and trusting, and almost instantly fell comfortably asleep.
Chapter 16. Cassie pulled her cloak more closely about her shoulders as she strolled through the gardens. She breathed in the cool, clean air, hoping to calm her stomach, upset from breakfast. She stopped by one of the circular marble fountains and ran her fingers through the rippling cold water. When the water calmed, she saw not only her reflection, but also the Earl's. "Would you like to catch some trout for our dinner?" The thought of fish turned her stomach. "No, I think not, my lord." As he gazed at her overlong, she said quickly, "If you would know the truth, I think I am becoming ill, perhaps the influenza. It must be the change in the weather." "No, Cara, I do not believe that the weather has anything to do with how you are feeling." "Then perhaps," she said sharply, "it has to do with being forced to spend too much time in your company." "Now that, my dear, is a distinct possibility." His dark eyes gleamed. She cocked her head at him, warily. "I do not feel like arguing with you this morning, my lord. Now, if you will excuse me." "What an admission, Cara! I begin to think you quite unwell indeed if you do not wish to fight with me." "I would that you cease being a bore, my lord, and leave me in peace." She turned on her heel and would have left him, but his hand closed about her arm. She thought for once that if he wanted to make love to her, she would not be tempted. She felt too miserable. "How long has it been since you have worn a nightgown, Cassandra?" "A nightgown?" She was bewildered by the odd question and the gentle tone of his voice. "A nightgown," he said again. She shrugged. "Whatever does my wearing a nightgown have to do with anything?" "My dear Cassandra, must you always forget that you are a woman?" Suddenly, she felt herself go pale. She had not worn her nightgown for at least 6 weeks, since they had been aboard the yacht. "That's right," he said, his eyes glistening with pleasure. "You are not the victim of an illness, Cassandra. Do you not realize what it means that you have not worn your nightgown since we have arrived in Genoa?" Her mouth went suddenly dry, and she shook her head wildly back and forth. "No," she said, "it cannot be true. No." But deep inside her, she knew it was. "You carry my child, Cara, our child." She stared at him dumbly, so overcome that she could find no words. She was to have borne Edward's children in England, not the Earl's. She was to have been his wife. She heard herself say quite calmly, "You have known long that I am pregnant?" "For a little more than a week." "And why did you not tell me?" "I had hoped you would discover it for yourself and tell me." "You have planned this to happen, haven't you?" "I have not the power of nature, Cassandra. Of course I could not plan such a thing." Bastard! She turned blindly and stumbled down the path away from him. Her foot caught on a knobby growth at the base of a tree trunk, and she went sprawling to her knees. Nauseating bile rose in her throat. She felt the Earl's hands on her shoulders, holding her firmly, his fingers pulling her hair from her face. Her body heaved in dry convulsions, leaving her so weak that she did not struggle when the Earl lifted her into his arms. He set her down by the fountain. "Wash out your mouth, Cassandra. It will make you feel better." Numbly, she did as she was told. But no sooner had she spit out the water than the wretched nausea returned. She moaned and wrapped her arms about her stomach. "I think you need some time in bed, little one, and perhaps a touch of brandy to calm you. In a few weeks' time, you will feel much better." "You seem to be quite the expert, my lord." "I am," he said calmly, and once again lifted her into his arms.
"What do you mean?" she said, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "I have not been protected from either birth or death, Cassandra. I delivered the babe of a serving maid when I was but 20 years of age. Was it yours, my lord, or aren't you certain?" He grinned at her, refusing to be drawn. When he had laid her gently upon their bed, he pulled a light cover over her and straightened. "Lie still, my lady. I will fetch you some medicinal brandy." She watched wordlessly as he strode from the bedchamber. Even if she had not felt so wretched, she would have been silent, for her thoughts were in jagged confusion. Her hand moved tentatively to her belly, and she moved her fingers over its flat surface. It seemed incredible to her that a child could actually be lying snug within her womb, and that she could have been unaware of its existence. Her becoming pregnant had been what he had hoped for all along, she thought, and her own unbridled passion had most assuredly assisted him toward his goal. Unwanted tears welled up and streaked silently down her cheeks. How very pleased he must be, and so puffed up in his male accomplishment. She cursed him and railed at fate until she lurched to her feet to dash to the basin in the dressing room. The Earl found her leaning limply over the basin, her face pale and wan. "Come, sweetheart, let me help you." "I think, my lord," she managed to say, "that you have helped me quite enough. If only I were a man, I would surely make you pay for this." She seemed to realize the incongruity of her words, for she held her tongue, even though she saw dancing laughter in his eyes. "I know," he said only, and helped her back into bed. He had put several drops of laudanum in the brandy, and within minutes her head lolled on the pillow. He quietly pulled a chair up beside the bed and eased his large frame into it. His long fingers formed a steeple, and he tapped them thoughtfully together, his eyes resting intently on her face. He smiled slightly, remembering her hurling the charge at him that he had planned her pregnancy. He supposed that if it were indeed possible to plan such an event, he might have given it some consideration. With such a change coming in her body and in her life, he was hopeful that after she had finished ranting at him, she would come to realize that she did wish to be with him. There was a distinct gleam of pride in his eyes, and if Cassie had been awake, she would doubtless have yelled at him. He sat back in his chair and allowed himself a grin. Some time later, he rose from his chair, lightly stroked his fingers over her face, and left the bedchamber. He met Scargill downstairs in the entranceway, and proceeded with a wide grin on his face to tell him the news. "So you've won, my lord," the Scotsman said slowly, pulling on the shock of red hair that fell over his forehead. "Don't, I pray, accuse me of having planned it. I'll wager that is what the Madonna thinks, sweet innocent that she is." "She has just told you, my lord?" "Nay, old man, it was I who informed her of the happy event. She is at present asleep, for she became ill." What? That starchy bitch Marina was filling my ears with your immoral behavior. She was yelping about that you were carrying the Madonna up to your bedchamber, in the middle of the morning, mind you, for more debauchery. The Earl frowned. "I had thought, my friend, that you had managed to put a muzzle on that woman. If she does not mend her manners after Cassandra and I are wed, I shall have her bound and gagged and taken to a convent." Scargill shrugged philosophically. "At least you have not to concern yourself about with the girl Rosina, or for that matter the rest of the servants. It's fond of her they are. Now, Scargill, I'm off to tell Joseph. It's to be hoped that he can curb some of her more devil-may-care activities," he said over his shoulder as he strode down the staircase. "If she lashes out at you when you see her, consider yourself warned." "My congratulations, my lord," Joseph said when the Earl had tracked him down in the stable. But there was a hint of disappointment in his voice. He laid down the haying fork and turned to stroke the Earl's stallion, Cicero. "I suppose you'll not be needing me any more." "On the contrary, she'll certainly need you more than my horse does."
"I trust you, to keep her in line and prevent her from doing anything foolish." Joseph nodded, his calm gray eyes clear again. Suddenly, he laughed and shook his head. "Do you know, she told me that you had recounted the story of my near disastrous end with Car-el-Din. She called me a fool, but assured me that she was pleased that I had remained a man. She was certain that I would not have been happy as a eunuch. I hope you do not mind, Joseph. As I recall, I really had no choice in the matter other than to tell her. She can be quite insistent, you know, and she took no offense at the part you played, my lord." He whistled, clearly amazed that the Earl had told her. "You may be sure that she did, much to my delight. She will be a fiercely loyal wife. If ever in the future I am tempted to stray, I would fear as grave a punishment as Coulter can for you." During the next several days, the Earl left Cassie to herself, sensing that she needed to be alone. She was often silent, her brows drawn together in thought. He was able at least to plan her meals carefully, and she was ill only once. One evening after they had finished their dinner, a silent meal in which Cassie had spent most of her time pushing her food back and forth on her plate, she suddenly laid down her fork and raised her eyes to his face. "You have eaten practically nothing," he said, frowning at her near-full plate. She waved away his words. "I would speak with you, my lord." She pulled her shawl more closely about her shoulders, and he saw her fingers nervously twisting around the stem of her wine glass. "What is it you have to say to me, Cara?" "I am pregnant." She sounded very positive, and he allowed himself a slight grin. "Indeed, I believe that you are right. I have given it much thought and have decided that I can no longer return to England or to Edward in my current condition." He drew a sharp breath, aware that his heart was racing, and waited. "I suppose that you could not have really planned for me to become pregnant. However, the result is the same. I cannot allow my child to be born a bastard." He nodded and waited for her to continue. His dark eyes widened in amazement when she said in a calm voice, "I have observed, my lord, that you have been avoiding me, both during the day and at night. Is it that you now find me distasteful?" "Distasteful? Good Lord, woman, I have merely done what I thought you wanted of me, left you time to yourself to sort through your feelings. Now, Cara, I will show you how distasteful I find you." He rose from his chair, scooped her into his arms, turning a deaf ear to her protests, and carried her upstairs. "Tell me, my love," he whispered as they made love, "do I seem like a man who holds you in distaste?" He allowed himself to move deep within her, and she moaned softly, her golden hair swirling about her face. "Do I? No." He was moving with her, his hard body covering her, consuming her in its heat, and she clutched him to her, burying her face against his shoulder. For the endless moments her body exploded into climax, she felt bound to him, possessed by him, body and soul. When her body calmed, her mind reeled from that incredible feeling, and she burst into frightened sobs. The Earl, who was blissfully recovering from his own pleasure, gazed down at her, astonished. She was clinging to him like a limpet, and he could feel the wet of her tears against his chest. "Good God, woman, whatever is the meaning of this? I hate you," she sobbed, but her hands tightened about his back. "Ah, a natural enough feeling, I suppose." He became concerned that his weight was too great for her, and rolled over on his side, bringing her with him. He imagined that her pregnancy was making her unpredictable, and allowed himself to tease her. "At least you haven't taken your pleasure with me and rolled over to sleep and to snore." He felt her breasts move against his chest as she reared up to frown at him. "How dare you, you wretched man? I don't snore." "No, of course you do not." He stroked her tousled hair back from her flushed face. He said, "Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" For a fleeting moment, he saw naked pain in her eyes and wished that Edward Lyndhurst had never been born. But he was only partially correct. Edward had been but a vague, shadowy thought. Her pain was born of her fear, fear of herself, and fear of a future that she could not as yet fathom. She lowered her eyes from his face and whispered, "Yes, if it is what you want." "It is what I have always wanted," he said firmly, and lightly kissed the tip of her nose. He eased her down against his side. "Sleep now, my love, and don't be concerned that you will keep me awake with your snoring. It is soft and ladylike." Chapter 17. La Contessa Giovanna Giusti was in a rage. She hurled a priceless, exquisitely designed Ming vase, a prized possession of her late husband's, against the mantelpiece and watched it shatter into myriad broken slivers. "Don't just stand there, you fool," she screamed at a cowering servant. "Clean up the pieces." She found the violent act calmed her enough to prepare to meet Cesare. She lay beneath him that afternoon, grimacing at her body's discomfort. He had taken her violently, with no thought to her pleasure. A smile curved her lips upward.
She had heard it rumored that Cesare was not always the polished and gallant gentleman, that he had forced more than one woman. She gently eased herself away from him. "My dearest Cesare," she said gently, "you have sorely used me. Have I said or done anything to make you angry?" "Damn him," Cesare said in a low voice. He seemed to recall himself and turned slowly to face Giovanna. "Forgive me," he said, almost as an afterthought. "You have heard the news, I see," she said, her voice soft, commiserating. "Yes," he said, not questioning how she knew of Cassandra's pregnancy. "The Earl joyfully informed me last evening at dinner. Later he told me of the need for haste." He paused a moment and pulled himself up on his elbows. "Damn, the English wench has done me in. I will become as nothing to his great lordship now that this girl holds all his attention, not even his heir." Giovanna's mind raced ahead. "Perhaps," she said thoughtfully, "the wench can be bought off." "You talk like a fool, Giovanna. Do you forget how very wealthy my half-brother is?" "Buy her off with what?" Giovanna lowered her head. "I am sorry, Cesare. It is just that I so dislike seeing you upset by all of this. Surely you always knew that the Earl would wed and sire legitimate children, sons to carry on his name and title. I am still his heir now, Giovanna. Not for many more months, it would seem." He wanted to hit her, until reason asserted itself, and he shrugged. There is nothing to be done. God, but he was weak, Giovanna thought. "Dear Cesare," she began, "I have no desire to see you cheated out of your birthright by some silly foreign slut. It is not right that the Perez lands and wealth pass to her English children. It is my feeling, despite the impression the Earl is giving everyone, that the English girl has tricked him into marriage. She wants his wealth for herself and her children. I think, Cesare, that she is a scheming little bitch, intent on destroying all ties you now hold with the Earl." Cesare said slowly, "It is odd that he said nothing to me before he returned to England about bringing this girl back with him. That is because he did not know of her existence before he left. Do you not see, Cesare? She has tricked him. She knew she could not convince him to wed her unless she became pregnant with his child. She spread her hands in front of her. I wonder if indeed the Earl is the father of her child. My half-brother is not a fool. Mayhap not in this instance, but surely he has not treated you as he ought. That old fool, Montalto, still shares his confidence, while you—" She shrugged her white shoulders. "Whilst I what? I do not mean to imply that the Earl does not hold you in affection."
But has he ever allowed you to direct his business dealings? You know very well that he has not. He treats me like naught but an amusing, useless fribble. If he were alone again, I cannot but feel that you, his half-brother, would gain in stature and trust in his eyes." Cesar rolled away from her and rose to look down at her. "What is it you are saying, Giovanna?" "I am saying, my love, that you must not be cheated out of what is rightfully yours." Cesar looked deep into her dough-brown eyes and raised a surprised eyebrow at her audacity. Perhaps jealousy compelled her, but that did not, he discovered, overly distress him. He thought a moment and frowned at her. "Even if what you say is true, what is to be done? The Earl must not wed the little strumpet." She gazed at him beneath arched brows. "Do you not want her, Cesar? Perhaps just once? To keep the Earl on a string, she must employ quite tempting skills in his bed." Cesar remembered the desire Cassie had stirred in his loins. But when he spoke, his voice was harsh. "You expect me to seduce the girl away from my half-brother? Hardly likely. No, you could not seduce her, Cesar. I believe the Borgia's habits are long out of practice. But there are other ways, are there not? Other ways that would never lead the Earl to suspect his loyal half-brother." Cesar felt a thrill of excitement, despite himself, and a tempering shaft of fear. "Yes," he said slowly, "there are other ways. But it is dangerous, Giovanna, very dangerous. But you are such a resourceful man, my love." He looked deep into her eyes, then turned and pulled on his discarded clothing. "It must remain our secret, Giovanna," he said, once he was fully dressed. "Of course, Caro. Our secret." He leaned down and kissed her lightly on her soft mouth. "Do not stay away from me too long, Cesar," she called after him.
Cassie shaded her eyes with her hand as she walked up the stairs to an upper terrace of the garden and gazed toward Genoa and the sparkling blue Mediterranean. She felt strangely lethargic, as if she were somehow drugged, her thoughts strewn about her unpredictably. She supposed it was the severe bout of illness she had suffered that morning. In all her 18 years, she had never really known illness, save, she remembered ruefully, for the time when she was 7 years old and had stuffed herself with Christmas sweets. She turned away from the spectacular view, knelt down and pressed her nose against a full-blossomed red rose. The sweet fragrances that hung about the gardens like a perfumed mist would soon begin to fade as summer drew to a close. Most of all, she supposed, she would miss the vases of flowers that Rosina brought daily to her room. She straightened slowly, her eyes caught by Joseph, who was talking to Paolo in the lower garden. She loved to watch Joseph talk, for though his face rarely changed its placid expression, she could make out much of his conversation from his expressive gestures. But this afternoon she found no interest in him. Indeed, nothing seemed to touch her. She wondered if she was becoming vaporish, like that ridiculous Lady Cumberland, who seemed to produce a child every year, all the while lounging indolently upon a daybed, her vinaigrette in hand. Cassie turned away and began to walk briskly toward the vineyards. She drew up short at the sound of Joseph's deep breathing behind her. Her lips tightened in quick anger, and she whirled about to face him. "Damn you, Joseph, leave me alone." Joseph, startled by her outburst, stopped some paces from her to catch his breath. "Now, Madonna," he said gently, "you must not excite yourself. You would not wish any harm to yourself or to the babe you carry." His soothing words had just the opposite effect upon her, and she yelled at him, brokenly, feverishly. "Has the Earl not done enough? Must he still set you upon me to report to him my every action? Is he not yet satisfied with his victory? Do I not carry his accursed child? Damn you and damn him!" She picked up her skirts, turned on her heel, and made for the lake. Joseph stared after her, aghast at the near hysterical pitch in her voice. He came to a quick decision and quickly retraced his steps to the villa. Cassie heard his retreating footsteps and drew to a trembling halt. She wished she could wipe her mind clean of its terrible jumbled thoughts, but she could not. The Earl's victory had been complete. She could not deny it. She had succumbed to him in less than 3 months, she who had sworn over and over that she would never wed him, no matter what he did. It was an accursed child that she carried, a child conceived of passion and hatred. And she had been so weak that within days of learning of it, she had bowed to his wishes, given herself and her future over to him. She dashed her hand over her forehead in a futile effort to control the vicious bitterness, to stem her burgeoning despair. "Cassandra!" She whipped about to see the Earl striding quickly toward her. Something broke within her at the sight of him, and she lunged forward, away from him, toward the lake, her own high-pitched laughter sounding in her ears. The Earl heard that laugh and felt a cold knot of fear. For an agonizing moment she was lost to his sight in the thick oleander trees. He tore through the trees, scarce aware that a low-lying branch rent the full sleeve of his shirt, gashing his arm. He saw her running full tilt toward the lake, her hair streaming loose down her back. "Dear God, what could have happened? Cassandra?" he yelled at her again. For an instant she froze, poised like a startled animal, before continuing her headlong flight. She was but yards away from the water's edge when he grabbed her about the waist and hauled her back. Her arms were flailing wildly, and she kicked at him in a terror-stricken rage he didn't understand. He quickly pinioned her arms to her side and jerked her tightly against him. "Stop it, Cassandra. Leave go." He shook her. She stared up at him mutely, her pupils black in her eyes. She lashed out at him beyond reason. "Damn you, let me go. I will not belong to you, do you hear? You will not bend me to your will, you and your accursed child. Don't you understand? There are no palm trees, no vineyards, no olive groves in England. There are no prison guards." He grit his teeth, drew back his hand, and slapped her. Her head snapped back with the force of his blow, and he slapped her again. She staggered against his arm, and would have sprawled to the ground had he not held her. "There are no olive groves in England," she whispered, her voice broken. For a moment he could feel the starkness of her fear like a living creature within her. She seemed as a child, violently torn from all that she knew, and she was carrying a child herself, his child. She was leaning against him, her forehead pressed against his chest, her arms hanging limply at her sides. "No, Cassie," he said, stroking her hair. "There are no olive groves in England." He held her close, his cheek resting lightly against her hair, and softly rubbed her shoulders. She was silent for many minutes. Finally, she straightened her head and gazed up at him, her eyes clear. "You have never before called me Cassie." His fingers lightly touched her cheek, as if he wished simply by touching her to clear the red splotches created by his own hand. "No, you are right. Just as there are no olive groves in England, I had believed there was not a Cassie in Italy, only a Cassandra." He paused a moment, gazing out over the calm lake. When he finally spoke, Cassie could feel him struggling with himself, though his voice was calm, almost detached. "Much has happened, and very quickly. If you would prefer to wait some months before we wed, it is your decision." She pulled slowly away from him, and he let her go. "Why do you still have Joseph guarding me?" "He is no longer guarding you, Kara. He is merely your companion, someone who cares about you and wishes to keep you from any harm."
"If his presence upsets you, then he will go." She sighed and rubbed the palm of her hands against her still burning cheeks. "No, I do not wish him to go. I am glad. If not else, perhaps he will keep you from falling into the lake when you handle your sailboat clumsily." His jest brought a slight smile to her lips, and he allowed his muscles to relax. "And our wedding, Cassandra?" She gazed up at him, a faint flush covering her cheeks. "I have behaved badly, I think." She faltered a moment, and then said straightly, "I do not want to be fat, and you know yourself, my lord, that nothing would change, even if we did wait." He smiled, picturing her belly swollen with child. "No, nothing would change. That accursed child would continue to grow in happy ignorance inside you." "He is not accursed." She hugged her arms protectively around her stomach. Bright color suddenly stained her cheeks, for he had used the word she had flung at him. "That I did not mean. But the rest you did?" "Yes." He smiled down at her quizzically and offered her his arm. "If the babe is going to make his mother fly into rampages and scare the wits out of his father, then I fancy I shall have to become stern with him this very evening. I am certain, my lord, that the babe already believes his father to be a monstrous man, bent upon disrupting his peaceful existence. I shall take that as a compliment, my dear. Now, Cassandra, if you wish to go back to the villa, I shall let Marcello tell you the response of the Dutch shipping representative." She forced interest into her eyes. "You know, my lord? Do not tease me. Come, what is the answer?" He shook his dark head, delighting in the fact that she had regained her balance. "You must learn patience, madam, though I dare say that we shall, within a couple of years, recoup our losses." She smiled and nodded her head. She lengthened her step to match his stride. The Earl toweled off his body and quickly donned the undergarments and breeches Scargill handed to him. "I begin to believe it's back in Scotland I am," Scargill said, eyeing the rain-bloated clouds overhead and shivering in the unseasonably cool weather. "And ye, my lord, ye must still insist on your exercise, even though the weather would make a Scotsman cover his kilts." He looked out over the lake and fancied that the water was as cold as were his fingers. He shook his head. The Earl, as was his custom, had dived from the narrow wooden dock and swum to the opposite shore and back again with long, powerful strokes, enjoying the invigorating water, and, Scargill thought, the strength of his own well-muscled body. "What are you muttering about, old man?" The Earl had heard very little of what Scargill had said, his thoughts on his own sense of well-being after his arduous exercise, and on Cassandra. He was to be married in a week now,
And although his friends had loudly and raucously bemoaned his demise as a bachelor, he had only laughed, enormously pleased with himself. After expending so much energy in the pursuit of the only woman he had long known would suit him, he could not imagine feeling any of the trepidation his friends seemed to expect. Early that morning, he had ordered their breakfast brought to their bedchamber. Cassandra had dutifully consumed a slice of dried toast, blanched, and bounded out of bed, forgetting her dressing gown in her rush to reach the basin. When she returned to their bed, her body trembling with cold, she eyed the remains of the rare sirloin on his plate and said, "It is not fair that you stuff yourself, and I am the one who becomes ill. And I would that you stop grinning at me like an officious boor." But his grin only widened. Thank God he no longer had a girl who exploded in unreasoning hysterics on his hands. All was back to normal, and he was immensely pleased to have his sharp-tongued vixen back again. "It's coming on to rain, my lord, and I don't like it one bit." The Earl turned his attention to the muttering Scargill as he shrugged into his waistcoat. "What displeases you now?" "The Madonna riding out with Joseph on a day like this to have a picnic in the hills. She's but being stubborn, and you, my lord, do not rein her in. The fresh air will do her good. Joseph will see to it that they return, if it begins to rain. Do not fret yourself." He would have liked to accompany her himself, but the Cassandra had docked the previous afternoon, and Mr. Donnetti expected him to discuss the trading he had done in Venice. He looked forward to inspecting the bolt of Venetian silk that he had ordered for Cassandra. It was calculated to bring out her woman's vanity, if, he thought wryly, she was possessed of any. He did not bother with luncheon, but ordered Paolo to bring around his black stallion, Cicero, and left immediately for Genoa. Sordello was not quite sure why he drew back into the thick bushes that lined the dusty road at the sight of the oncoming horsemen, but even from a distance he knew them to be strangers, and strangers he did not trust. He quickly jerked in his fishing pole and crouched down. He felt his heart plummet to his shoes as they drew up not far from his hiding place. Their voices were low and muffled by their heavy greatcoats. He really had no wish to hear their conversation, merely to remain hidden from their sight, but he heard one of the men say quite clearly, "I know this is their direction. Giacomo saw the Corsican ride out with the English girl not more than an hour ago." The man, who evidently was Giacomo, grunted in assent. "And Il Signor left the villa in the opposite direction." The man who had first spoken, the leader, Sordello supposed, for he was a huge burly man with a loud voice, said even more loudly, "Then it's off we are, lads, if we are to be at Venona's hut by nightfall." Sordello heard one man curse at the light drizzle that had begun to fall. His voice was consumed by the galloping horses' hooves as they rode away. Sordello crawled quietly from his hiding place and watched the men ride up the snaking road that wound through the hills. He felt a quiver of fear. They were taking the same route as the Madonna and Joseph had ridden earlier. His mind worked feverishly as he dusted off his trousers and clutched his fishing pole firmly to his side. He wasn't at all sure what the man's words meant, but the thought that they might hurt Joseph sent him hurtling over the high stone walls of the Villa Perez to search out Scargo. He breathlessly repeated to the Scotsman what he could remember, and watched fearfully as Scargo's ruddy face paled. "Ye heard nothing more, lad?" "No, signore, but they looked vicious and mean." Scargill didn't hesitate. Even if the boy had totally misunderstood what the men were about, he could not afford to take the chance. "Quickly, boy, tell Paolo and your father to make themselves ready. I will fetch his lordship from Genoa." Scargill never slackened his horse's pace, but he began to feel nagging doubts by the time he reached the harbor and the Cassandra. He was beginning to feel indeed the fool when he stepped into the captain's cabin. The Earl and Mr. Donnetti were seated across from each other at the table. In the Earl's hands was a bolt of singularly beautiful silk. "My lord." "Scargill, what the devil are you doing here?" He dropped the bolt of silk and rose to his feet. "I think there may be trouble, my lord." He saw Mr. Donnetti's hand move to the slender stiletto at his belt. "Very well, tell me what has happened." The Earl's voice was controlled yet impatient, and it had the effect of making Scargill pour out Sordello's story with scarce a pause. "That is all? The boy said there were 4 of them, and they were a vicious-looking lot." Scargill had done his duty and waited for the Earl to shrug and admonish him not to be an impressionable ass. The Earl turned to Mr. Dunnetti. "Francesco, hire horses and bring 2 of your best men to the villa. I will assure that there is someone there to guide you further."
Scargill, you said they mentioned Vanon's hut? "Aye, my lord. The boy was certain about the name. You know the place?" "Yes, I believe I do. It's an abandoned shack, supposedly haunted by a blackguard, Vanon, long dead. Francesco, it lies about 7 miles into the hills west of the villa, just off the main road. Make haste, my friend." The Earl turned quickly and strode to his desk. Scargill saw him stare for a brief instant at one of the dueling pistols before he thrust them into his belt. It was the pistol the Madonna had shot him with. Cassie pulled herself forward from her comfortable position against the tree trunk and squinted heavenward. "Oh dear," she said, "I do believe the Earl was right. I think a raindrop just fell on my nose, sis, and because you are headstrong, we are both in for a good soaking." Cassie wrinkled her nose at him. "I suppose you will tell me now that you have not much enjoyed gorging yourself on the cold chicken and cheese. And the prospect is so beautiful. A little rain will not make us melt, Joseph." Joseph rose unhurriedly to his feet and sniffed the air. "We will return now, Madonna. If you will not take care of yourself, then I must." "Very well." She stretched her stiff legs and shook out her velvet riding skirt. "It has grown somewhat chilly. I will grant you that." Joseph's toes were feeling prickly with cold, but he curbed a sharp retort. Her perversity, he realized, was part of her charm, and like his master, he was not at all immune to it. He quickly packed up the basket and tossed Cassandra into her saddle. "The feather in your hat will be a wilted mess by the time we return," he said, not without some satisfaction. Cassie touched her fingers to the fast drooping feather and laughed. "If it will bring you pleasure, my friend, then I will pray for the clouds to flood us." He tried to frown at her, but failed. She was indeed a minx, he thought. It surprised him greatly that after some 25 years of silence, he had found himself telling her about his young wife, Maria, and their short year together on Corsica. A lifetime ago. Yet when he was with the Madonna, the happy memories stirred themselves into life. It began to rain in earnest, and Joseph motioned to Cassandra to quicken her mare's pace. He imagined the Earl would have his head as it was for returning her to the villa in sodden clothing. He corrected himself quickly, for the master was rarely unfair. It was Joseph's self-willed mistress who would receive a good trimming. Joseph reined in his horse at a sharp bend in the rutted, now slippery road and looked skyward. Already the afternoon was shadowed and gray, and the air had turned a muddy color. His horse snorted and reared back in surprise, and Joseph's hands tightened on the reins. He looked down the winding road that crisscrossed in and out of the hills below them. 4 horsemen, heavily cloaked, were riding purposefully up the road several hundred yards below them. He felt growing alarm, for he recognized neither the horses nor the men. Suddenly, one of the men drew up, raised himself in the saddle, and scanned the hills above him. To Joseph's horror, the man pointed at him and yelled something to the others. He could hear the pounding hooves as the galloping horses strained forward toward them. Cassie pulled her mare to a halt beside him. "What is it, Joseph?" He turned in his saddle to face her and said in a low, hard voice, "Listen carefully, Madonna, and do exactly as I tell you. There are 4 men coming, and I know that they mean us no good." As he spoke, he pulled a pistol from his belt and carefully laid back the hammer. "Dear God, whatever are you talking about?" He waved away her question. "Do you know the direction of the villa if you leave the road?" "I believe so, but I will halt the men here. You, Madonna, will leave the road. You must go carefully, for the incline, though slight, is fast becoming a sea of mud. Ride through the trees, Jan, for at least a mile before you return to the road. Then I want you to ride like the devil himself back to the villa. I will try to catch up with you." "Surely you are mistaken. Joseph, I cannot leave you." Joseph uttered a loud oath, and for the first time since she had met him, she saw the fierce set lines of the Barbary pirate on his face. His fear communicated itself to her, and she shivered. "Go, quickly." He drew back his hand and slapped her mare's rump hard with the butt of his pistol. Cassie looked back at him. He was covering his pistol with his cloak to shield it from the rain, and studying the terrain around him with narrowed, calculating eyes. Cassie guided her mare off the road and down the incline. Brambles tore at her riding skirt and cloak, but she was scarce aware of them.
The suddenness of what was happening made her fear somehow unreal, as if she had been thrust into a bizarre nightmare. The trees were thick, but her Arabian-bred mare nimbly sought out the narrow passages between them, sidestepping dangerously thorned underbrush. Her mare pushed forward until they came upon a narrow, nearly overgrown footpath. Cassie clicked her into a canter, and at the same instant, her mare's ears flattened at the sound of a pistol shot, followed quickly by another. Their retorts merged into a single staccato echo off the hills. "Joseph!" Cassie croaked and slewed her head back in the direction she had come. She heard the loud crashing of horses through the thick underbrush and felt her mouth go dry. She whipped her mare forward, urging her into a gallop. Low-hanging tree branches tore at her riding hat, and her mare snorted angrily as thorny bushes ripped at her legs. The horse's hooves pounded behind her, through the thick forest, drawing closer. Suddenly, her mare burst through the trees. She cried out in disbelief. On the road below her, a man sat waiting on his horse, his face shrouded by a black mask. They had guessed what she would do. She eyed the distance between them, bowed her head close to her mare's neck, dug her heels into her tender sides, and whipped her into a mad gallop down the slope. Giacomo watched the girl tearing toward him in some surprise, but he was experienced in his work. He grinned in anticipation, for she was bringing sport to what he had thought would be a dull post. He knew she would try to startle his horse out of her path, and he grasped his horse's reins more firmly. He whipped his horse into a gallop before she reached the road, and when Cassie's mare veered away at the last instant, he reached out and raked her off her horse's back. She clawed wildly against his arms, and he could not stop her mare, who was galloping erratically away from him down the hill road. He felt her nails rake at his neck, and with a bellow of fury, struck her jaw with his fist. Brilliant flashes of white exploded in her head, and she slumped limply against him. "Good work, Giacomo," Andrea said, as his mount gained the road. "You haven't killed her, have you?" "No, but she's a feisty wench." He wrapped his hand roughly about a mass of golden hair that spilled loosely down her back. "She's a beauty, this one." Andrea laughed heartily. "There'll be time enough for that once we get her to Vanon's hut." He whipped his horse about and waved to Giacomo. They left her soaked but draggled riding hat lying trampled at the side of the road. Cassie smelled wet, sweat-soaked wool. She gagged and tried to wrench herself away from the stench, but a strong hand pressed hard against her back. "Make yourself easy, my girl," she heard a man say. "It won't be long now." She opened her mouth to protest, but a sharp pain in her jaw held her silent. She discovered she was flung like a sack of grain face down over a saddle, her face pressed against a man's thigh. She tried once again to jerk herself free, and the man pulled viciously at her hair until she cried out. "Hold still," came a snarling command. She felt the man's hand move downward from the small of her back until he probed roughly at her buttocks through her thick cloak. She froze, every thought suspended, and swallowed convulsively, fear and bile rising in her throat. Dear God, where was Joseph? She remembered the 2 shots that had echoed off the hills and closed her eyes tight against her mounting terror. She fought against growing nausea and spasmodic pain that gnawed at her belly from the jolting horse's gallop. It had stopped raining, and the gray afternoon shadows had lengthened before she heard the shout of a man and felt the horse beneath her come to a halt. "Bring her in. I'll light the lamps." It was a man's loud voice. Her fear made her wily, and she forced her stiff muscles to go limp when she was pulled from the saddle. She thought the man believed her to have fainted, for he held her loosely with but one arm about her waist. Without warning, she twisted wildly in his grasp and smashed his face with her fist. He howled, and she was suddenly free, stumbling away from him, running blindly into the growing darkness. She felt a tremendous weight strike her back, and she went hurtling to the ground, breathless. A man's heavy body covered her, grinding her into the earth. She heard a deep, throaty laugh close to her ear. "Giacomo is right. You are a feisty wench. More's the pleasure for us, my fine lady." Cassie was jerked to her feet, her arms twisted behind her. She bit down on her lower lip to keep from crying out, to deny them the pleasure of hearing her pain. They dragged her up rotted wooden steps through the open door of a small cabin and shoved her inside. She staggered forward and sprawled to her knees. "Madonna." Joseph's anguished voice restored her to reason, and she jerked her head toward him.
He stood in the far corner of the room, his arms held by two men. There was a wide red stain spreading down his shirt. "My God, Joseph, you are hurt." She struggled to her feet, but the huge, burly man flung her back to the floor. "Leave her alone, you stinking pigs!" Cassie heard pain beneath the fury in Joseph's shout. She had to help him somehow. She looked up at the huge man, whose hooded face made him all the more terrifying, for he seemed faceless. "Do you not realize who I am?" she said in a cold voice. "In case you do not, I am betrothed to Anthony Wells, the master of the Villa Perez. If it is money you want, you shall have it, but only if we are returned unharmed. I demand that you release us at once." Andrea appeared thoughtful for a moment. He stroked his jaw and turned to the other men. "Well, my lads, what do you think of the lady's offer?" "I'll tell you what I think of the little bitch." Cassie had no time to pull out of Giacomo's way, for he stood over her. His booted foot smashed against her ribs, and she doubled over, violent pain ripping her chest. She heard a ragged curse from Joseph, and then a strange, soft whimper. The whimper, she realized dimly, came from deep in her throat. "That will teach you to fight me. Leave go, Giacomo. You don't want her unconscious, do you? You'll not lay a hand on her, you filthy swine." "Just see if we don't, my brave Corsican." Cassie looked up through a haze of pain to see the huge man pulling off his cloak. Almost gently, he spread it on the rotting floor. "Can we, Andrea?" she heard Giacomo say eagerly. Andrea shrugged. There was naught said. "I was told to keep her here, the Corsican too, I guess, until he comes. If you've no taste for such a lovely morsel, then I'll take your turn as well." A wild shout broke from Giacomo's mouth. "No, you'll not have her all to yourself." His voice was suddenly crafty. "We'll have the Corsican watch. He's probably lusted after her himself." The two men holding the struggling Joseph broke into furious argument. Cassie's heart froze within her. They were going to rape her. God, they were fighting over the order. She tried to get control of herself, to think of something, anything that would save her. A pistol. Perhaps she could get one of the men's pistols. Slowly, she pulled herself to her feet, but the pain in her chest was so great that she gasped aloud. "Ah," Andrea said, "the little lady wants us to begin. Look at how she comes to us." Frenzied, excited laughter met his words. He was on her in the next instant, tearing off her cloak and ripping at her riding habit. "No, damn you, no!" Cassie yelled. The pain in her chest faded from her consciousness, and she fought him, clawing at his eyes through the black mask, kicking wildly at his legs. "Hold the wildcat, Giacomo!" Andrea shouted. Andrea tore off her clothing, delighting, she thought wildly, in shredding every layer. She twisted frantically, even as Giacomo wrenched her arms behind her back. Andrea stepped back, his dark eyes glistening, his large tongue running excitedly over his lips. She stood naked, her body quivering with cold and fear, her hair hanging loosely down her back and over her breasts. He reached out his hand and cupped her breast. A piercing scream broke from Cassie's mouth, and without thought, she leaned her head down and sank her teeth into the back of his hand. He struck her, full in the face, and she fell back against Giacomo. Giacomo's hands moved urgently over her, down her belly, around her thighs. She could hear his breathing in her ear, heavy and rasping in his lust. Cassie jerked an arm free of him and thrust her elbow into his stomach. She heard his bellow of rage and hoped that his blow would leave her senseless. But it was Andrea who struck her. He drove his fist into her belly, and she fell to her knees, clutching her arms about herself. She was hurled upon the cloak, her arms yanked above her head and held there by Giacomo's knees. She felt his hands pulling her hair from her face and shoulders. His fingers closed over her breasts, tender from her pregnancy, hurting her badly. "She does not like your gentle attention, Giacomo," Andrea said, laughing. "Let us see if she prefers this." Cassie's eyes opened wide, despite herself. Andrea had dropped his breeches and bared himself. He was built like a bull, a brute, a raging animal.
She kicked wildly at his hairy belly as he grabbed at her legs. He grunted and thrust himself between her thighs. Dimly, as if from a great distance, Cassie heard Joseph screaming curses. "Lay the Corsican out, Giulio. I need both of you to hold her down." "Bastardo," Cassie screamed and craned her neck forward to see Joseph slumping onto the floor. She was sobbing, screaming her own curses at them, English oaths that they did not understand. Suddenly there were hands all over her body, rough fingers digging into her, pulling her legs apart. For an instant the room was silent, save for the rasping breath of the men who held her. Then her body exploded into agony. Andrea drove into her, tearing her, his hands jerking her hips upward to engorge himself with her. For the first time in her life, Cassie prayed for death, for blessed unconsciousness that would free her of this horror. But the pain continued, plummeting her mind into senselessness. She was scarce aware when the second man took his turn, for he could not tear her body more than had Andrea. Until Giulio. "Damn," she heard him curse, "the wench grows too slippery." She was pulled onto her stomach. And she screamed until her voice was a hoarse groan in her throat. "You rutting bastards!" It was a new voice, a man's voice, laden with fury. She was rolled onto her back, and the vicious probing hands left her. "You did not say that we could not enjoy her," Andrea said, his voice sulky. "Get out, all of you. What if someone comes, you fools, the lot of you mucking around with your breeches down? For God's sake, get out of here and keep watch." For a moment, Cassie's mind detached itself from her torn body, and her eyes focused on the man. Like the others, he wore a black mask. But there was something different about him, other than the richness of his clothing, something that she couldn't quite grasp. "Joseph," she whispered between swollen lips. It did not occur to her to beg mercy for herself. She knew, with the hopelessness of certainty, that there would be none. "Pazza fragitata nell'inferno," he said, his voice low and strangely slurred. Chaser stared down at her and felt a spasm of revulsion at what his bravi had done to her. He had thought to take her himself, but now he wanted only to leave this place and forget her eyes staring up at him, wide with helpless terror. Forget the sight of her naked body, bruised and bleeding. He turned abruptly on his heel and strode to the door. "Andrea," he shouted, "do as you like with them. Just be certain, if you value your life, that they are never found." "No," she whispered after him, trying to pull herself up, but he was gone. Andrea appeared in the open doorway. "No more need of these, lads," he said, and pulled off his mask. Cassie stared up at his coarse bearded face, his mouth slashed wide in a grin. "Let her see your handsome face, Giacomo," he said, again unfastening the buttons of his breeches. Giacomo's thin face was drawn and sharp, his eyes a strange golden color, like those of a fox. He ran his tongue over his blackened front teeth. "Wait your turn, Andrea. She's mine now." Giacomo was angry that they had beaten the fight out of her, for he had wanted to feel her heaving and struggling against him. She moaned softly, helplessly, when he thrust himself into her, and he could feel her quivering with pain. "Fight me, damn you!" He slapped her breasts and belly with the flat of his hand. But there was no fight left in her, only a vast emptiness shrouded in pain. Dimly, she remembered the man's words, their leader's words. "Pazza fragitata nell'inferno," may he rot in hell. She was to die now, as was Joseph. Somehow, the knowledge did not quite touch her. She raised vague eyes to Andrea and saw him pulling down his breeches. She cried out, deep in her throat, and fell into merciful blackness. Andrea sat cross-legged on the filthy floor, eyeing his three comrades. "Well, what will you, lads? Kill them now, or wait for the wench to come around again?" "What a bloody waste to carve the wench," Giacomo said, rubbing his hand over the stubble of beard on his chin. "The Corsican, though." He pulled his knife lovingly from his belt. Andrea nodded. "Gut the Corsican, Giulio." Giulio rose to his feet and drew his stiletto free of its leather sheath. He was caressing its razor edge with the tip of his thumb when a shot shattered the silence of the room, and Giulio screamed, clutching his belly. The Earl hurled into the room, the force of his body tearing the cabin door from its rusted hinges. "Out, men!" Andrea shouted, and kicked over the lighted lamp, plunging the cabin into darkness. The Earl heard a booted foot shatter the back door of the hut. At the same instant, he fired his other pistol, and one of the men grunted in pain. He whirled about and rushed out of the hut to see 3 men hurling themselves onto their horses. He turned and dashed back into the hut, his pistol still clenched tightly in his hands. His jaw was grinding spasmodically in fear. He had had only a brief glimpse of Cassie, sprawled naked upon her back, unmoving. He fell to his knees, his hands groping for the overturned lamp. Frantically, he pulled it upright and lit it with flint and steel from the tinderbox that lay next to it. The Earl strode across the creaking floor and dropped to his knees beside her. "Oh, Cassie, no," he whispered. Her face was turned away from him. Her eyes were open, but she did not respond, locked so deeply into her own horror that she was scarce aware of his presence. She felt a large hand, a man's hand, lightly stroke her cheek and shoulder. Her horror turned itself outward. "No, please no," she whimpered and tried to draw away. "Cassandra, don't be afraid. There is nothing more to fear." His fingers lightly stroked her face, smoothed back her tangled hair. Slowly, she turned her head to face him. She saw her own pain mirrored in his eyes. "I did not think you would find us." It hurt so to speak. She ran her tongue over her swollen lips. "Joseph, please, you must help Joseph." The Earl saw movement from the corner of his eye and whipped about. Scargill stood in the open doorway, a pistol in his hand. "My lord." He lowered the pistol slowly to his side as he took in the sight of Cassie, of Joseph lying slumped on his belly, and a second man lying in a pool of blood. "Paolo and Marco are outside," he said feverishly. "We couldn't keep up with your stallion." "I know, Scargill," the Earl said firmly, seeing shock beginning to cloud Scargill's ruddy features. "Pay no attention to that scum. See to Joseph, quickly." Scargill raised his head a few moments later, his eyes filled with impotent anger. "He's bad, my lord." The Earl closed his eyes to blot out his fury. His voice rang out in the silence of the small room, harshly cold. "Send Paolo back to fetch a surgeon to the villa. You and Sordello's father," he could not seem to remember his head gardener's name, "take Joseph back. I will see to Cassandra. As to him," he jerked his head toward the dead man, "we will fetch him later." When the Earl turned back to Cassie, her eyes were closed. "Cassie!" he shouted at her. Her thick eyelashes fluttered open, and she looked at him, vaguely questioning. "I must take you home now." Gently, he slipped his hand beneath her back. She moaned at his touch. His hand froze when he saw a dark bruise over her ribs, beneath her breast. He carefully eased his hand away. Although there was a dank chill inside the cabin, he felt beads of perspiration form on his forehead. "Cara, I am sorry, but I must hurt you." He thought of the relentless miles back down the dark, winding road to the villa, and his hand shook. "I cannot hurt any more than I do now," she whispered. She was wrong. Suddenly, the muscles in her belly drew taut as a bowstring, then contracted ferociously. She screamed, all vestige of control stripped from her. Her legs, as if from instinct, drew up, and her hands clutched wildly at her belly. She focused her eyes, deep pools of pain, dumbly upon the Earl's set face. "The babe," she whispered, and then she was lost to him. He felt the fierce power of the contractions as he gently probed her belly beneath her clawing fingers. Her screams burned into his mind, and he felt completely helpless. There was nothing he could do to help her, or the child. Cassie was scarce aware that her body was being covered, and that she was being carried. Dimly, she heard him speaking to her, but his words were meaningless sounds. She tried to bring up her legs, hoping to lessen the wrenching pain, but she could not. She struck at the arms that held her, clawing for her release. She became aware of a moaning, jagged scream, and understood vaguely that it came from her mouth. It was odd, she thought, dazed by a sudden absence of Cain, that she had screamed so. She never screamed.
She tasted blood and salty tears. Then she tasted nothing. The Earl felt a great shudder go through her body. Her head lolled against the crook of his arm, and he tightened his grip on her. He quickened his stallion's pace, thankful for the sliver of moon that shined weakly, lighting the road. His lips moved, and it shook him to discover that he was praying. Chapter 18. The front gates of the Villa Parese were flung wide. Myriad candles lit the windows of the villa and splashed their light onto the courtyard. The Earl flung Marco his stallion's reins and carefully dismounted, holding Cassie tightly against his chest. "Joseph?" he said sharply. "The surgeon has just arrived, my lord." He saw Marina standing at the foot of the staircase. "Send me Rosina." He shifted Cassie in his arms and realized the cloak in which he had wrapped her was soaked through, sticky and wet.
He stared down at his hand and saw it was smeared with blood. Cassie's blood. He shouted over his shoulder, "I must have hot water and strips of linen," and took the stairs 2 at a time. Bright scarlet blood covered her thighs. He pressed towels against her to stem the flow, and gently lifted her hips to place more towels beneath her. They were quickly speckled with vivid red. His hands trembled, and he forced himself to draw a deep, steadying breath. "La signorina lost the child?" "Si," he said shortly, briefly turning to the white-faced Rosina. He waved his hand at the blood-sodden cloak on the floor. "Take it and burn it." Rosina looked at the cloak and felt dizzying bile rise in her throat. She closed her eyes, blindly gathered up the soaked cloak, wrapped it in towels, and fled the bedchamber. Cassie moaned, and his hands grew still. Her head turned slightly on the pillow, and she was again silent. He was not certain what was holding her from consciousness, her pain or her terror of what had happened to her. The door opened and quietly closed. From the corner of his eye, he saw Rosina's black skirt swishing as she ran to the foot of the bed. A deep, raging curse broke from his mouth. He had bathed off most of the blood and saw that her woman's flesh lay jagged and open. The filthy swine had ripped her. He thanked God she was still unconscious. "Fetch me a needle, Rosina. She must be stitched. And brandy," he added sharply. He needed it both to cleanse the needle and for himself. "I need your help, Rosina," he said once he had cleaned the needle and threaded it. "Damn it, now. You must hold her legs." But Rosina did not move. She saw her mistress' torn body and the blood and fainted quietly away, falling onto the floor in a noiseless heap. The Earl cursed and strode to the door. When he reached the landing, he bellowed, "Scargill!" He returned to the bedchamber, stepped over Rosina's inert body, and peered anxiously into Cassie's face. "Please, Cassie," he said, "don't awaken now." Scargill took in the situation at a glance. "Weak-stomached wench," he thought, glancing cursorily at Rosina. "What do you need me to do, my lord?" Those animals ripped her open. "Quickly, Scargill, I would spare her this pain." Scargill held her legs while the Earl worked quickly and efficiently until he had set 4 stitches. He laid the needle upon the night table and slowly straightened. Scargill had himself sewn up many wounds, gaping tears from saber slashes, but none of them had left him so shaken. The Madonna was so slight, her pink woman's flesh so soft and delicate. He closed his eyes, but could not escape the image of faceless men ravishing her so brutally. "Thank you, Scargill," the Earl said quietly. He saw the murderous look in Scargill's eyes and said to him in a voice so low that Scargill could scarce make out his words, "I will find them. You may be assured of that. One of them is already dead, and I am fairly certain that I wounded another." Scargill nodded numbly. As the Earl carefully placed strips of clean linen against her, he asked, "Will Joseph live?" "The surgeon is digging the ball out of his chest. He is not a young man, my lord, and he also has a terrible gash on his head." Scargill paused a moment to regain control over his shaking voice. "If he regains consciousness, my lord, perhaps he can tell us who did this." The Earl straightened over Cassie. "I will be down to see him as soon as I can leave her safely. Send one of the men to fetch the dead man from Venon's hut, Scargill. It's possible there may be something to identify him." He pointed to Rosina's motionless form. "Please remove her. Marina can bring her back to her senses."
The Earl washed the blood from his hands and sat down on the bed beside her. With infinite care, he traced the line of her jaw and gently probed her head. Methodically, he pressed his hands over her body from her bruised breasts, still slightly swollen from her pregnancy, to the bruise over her ribs, larger and darker than it was at the hut. Cassie opened her eyes unwillingly and saw the Earl bent over her belly, his large hands pressing her lightly. She waited for the tearing pain in her belly to consume her again, but it did not come. For an instant she felt whole, until her mind communicated to her that there was still pain to be endured, throbbing pain between her thighs and a sharp pressure, like a vice, closing about her chest. She closed her eyes tightly and pressed her head down against the pillow to keep from crying out. She felt his hand upon her cheek. Cassandra. She drew a jagged breath against the pain and opened her eyes to him. For an instant she was back in the hut, flung upon her back, and the men were digging their fingers into her, savaging her. Cassandra, his voice cut through the horror, and she fastened her eyes upon his face. Where am I? You are at home, Cassie, safe with me. I know your pain is great, love. I will give you some laudanum. Laudanum? Her mind held fast to the word. It would make her forget, hide her away from her body, from the pain. He lifted her gently, and she avidly gulped down the liquid. She lay very quietly, waiting for oblivion. Slowly, the pain began to separate itself from her, as if it were outside her, someone else's pain. She stared at him above her before she slipped into sleep, curious at how his dark face could be set into almost impassive lines, but his eyes black with rage. The Earl wrapped wide strips of linen around her chest and covered her. He quickly bathed and changed his blood-stained clothes. He gazed down at her one last time, thankful that the laudanum would keep her in sleep for many hours, and pulled himself away. When he entered the guest chamber where they had taken Joseph, the men around the bed did not for a moment notice his presence. The surgeon, Signore Bisson, a slight, balding little man, his shoulders bent by his 60 years, was wrapping thick white bandages about Joseph's chest. Well? Scargill turned quickly at the sound of his master's unnaturally harsh voice. He will live, my lord. He has told us so himself. A faint smile broke the tight lines about Scargill's mouth. Signore Bisson slowly straightened and looked thoughtfully at the Earl. I have removed the ball from his chest, my lord, but I must be frank with you. The wound is deep, and I fear the fever. As for the blow on his head, that will not kill him. He shrugged. It's a tough old man he is, my lord. Joseph's eyelids flickered open as the Earl approached him. I am glad you are such a resilient old bird, my friend, the Earl said, and tightly gripped Joseph's hand. Joseph's gnarled fingers moved slightly within his grasp. The Madonna? Joseph's normally deep voice was breathless. That is all I hear from either of you. How is the other doing? She will recover, Joseph, I swear it. They hurt her so badly, Joseph mumbled, trying desperately to keep his wits focused. I am sorry, my lord. I have failed you. Don't be a fool, you old pirate. You have very nearly sent your soul to heaven trying to save her, Scargill said from beside the Earl. Joseph said there were 4 of them, my lord, masked to their eyes. See, though I could not see their animal faces, I know 3 of their names. Joseph felt the Earl's fingers clutch at his hand. Their leader, a huge man, was called Andrea. Giacomo and Giulio are slighter men, but as vicious as that bull Andrea. I killed one of them, the Earl said, and wounded another. We shall soon know who they were. Joseph smiled painfully. The Madonna could tell you nothing? Not as yet, Joseph. Signore Bisson interrupted them. 'Tis rest he needs, my lord. Does the Signorina need my attention? Before the Earl could reply, Joseph said, She fought them, my lord, fought them with all her strength and spirit. He added, not realizing that his words would tear at his master's heart. They wanted me to watch, but even 2 of them weren't enough to hold her down. That is when Andrea ordered the blow on the head.
Did they hurt her badly, my lord? See, Earl's teeth were gritted, and his temples pounded with blood. He felt Scargill's hand shaking his sleeve. He forced his voice to calm. You must rest now, Joseph, and regain your strength. Signor Busoni finished his examination, wiped his hands, and turned to the Earl. "You have much skill, my lord. I could not have set better stitches myself. As for the ribs, they are perhaps cracked, but not broken. Her miscarriage? She is very young, my lord, and possessed of a healthy body. You will have as many children as pleases you." He peered closely at the bruises on her belly and her pelvis and shook his head. They lived in a violent time, and he had seen many women raped, but still, the cruelty shook him. "You will remain at the Villa Perez as my guest, Signor. See, my lord, both the Signorina and Joseph will need my attention for some time to come. Allow me to write a note to my wife." The bedchamber door suddenly burst open, and a panting Scargill flung into the room, his eyes bright with excitement. Signor Busoni made haste to cover the young girl. "It's Francesco, my lord. He and his men have caught one of them." Signor Busoni felt a shiver of fear down his spine at the look on the Earl's face. His mouth, grim until this moment, curved into an awful smile, and his dark eyes glittered. "Do we know which of the swine he is?" "Not as yet, my lord, but it cannot be that bull, Andrea. This one is slight of build, and he is wounded in the thigh." "Take him into the library," the Earl said softly. "I shall join you presently." The Earl walked noiselessly through the open library doors. Scargill, Francesco, his 2 men, and their captive stood before him. He was dressed in dirty clothes, damp from the rain, his back to the Earl. The Earl paused a moment, then said, "Giacomo?" The man whirled about. His ill-shaven mouth gaped open, and his dark eyes held fear. He was perhaps 30, but no more. Crusted blood flattened his breeches to his thigh. "Welcome to the Villa Perez, Giacomo," the Earl continued, his eyes resting placidly on the man's face. "I don't know why your ruffians have dragged me here," Giacomo said, but his eyes were watchful. "Mr. Donnetti said sharply, 'He fell off his horse, my lord, not far from Vanone's hut, and we found this.'" He drew a black mask from the pocket of his cloak. "Ah, you were perhaps on your way to a masquerade ball, my friend." He walked slowly to his desk, leaned against it, and folded his arms across his chest. "See, my lord," Giacomo said quickly, "'twas a party my sister gave last night. I still carried the mask." "Sister, Giacomo, do allow me to doubt your word, my friend. A creature such as yourself would have no sister. Indeed, I seriously wonder if you know who your parents are." Giacomo sucked in his breath and backed away. The Earl nodded to Francesco. His 2 men grabbed Giacomo, and he cried out as his arms were twisted roughly behind his back. "Gently, do not hurt our guest. Can you not see that he has hurt his leg? Very careless of you, Giacomo. Do tell us what you were doing this afternoon and evening," the Earl continued conversationally. "Nothing. I was riding to Genoa when these fiends grabbed me. As to my wound, I shot myself accidentally while cleaning my pistol." "I see. Innocence shines from your eyes, Giacomo." "He's a lying swine," Mr. Donnetti said. The Earl frowned at him, and he held his tongue. The Earl picked up a gleaming stiletto from his desktop and glided his fingers gracefully along its razor edge. Without warning, he stepped forward and slashed it twice cleanly through Giacomo's shirt from his neck to his waist. Giacomo cried out, more in shock than in pain. He watched his shirt fall open and saw a long, bloody X carved on his chest. "I have done nothing." Giacomo stopped struggling, for he felt the muzzle of a pistol pointed in his back. "Tell me, Giacomo," the Earl asked thoughtfully, "how many of you did it require to hold her down?" Giacomo licked his lips. He was afraid of this man, very afraid. "How many?" the Earl said again. Giacomo stared at the stiletto, its tip red with his blood. "3," he said. He could taste death. There was no hope for him. "You mean that 3 of you held her down while the 4th raped her?" He nodded, mute. "Who was the man I killed?" "Giulio," he whispered. "And Andrea, your leader, he was the one who tore her apart?" Giacomo was suddenly confused. He shook his head, and words rushed from his mouth. "Tore her? Giulio must have done that. She was too slippery, so he took her from behind." "Oh my God," Scargill thought wildly, as his master's face went white. He would plunge the stiletto in the man's miserable heart. He held his breath, waiting for the blow to fall.
but the Earl's long fingers merely caressed the blade. "Take off his clothes." For a moment, Mr. Donnetti stared uncomprehendingly at his master. "Now," the Earl said more sharply, "I wish to see this marvelous specimen." Giacomo struggled, but within moments he stood naked, his breeches in a dirty pile about his feet. The Earl looked him up and down, and Giacomo felt himself tremble. "How very odd," the Earl finally remarked. "You have blood on your member. Do you not think that strange, Francesco?" "Si, my lord," Mr. Donnetti croaked, his eyes falling to Giacomo's limp penis. "And the tattoo on your arm, Giacomo, a serpent twined about a sword. Your rotting friend in my stable has the same mark. Your career as a bravi has been successful?" A hired assassin, Scargill thought, his wits jolted by the knowledge. Giacomo did not answer. "I will ask you only once to tell me who paid you and your 3 companions." Giacomo was doomed, he knew it. He had been a bravi for 5 years, and knew he would die horribly by another bravi's hand if he broke their unwritten code. And only Andrea knew the name of the man who had hired them. He licked his dry lips and prepared himself. To die because he had fallen off his horse, faint from the wound in his thigh. It was a twist of fate that brought him no amusement. "I do not know," he said. He forced himself to straighten and pull his shoulders back. "The name of the 4th man?" He shook his head. "You are really quite stupid, Giacomo. My friend Car el-Din does not mind stupid men, so long as they are no longer men." The Earl gazed down pointedly at Giacomo's penis. "Perhaps the pirate would appreciate another eunuch for his harem. You would grow fat and lazy, Giacomo, but could feast your eyes for the rest of your days upon beautiful women. Of course, your pleasure would have to be in contemplation, for there would be nothing between your legs. If you live, that is." The stiletto flashed out, and Giacomo screamed. A thin red line appeared across his belly, and blood slowly trickled from it. "Prepare yourself, my friend. I don't want you to die. I want you to always remember your punishment for raping another man's woman." The stiletto rose slowly. Giacomo's mind snapped. He screamed uncontrollably and tore himself free of the 2 men holding him. He clawed at the pistol Francesco held and bore it down to his chest. A loud explosion tore through the room, its sound reverberating off the oak-paneled walls. There was a ghastly look of surprise on Giacomo's face, and he slumped backward, his chest torn open. Scargill fell to his knees beside Giacomo. "He is dead, my lord." The Earl slowly laid the stiletto upon the desk and straightened. He gazed impassively at the gaping wound and stepped over Giacomo's body. "It is a pity," he said. He added over his shoulder as he walked from the room, "Do remove the scum. Even in death he offends me." Chapter 19. Fingers were digging into her, rough fingers with jagged fingernails that tore her flesh. She screamed and struggled to free herself of their hold. She sobbed helplessly as her legs were wrenched apart. "Cassie, love, wake up." The Earl was shaking her, pulling her from the horror, but she couldn't seem to stop the wrenching sobs that tore from her throat. Her nightgown clung to her, damp with sweat, yet she trembled uncontrollably. His strong arms closed around her, and she felt the warmth of his breath against her cheek. Cassie pressed her face into his shoulder, waiting for the terror to loose its grip on her. "The nightmare again?" he asked gently. He held her close as she drew a shuddering breath. "Yes." The Earl smoothed her tangled hair back from her forehead and eased her onto her back, careful of her bruised ribs. Her eyes were huge and dark in the dim light of dawn. "It's over, Cassandra, and you are safe, I promise you." He balanced himself on his elbow and looked closely into her face. "Are you in pain?" "Please make it stop," she whispered. "I cannot bear it. It is so real." He stroked her cheek. "I know. I cannot make it stop, Cassandra, but I think if you talk to me about it, it may help you to forget." She gazed up at him uncertainly. His dark eyes were tender, but she looked away from him. "Can you not tell me about it?" She shook her head. The pain in her body was almost welcome to her, for it focused her mind on the present. The Earl did not press her.
It had been 2 days since her rape, but the nightmare kept taking her back to it. "Would you like some laudanum, Kara?" At least, he thought, she allowed him to care for her body. "No, I do not want to be drugged anymore." He nodded and lightly kissed her forehead. "I don't want your pity." Oh God, she hated herself and him for her pain. She felt she could not tell him, for he would withdraw from her in disgust, just as she withdrew from herself. "Pity you," he repeated, frowning down at her in surprise. She covered her face with her hands. "I know that you must hate me, that I repulse you. 5 men took their pleasure with me." For an instant, his mind refused to work. 5 men? No, there had been but 4. Joseph had been certain of that. "Cassandra, you said 5 men, but there were only 4. She grew very quiet. She had not realized what she had said, and even as she sought to remember clearly, her mind would not allow it. Only in her nightmare could she see them clearly. "May he rot in hell," she said. "Who?" he said, sitting up. Cassie blinked and stared beyond the Earl's shoulder. "It was the 5th man, their leader. Joseph was unconscious and I thought him dead. When I pleaded with the man to see to him, he said, 'May he rot in hell.'" So Joseph never saw this man? No, he came later. Her mind was resisting her, pulling the man's image away from her. He was different somehow, and he did not rape me. But it was he who told them to kill us. "How was he different, Kara?" the Earl asked, forcing calm into his voice. She shook her head helplessly, for he was locked away from her. "I do not know. I can't remember." He smiled at her gently. "It does not matter, Cassandra. Joseph told me that you killed 2 of them, Giulio and Giacomo." She thought of Joseph, his face gray with pain. The Earl had carried her to his bedchamber to see him, and had left her alone with him for a few minutes. "What else did Joseph tell you?" "That the men were assassins. Each of them had a tattoo on his arm, a serpent twined about a sword." She gazed up at him, her eyes wide with confusion. "Why would anyone want to kill us?" "I don't know, Cassandra, but I promise you I will find out." He allowed a slight smile. "It appears that Joseph was a fount of information. Will he live, my lord?" "I don't know, Cassandra. He's not a young man, and his wound is grave." She turned her face away on the pillow, for she felt tears close to the surface. He stroked her hair. "Can you sleep now, Kara?" She felt raging bitterness suddenly break from within her. She drew a shattering breath and whispered, "The child. I lost the child." He swallowed convulsively, and for a moment could not trust himself to speak. "Cassandra, listen to me. I am sorry about the child, but you are more important to me than anything or anyone. Please contrive to believe me and throw off this cloak of guilt you are wearing. You are alive and I love you. That is all that matters." A lone tear fell from the corner of her eyes and streaked down her cheek. He gently flicked it away before it touched her lips. "At the very least, you must begin to take me to task again, else I'm likely to become an overbearing tyrant." She swallowed back her tears and forced a smile. "You will always be a tyrant," she said, and turned her face to nestle against his hand. Signore Bissone was tired the next afternoon when he joined the Earl and Cassie in the Earl's bedchamber after completing his examination of Joseph. He had had to leave the Villa Parese late the previous evening to deliver Caterina Pisani of a small son, and the mother had hemorrhaged and died just before dawn. He spoke of it unwittingly as he sipped on a glass of wine. "One wonders," Signore Bissone said, shaking his head, "why God in his infinite goodness would snuff out the life of a 19-year-old girl so cruelly." "What of Joseph?" the Earl asked, his voice harsh. Signore Bissone apologized for his lapse before answering the Earl. "My lord, were he a young, healthy man, the fever would cause me less worry. I have, of course, drained the pus from the wound." He paused a moment, his tired eyes darting momentarily toward Cassie. She had refused to let him attend her once she had come to her senses.
Her stubbornness had angered him, but now he was too weary even to care. He shrugged. The Corsican has not had time to recover his strength from the wound. He is an old man, my lord. What are you saying? Impatience was heavy in the Earl's voice. I do not think he will survive. No, you cannot mean it. Cassie sat forward in bed, clutching at the cover, and shook her head back and forth. I tell you he will get well. I will nurse him myself. Joseph has a great will. He will not allow himself to be felled by a fever when those men could not kill him. She drew to a breathless halt. Signore Besson was regarding her oddly. You are speaking in English, Cassandra. Oh, she said numbly. La Signorina was saying that with proper care, Joseph could recover. Signore Bessone carefully laid his crystal wine goblet on the table and bowed formally to the Earl. It is possible, my lord, he said stiffly. I have instructed the woman, Marina, to make up certain drafts. If he worsens, I will, of course, return as speedily as possible. Otherwise, I shall come to see him again this evening. This evening? Signore Bessone frowned at the young English girl. He wondered at her relationship with the Earl, but supposed that he was allowing her license because of her condition. There is nothing more that medical knowledge can offer, Signorina. An offer of nothing can hardly be described as knowledge, Signore. The Earl saw the offended tightening of the doctor's lips and said smoothly, I know that you are doing all that is possible. My man, Scargill, also has experience with such fevers. I thank you, Signore, for your help. After the doctor had taken his leave, the Earl turned to Cassie to remonstrate with her, but the sight of her stricken face stilled his tongue. Please take me to Joseph's room now, my lord. Very well, Cassandra. He wrapped her in a heavy blanket and gently lifted her into his arms. Several hours later, when Joseph had finally fallen into a fitful sleep, the Earl carried Cassie back to their bedchamber. I do not wish you to exhaust yourself, little one. Now it is time for you to rest. He answered her unspoken question. I will stay with him. The Earl looked at the clock on the opposite wall from Joseph's bed. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and Cassandra was finally asleep. He stared down at Joseph, whose eyes were closed in a fitful sleep. His breathing was shallow and harsh, his cheeks sunken and flushed with fever. It struck the Earl for the first time that Joseph truly looked like an old man. His cheeks were sunken and feverishly flushed. His fierce, proud eyes were closed in his pain.
The Earl knew, even without Signore Bissone's opinion, that Joseph could not survive. He felt a tightness in his throat as he gazed down at Joseph's parchment skin. He took Joseph's limp hand into his and said softly to the sleeping man, I do not want to lose you, old friend. We have shared many years together. Do you remember the time when Mr. Donnetti, drunk as a wheelbarrow, overheard a Spanish captain bragging about his invincibility and the cowardice of the Genoese? And you, brave fool that you were, managed to save him from 5 Spanish sailors bent upon bashing his brains all over the tavern. The Earl was silent a moment, remembering how Mr. Donnetti, usually a silent, rigidly controlled man, had laughed and cursed all in the same breath when Joseph recounted trussing him up and dragging him back to the Cassandra, moored in the harbor of Cadiz. I remember. The Earl jerked his head up and looked into Joseph's shadowed eyes. He saw a spark of life and humor. A rasping laugh broke from Joseph's throat. Poor Francesco. He was so foxed he did not even realize the danger. For days after, he cursed me for a meddling ass. Francesco will be here tomorrow or the day after, Joseph. He is in Palermo. Joseph's fingers clutched about his hand. It is a pity that I will not see him again. You will remind him, will you not, that it was he who was the fool? I have a fancy that you will tell him yourself, my friend. A deep crackling cough sounded from Joseph's chest. He was so weak that he lay choking, unable to draw his breath. The Earl quickly raised him in his arms until the attack subsided. I do not want to lose you, Joseph. Cassandra is forever yelling at Signore Bissone about your great will. He buried his face in the old man's gray hair, unable to speak further. Joseph sighed, and the Earl eased him gently onto his back. It is the Madonna who has the great will, my lord. I have wanted for some time to let this rotting body find its final rest, but she will not allow it. I have tried to tell her that I am an old man, that I am content with what life has given me, but she scolds me and refuses to listen to me." A travesty of a smile parted his lips. "She loves you deeply, Joseph, as do I. She has never known the death of one who is close to her. Nay, do not tell me about her father. That one must have been a scoundrel, but of course she never said anything of the sort." The Earl saw that each word was a great effort for him. "You must rest now, Joseph. We will speak more after you have regained your strength." "There is no more strength, my lord. I beg you not to blind yourself to my fate." He fell silent for several moments. When he spoke again, the Earl saw determination shining through his dulled eyes. "I have tried to speak to her about what happened. You must heal her, my lord. She has a courageous spirit and pretends that her desire for revenge has erased her fear. But it is not true. I know. If Maria had had her spirit, perhaps my life would have spun itself out in a different way. Do not let her go, my lord. She does not as yet realize it, but her freedom lies with you, and of course within herself." The Earl nodded slowly. "Joseph," he began, and stopped, for his throat constricted. "I thank you for pleasuring the fair Zabetta. I would not have relished being a eunuch in Kar el-Din's harem. Addio, my lord." "No." The small word roared in the Earl's mind, but it emerged from his lips as a whisper. He looked numbly down at Joseph's hand, now lying limply in his own. Joseph's eyes were clear and sightless, free of pain. Very gently, the Earl closed Joseph's eyes. He sat for many minutes gazing at him, words he wished he had spoken lying heavy in his mind. Finally, he rose and pulled the cover over Joseph's face. "Goodbye, old friend," he said, and snuffed out the lone candle. He walked into the garden, a quarter moon lighting his way, and sat down on a marble bench. It was dawn when he stood again and stretched. He looked up at his bedchamber, its long windows bathed in the gray light of dawn, and drew a deep breath. "Cassandra." He shook her shoulder. Her eyes flew open, and she stared up at him in the dim morning light, as if afraid to speak, as if she knew why he was awakening her. "It is over, Kara. Come with me now and say your goodbyes." "When?" "About an hour ago. He died peacefully, Cassandra, his last words of you." He helped her to rise and to put on her dressing gown. He had expected tears, but her face was closed and set. He left her alone with Joseph. When she finally emerged from his room, there was no expression at all upon her face. "You will help me go to Joseph's funeral, will you not?" "Yes, Cassandra," he said, and carried her back to their bedchamber. Cassie pulled her black velvet cloak more closely about her, but the damp chill still seemed to penetrate to her very bones. She leaned heavily on the Earl's arm, for she felt wretchedly weak. We all look like black crows, she thought, staring about her. Even the priest. Mr. Donnetti and the entire crew of the Cassandra stood with heads bowed around Joseph's new grave. Cesare, present, she suspected, out of respect for his half-brother, for he had scarce known Joseph, shifted his weight first to one leg and then the other, some 3 feet from her. The Earl stood beside her, his eyes straight ahead. Signore Montalto was sniffing with a cold and looking miserable. There were other men she did not recognize. She listened to the droning words of the priest, but the Latin had no meaning to her. She felt stifled by the black veil over her face and pulled it back over her bonnet, unaware that in the eyes of the priest it was an act of disrespect. She had eaten little the past several days, and for a moment, as she gazed at the fresh earth piled atop Joseph's grave, the earth blurred and seemed to rise toward her. She gulped and took a step back. She felt the Earl's hand upon her arm and stared stonily ahead of her, wishing the pale-skinned priest would finish with his Latin. She had always thought that priests were ascetic men who had little liking for things of the flesh, yet this one was fat as a flawn. She shook her head, chiding herself for unkind thoughts. She should be thinking of Joseph, but somehow she simply could not relate the mound of earth covering the oak casket to the Joseph she had known. Finally, the priest closed the vellum Bible and intoned a prayer.
Cassie kept her eyes closed some moments after he had finished, and when she opened them, the black-garbed men were milling about, their voices soft. She was about to turn toward the Earl, who was speaking quietly to the priest, when suddenly she heard softly spoken words, words that burned into her mind. Pazza fragitara nigil inferno. May he rot in hell. She looked wildly about her, but she saw only solemn faces, some familiar and some unknown to her. She tugged frantically on the Earl's black sleeve, oblivious of the priest, who was regarding her with profound disapproval. "He's here," she said. "I heard him. He's here." Her weakness and shock combined, and she felt the ground unsteady beneath her. For the first time in her life, she fainted. The Earl caught her up in his arms and called to Mr. Donnetti. "Francesco, quickly!" "What has happened, my lord?" Tersely, the Earl told him Cassie's words. "Get your men together. Bring any man who is not known to them to the villa." But even as he gave the order, he knew it was hopeless. Many mourners had already left the graveyard. The shock was too much for her, Antonio? The Earl looked at Cesare, who was peering with concern into Cassie's pale face. Perhaps. She heard one of the men who abducted her. "If you will, Cesare, walk about and see if there is any man that looks suspicious to you. It would give me great pleasure to kill another one of the bastards on the day of Joseph's funeral." Cassie felt a swaying motion beneath her when she awoke and tried to pull her body upright. "Hold still, Cara."
The Earl's strong arms tightened about her. In the next moment, she was feeling inordinately foolish. "Oh, it is the carriage. Yes, we shall soon be back to the villa." His soothing tone gave way to an amused one. "I had no idea that you were the kind of woman who succumbs to the vapors. I am hungry, and it is unkind of you to tease me." The Earl hugged her against his chest and allowed himself to become serious. "What did the man say precisely, Cassandra?" She shuddered. "May he rot in hell." Almost the same words he said that night. I could not tell which of the men it was, and the words were so quietly spoken, with such pleasure. "Then it was the fifth man you heard." She nodded her head against his shoulder. "Francesco and his men are scouring the area, Cassandra. I will question whomever they bring to me. I think, even if you find him, he is too smart to give himself away. We will see." They were silent for a moment. "You know," she said finally, "I do not think that Joseph would have particularly cared for that priest. He was terribly filled with his own importance and so fat." The Earl's chest shook briefly with laughter. "Yes," he said soberly, "you are quite right." Chapter 20. Cassie peeled an orange and chewed thoughtfully on the succulent fruit. "It is odd, my lord," she said, "to be eating fresh fruit in autumn." "I know," the Earl said with a quick smile. "There are few fresh oranges in England in the fall." "My name is Anthony, you know," he added. "Yes, I know. It is just that you are more often a lord or lordship to me." "Am I so remote, then?" "It is not my intention to be." She smiled and shook her head at him. "No, you are not in the least remote." Indeed, she thought, in the past 3 weeks he had been unflaggingly kind and solicitous to her. He still teased her companionably and berated her if he thought she was overtaxing herself, but he asked nothing of her save her company. He made it easy for her to be content simply to be with him, to allow him to care for her and keep the outside world at bay. He seemed to sense her desire not to confront anything for the present, what had happened to her or the future, but merely to exist and to mend in the comfort he provided for her. The Earl sat back in his chair, chewing on a roasted chestnut, and looked at her. They had spent the afternoon aboard her sailboat, and the trout they had enjoyed for dinner were Cassie's catch. It had brought a mischievous smile to her lips that he had caught but one small trout, a fish unworthy of the great Earl's dinner, and she had teased him. Although she was still too thin, the outing had added color to her cheeks, and her eyes were sparkling at him more frequently, the haunted look they had worn slowly fading. Her nightmare had come to her but once in the last week, and although she had trembled violently in his arms, her fear had not held her long in its sway. He watched her savor a final slice of orange and sit back in her chair with a contented sigh. "If you will wipe your hands, Cassandra," he said, "I will let you try your skill against mine in another pastime besides fishing." She looked up, quirking an arched brow at him. She cleaned the sticky orange from her fingers as she spoke.
Another joust, my lord? Surely you have no desire to be brought low twice in one day. The lady grows cocky. We shall soon see if your luck is still with you. Luck? Huh! Come, my lord, what have you in mind? He tossed his napkin on the table. If you would join me upstairs, madam, you shall see. He helped her rise, careful of her still bruised ribs, and escorted her to their bedchamber. A small fire he had had prepared burned in the grate, casting wispy shadows on the white stucco walls. The Earl helped Cassie into a chair before the fire, and handed her a soft wool shawl, already warmed by the flames. You make me feel like an old invalid, decrepit and useless. At least you are a warm old invalid, he said lightly. Now, Cassandra, close your eyes and promise me that you'll not look. I promise, she said, a sparkle of excitement in her voice. He placed a long wooden box in her hands. Before she opened her eyes, she ran her fingers lightly over the intricate carving and gently caressed the cool marble inlay. He remembered her suddenly as a child, trembling with excitement as her small fingers trying to rip open a gift he had brought her, tiny bronze bells strung together on a gold chain. He had laughingly told her to enjoy her present before demolishing it. Oh! He grinned at the stunned look on her face. Cassie closed her fingers about an ivory knight and slowly drew it from its bed of purple velvet. "It is identical," she breathed. The cool feel of the ivory chess pieces brought a catch to her throat. "It is just like the chess set you gave me for my 14th birthday. Yes, the same craftsman made it for you. I wish to see if you ever managed to gain any skill in the game." "It is most kind of you, my lord," she said finally. "Anthony. Yes, Anthony." His fingers touched hers for an instant as he took the knight from her and set it upon the chessboard. "It has been a long time since I've had an opponent worthy of my attention. Let us see if you play chess as well as you catch trout." She gave him a slow, wide smile. "Prepare yourself, my lord, to be destroyed." She moved her white king's pawn forward 2 spaces, and he quickly moved the black pawn to face it. He glanced at her as the game progressed, pleased to see her lips pursed in concentration and her eyes bright with burgeoning strategies. He was pleasantly surprised at her skill. He toyed briefly with the idea of letting her beat him, and dismissed it. She would guess, and he imagined that such a victory would bring her no pleasure. "Beware, my black bishop, Cassandra." She frowned and saw that her queen, if not moved to safety, would be pinned to her king. She quickly interposed her queen's bishop and sat back with a satisfied smile. "And you, my lord, should beware my rook." Several minutes later, the Earl's fingers poised over his queen. He moved her slowly into position and raised his head. "Checkmate, my dear." "Drat," Cassie said, frowning at her defeated king. "I do not suppose I can claim you had the greater luck." "You can, but it would only serve to make me feel all the more superior." "Wretched man. Very well, I grant you this game." She looked at him from beneath her lashes. "I choose to believe that you have bested me only because you have had so many more years of practice. You do not consider it likely that I am simply the more intelligent?" The gleam of mischief in his dark eyes robbed his words of any insult, and she succumbed to a giggle. "Must you always have the last word, my lord? It is too bad of you." She drew up, her eyes drawn to his. His gaze was dark with tenderness, and she gulped. "Another game, my lord?" He obliged her. Cassie eyed the swaying palm trees with disgust. "It is autumn," she muttered darkly. "You are supposed to lose all those ridiculous leaves." The Earl stood quietly on the balcony of their bedchamber and watched Cassie walking about the gardens. She had returned but minutes before from the Parisy vineyards, her interest, he knew, not in the science of the grape, but rather in Leopoldo, his master winemaker, and his gaggle of children. Particularly Alvise, a naughty 3-year-old, whose pranks brought rosy color to her cheeks and a ready laugh to her lips. He silently blessed Leopoldo for being the sire of such a large family. The Earl walked back downstairs to his library. He kicked the dying embers in the fireplace with the toe of his boot and stared thoughtfully at the orange sparks that flew upward into the flue. A month had passed since Cassie's rape and Joseph's death. A month, and he was still no closer to finding Andrea and the 4th man. Without them, it was unlikely that he would ever discover who had paid them. Without them. At least Cassandra was physically healthy again.
Since he had not approached her sexually, he could only guess that the bruises were gone from her body. He had had to buy her more nightgowns, for she cringed at the thought of his seeing her naked. She had allowed him but once to touch her, some 10 days after her rape. Since she adamantly refused to allow Signore Bisone to examine her, it was the Earl who had removed her stitches. The day they were to be married was weeks past, and he had said nothing to her about it. He was content to wait. He sat at his desk and opened an account ledger. He concentrated for some minutes on the columns of numbers, then flipped the ledger closed with a grunt of disgust at his wayward attention, rose and walked to the gardens. He wanted to be with Cassandra, to see her laugh, perhaps. The Earl raised his body from the copper bathtub and shook himself, somewhat in the manner of a wet mongrel. He wrapped a towel about his waist and strolled into the bedchamber, only to draw up short at the sound of Rosina gasping at him. Rosina stood behind Cassie with a brush in her hand, her face a vivid shade of red. Cassie sat comfortably in front of her dressing table, consuming an orange. "You may go to bed now, Rosina," Cassie said in an amused voice. When he heard the bedchamber door close upon the maid, he walked forward to stand behind Cassie. She was covered in a thick blue velvet dressing gown. Beneath it, he knew, was a nightgown. "You know, Cara, I have been thinking. It is a marvelous process, my lord, and I am most pleased that you have finally been granted the privilege." He grinned, wrapped a thick tress of hair about his fingers, and pulled. She yelped and turned on him. "If you cannot use your wits, my lord, may I suggest—" She stopped in mid-sentence. The Earl looked at her quizzically and saw that she was staring at him pointedly in the mirror. His knot was working itself loose and the towel had pulled open. "You were speaking about wits, my lady?" Cassie lowered her eyes, aware of a surge of feeling that left her cheeks a rosy red. She wasn't certain whether or not she wanted to ignore his nakedness. "You were saying, my lord, that you had been thinking," she said finally, trying to disregard him as he eased his body into an immodest pose into a leather chair near her. "Well, actually, I have been waiting for you to tell me, Cara, that fall in Italy is simply not as it is in England. No clouds bloated with rain and no frigid winds." She hunched her shoulder at him, resolutely keeping her unruly eyes upon her fingernails. "I am convinced that you have the fires lit only out of English habit." "You are probably right," he said. In truth, he had wanted to ask her if she would enjoy a trip to Paris, perhaps in the spring, but all thought had fled upon her reaction to seeing him naked. He walked quickly to the great bed and climbed in between the covers, for his member was swelled with desire. The last thing he wanted was to frighten her. He watched her finish brushing her hair, wondering which she was thinking. At last she rose, shrugged off her dressing gown, and slipped into bed. A single candle sent its spiraling flame toward the ceiling, bathing them in a soft glow of light. He gazed at her for many moments before moving toward her. Her eyes were closed, and her golden hair spread out upon the pillow, framing her face. "There is no reason for the nightgown, Cassandra," he said finally, gently stroking her halo of hair. "I believe we have both grown quite tired of it." Cassie opened her eyes slowly and looked up at him, a mute question in her eyes. "I am not certain what you mean, my lord." He balanced himself on one elbow and let his fingers lightly trace the contours of her face. "Perhaps we can reach a compromise about your nightgown." "Compromise?" She felt the warmth of his breath on her face, and then the light touch of his mouth upon hers, undemanding. His fingers stroked her throat and then closed over the ribbons on her nightgown. She grasped his fingers, staying his hand. "Trust me not to hurt you, Cara." She stared up at him, her eyes almost black in the dim-lit room. Slowly she pulled away her hand from his, and he pulled apart the ribbons. Cassie sucked in her breath as he gently bared her breasts. She closed her eyes at the shiver of pleasure that coursed through her when his mouth closed over her. "Your compromise, my lord," she whispered. "How can I discuss it with you, Cara, if you will not look at me?" Her eyes flew open, wide with confusion, and he drew back his hand from her breast, afraid that he was moving too quickly with her. He forced lightness into his voice and tweaked the tip of her nose. "My compromise, dear one, is that we give your nightgown a place of honor at the foot of the bed." The thought of being held naked against him after so many weeks was delicious, and she nodded mutely.
She wanted him to enfold her with his strength and tenderness, to make her part of him. He laughingly folded her nightgown and hurled it across the room. She lay naked beside him and felt his hand again caressing her breast. "It has been such a long time, Kara." "I know." He grinned and moved his fingers slowly over her belly. His expressive dark eyes became clouded, and she knew what he must be thinking. Her belly would have been rounded by now if she had not lost the child. But she was flat, her body empty. She remembered the terrible pain of that night and shuddered involuntarily. He felt her tremble and stayed his hand. "Are you afraid, Cassandra?" "A little. When I remember the hurt, I cannot seem to help myself." "I know, I feel the same way. Even though it has been many weeks now, that night still comes to me, and I am terribly afraid." "You? Afraid?" She looked at him, surprised. "I have never thought of you being afraid of anything." "I would be a fool were I not." "Is that what you think of me, madam?" "Oh, no, 'tis just then when I think I know you, you say something that I do not expect." He smiled at her and felt the tension pass from her body. He let his fingers lightly caress her belly again and rained gentle kisses on her nose, her chin, and her mouth. He pulled her tightly against him, savoring the feel of her. "I have missed you much, Kara." "And I you, my lord." She slipped her arms about his back and pressed her cheek into the hollow of his throat. She felt him pressing against her belly and closed her hand around him. When he could bear her touch no longer, he eased her on her back and grasped her buttocks urgently in his large hands. The dim candlelight blurred his features, and his heavy, fast breathing sounded in her ears. She stared up at his large body poised over her, and felt his sex pushing against her. He felt her tense and looked up at her face. But it was not the Earl who looked at her, it was Andrea. She struggled furiously against him, pounding her fists at his face and chest, scarce aware that she was screaming mindlessly. When she was free of his touch, when she felt nothing holding her, she was frenzied with freedom and hurled herself from the bed. "Cassandra!" She drew up, panting at the sound of her name, her body tensed for flight, confused and uncertain. She saw a man coming toward her, but he stopped. Vacantly she realized that he was holding out his hand to her. "It is all right, Kara," came a quiet, familiar voice. "There is nothing for you to fear. Stay away." The Earl could feel her terror. "Would you care for a glass of wine, Cassandra?" "Wine?" She looked at him wildly, but he turned and walked away from her. He gazed at her from the corner of his eye as he uncorked the decanter and poured rich burgundy into a glass. She was standing perfectly still where he had left her, her hair streaming over her shoulders, her body outlined against the dark shadows. He walked over to her, forcing nonchalance into his movements, and held out the glass. "Your wine, Cassandra." "Thank you." If he had not been so concerned for her, he would have smiled. Even in her fear, she was every inch the English lady. She sipped at the wine and silently handed the glass back to him. He took several slow steps and set it upon a table. "Are you not cold, Kara?" Cassie's wits had returned to her, and she was appalled at what she had done. She held out her hand, then dropped it back to her side. "I am so sorry, Anthony. It was just that suddenly you were no longer you. You were—" She choked, unable to say his name. "Andrea?" She nodded dumbly. "It makes no matter," he said. "Come back to bed, Cassandra." He watched her retrieve her nightgown and slip it over her head. Her hands were shaking as they tied the ribbons about her throat. When they lay in bed, Cassie rigidly on her own side, he said calmly, "You must tell me what this Andrea was like." He felt her shudder. "It might help if you could bring yourself to talk about him, Kara." "I cannot." She closed her eyes tightly against the onslaught of memories. "Please forgive me, Anthony." "There is nothing to forgive, Kara." He held out his arms to her. He felt her uncertainty, the remnants of her fear. He said easily, hoping to occupy her mind, "I did not tell you, but some weeks ago I hired what you might call an agent, a man named Daniele Barbaro, to help me find Andrea and the other man. We must catch them to discover the man who hired them. Daniele has now extended his search to Pisa." He felt Cassie stiffen against him and wondered if he should not have simply kept his mouth shut. He was taken aback when she said in a flat, emotionless voice, "I would assist you, my lord, to find the other man and Andrea." He was silent for some minutes. Her words troubled him, yet he knew that she was at last willing to face what had happened to her. He said finally, "Yes, you can help us." "Thank you, my lord," she said. He lay awake staring up into the darkness for some time after he was certain Cassie was asleep. Chapter 21. But Cassie did not accompany the Earl when he rode to Genoa to meet with Daniele Barbaro. He left her sniffling with a cold, propped up in bed, a wadded handkerchief in one hand and a book in the other. "Just do not bring back Signor Bisane," she called after him, "else I swear I'll sneeze all over him." He met Daniele Barbaro in a small coffee house in the Piazza de Ferrari, a quarter that was a maze of narrow lanes and steps and tall, crowded houses, whose every window ledge overflowed with blossoming mimosa flowers and carnations. "What news, Daniele?" he asked, regarding the younger man's heavily hooded eyes. As always, he was pleased with Daniele's appearance. Dressed in sober black, his narrow shoulders slightly hunched, he could easily pass for a Genoese man of business. "I received word but yesterday from a friend, Ludovico Rialto. He believes that Andrea is playing off his vicious tricks in Corgorno." Corgorno was no more than 2 days' ride from Genoa. It would appear that the brute is something of a fool. "When you find him, Daniele, send me word. Remember, you are not to kill him." "Have you need of more men?" "No, my lord." The Earl ordered them wine from a hovering waiter and waited until the man was out of earshot. "Before you take him, remember that he must have the same tattoo as his comrades, a serpent twined about a sword. I have discovered from Teodoro Cosi, my man of business in Rome, that the tattoo was particular to a group of hired assassins who were active there some 10 years ago. He tells me that he may be able to learn what became of them. If it turns out that the man in Corgorno is not Andrea, it is possible that we will be able to find him through Cosi's efforts." Daniele stroked his thick mustache, wiping off droplets of wine. "It is something," he said in his measured way. "I will keep you informed, my lord, in either case." The Earl had retraced his steps through the maze of narrow streets and was on the point of paying a boy for holding Cicero when a provocative woman's voice stopped him. "Antonio, how delightful to see you!" He turned to see Giovanna, dressed in apricot velvet, gazing up at him, her dark eyes wonderfully wide, her soft lips parted in a beguiling smile. A maid stood near her, her arms weighed down with packages. "Contessa," he bowed to her. She offered him her hand, and he raised it to his lips and lightly kissed her fingers. Giovanna laughed softly, and with a quick nod of her head, dismissed her maid. "I find myself quite fatigued, Antonio. Would you please escort me home?" The Earl looked after the retreating maid, his mouth tightening. He could hardly leave Giovanna unattended. "Very well," he said shortly, and proffered his arm. "Signor Montalto tells me that you come to Genoa often, Antonio." "Yes. I trust my business associate as well." "He's an old man. Can an old man ever be well?" She shrugged and smiled up at him. "But what of you, Antonio? It has been months since I've seen you." "As you've already been informed, Giovanna, I am often in Genoa. When I am not, I am at the Villa Perez." She would have liked to question him further, but decided to bide her time until they reached her house. She stroked her fingers lightly on his sleeve and walked silently beside him. "Would you care for a glass of wine?" she asked him, the moment they stepped into the entrance hall. "No, I thank you not, Giovanna." He bowed to her abruptly and turned to leave. She stepped in his path, clutched her arms about him, and buried her heel and strode to the door. "How can you go back to that little slut? When you take her, Antonio, do you ask her how it was she shared her favors with common bravi? Leash your venom, Giovanna, else I might be tempted to forget that I do not strike women." He heard her panting behind him as he opened the door and let himself out. "Damn you, my Lord Earl, you will pay for this." The Earl raised himself on his elbow and kissed Cassie lightly on her lips. Her eyes flew open, and she stared up at him, her mind still blurred with sleep. "Merry Christmas, Cara," he said. She yawned and smiled up at him. "Merry Christmas to you, my lord." Her eyes darkened for an instant at the thought of Christmas in England, and she turned her head away. She did not wish to discomfort him, not today. She thought of their chess game the night before and smiled. She had finally achieved a draw and had teased him mercilessly the entire evening. "Oh dear," she said suddenly, and threw back the bed covers. She quickly averted her face, for he was naked. "Oh dear what?" he asked, rolling onto his back and pillowing his head on his arms. "I cannot tell you, my Lord Anthony. It is Christmas, you know." There was a distinct twinkle in her eyes as she whisked herself out of the bedchamber into the dressing room. The morning passed swiftly. Cassie stood beside the Earl as he dispensed gifts of money to his servants and colorfully wrapped packages to their children. After a light lunch, they rode in a closed carriage to Genoa to attend Christmas Mass at the Church of the Annunciation in the Piazza dell'Annunziata. Cassie had never before attended a Catholic Mass, and she found herself awed by the rich solemnness of the service. It did not matter that she did not understand the deep chanting voices, intoning scriptures in Latin. She copied the Earl's movements, kneeling when he did, and mouthing the Latin responses he chanted.
She thought it odd that everyone was dressed in severe black, particularly on such a joyous day as Christmas. During the priest's sermon, she gazed about the ancient stone church, lit with hundreds of candles that cast eerie shadows on the life-size statues of saints that lined the walls. She was reminded of an English Christmas service only when she saw the creche, the manger surrounded with mounds of hay, with painted statues of Joseph and Mary leaning over the tiny Christ child. She felt as displaced as the figure seemed to her and felt a wrenching tug of loneliness. "I cannot continue in this way," she thought. "I am locked away from myself, from what I know and must want." The Earl's hand closed over hers in that instant. When the priest chanted the final prayer, she turned her hand in his and clasped his fingers to her palm. She was thoughtful on their carriage ride back to the villa. "What did you think of the Genoese Christmas Mass, Cassandra?" "It was beautiful," she said, breaking herself away from thoughts that did not seem to lead her anywhere. "I only wish that I could have understood what they said. But you know, it was so very different from—" She broke off, grinning self-consciously. He patted her gloved hand. "One could tell that we are much together. I am able to finish your sentences for you." As Cassie removed her heavy black-veiled hat, the Earl called to her from the drawing room. "Come have a glass of mulled wine with me, Cassandra." But it was not a glass of wine he handed to her, but a large box wrapped in a bright red velvet ribbon. For a moment she stood tongue-tied, staring at him and at the box. "Merry Christmas, Cassandra." She took the box from him and laid it atop an ivory inlaid table. She felt a tug of excitement, for she dearly loved presents. She carefully parted the layers of silver tissue paper and lifted out the most exquisite gown she had ever seen. It was dark blue silk, of such a texture that it seemed to ripple like gossamer through her fingers. The stomacher was woven with gold thread, as were the full sleeves that flared out from the elbows. The skirt was yard upon yard of billowing rich silk. She hugged the gown against her breast a moment, unable to meet the Earl's eyes. "It is incredibly beautiful," she said finally, shyly gazing up at him. "It is Venetian silk. Mr. Donnetti brought it back on his last trip. May I try it on, my lord, now?" "Certainly. I will await you here." When she reappeared some 30 minutes later, he stared at her, his breath suspended. The dark blue matched the color of her eyes, the golden threads, her hair. She danced lightly toward him, paused, and performed a pirouette. As a final step, she curtsied deeply before him. The neckline plunged low in the French style, and her white breasts blossomed above it in rounded splendor. "It suits you," he said. "Do you really believe so?" "Most assuredly I do, Cara." He was taken aback when she suddenly stepped toward him, rose on her tiptoes, and kissed him lightly on the mouth. "I suppose it does feel more like Christmas now," she said, and backed away from him quickly in embarrassment. "Elliot was forever giving me the most unromantic and practical kind new fishing poles, the most scientifically proven baiting hooks and the like." The light momentarily left her face, and he knew her thoughts were upon her family,
Edward Lyndhurst, and undoubtedly the giant fir tree set up in the drawing room of Hempel Hall every Christmas. He felt a knot of frustration, but managed to force lightness into his voice. "Would you like to join me now for dinner?" Cesar was unable to come, as he was already promised elsewhere. "I would be delighted to, Anthony, but not just yet." He looked at her, a black brow raised in inquiry. Tentatively, she pulled a small box from a pocket in her skirt and shyly thrust it forward. "Merry Christmas, my lord." He felt the pleasure of surprise as he carefully unwrapped the square box. He opened it slowly and stared a long moment at a gold ring. Carved in black jade in a circular setting was a small chess piece, a king. "I hope you like it," she said uncertainly, as he was silent over long. "I shall treasure it, Cassandra," he said quietly, and slipped it upon his third finger. She laughed nervously. "Since you beat me so regularly in chess, I thought your skill should be recognized. I designed it, and Scargill commissioned a goldsmith in Genoa." "You are very talented, Cara," he said. She looked up at him and did not stiffen when he gently pulled her into his arms and touched his mouth to hers. As the Earl walked alone in the gardens, he admitted to himself that he was starting to plan Cassandra's return to his bed as carefully as he had planned her abduction from England. His body ached for her, and he could not help himself. He frowned, his thoughts momentarily at an impasse. He resisted the urge to simply inform Cassandra that enough time had passed, that she was now going to wed him and be done with it. She had come to trust him over the past months, and he knew that she needed the undemanding companionship he had offered her. But he knew, too, that their relationship could not continue in the gentle limbo he had created for her. During the past several weeks, he had found being in her company increasingly a trial to him, as his need for her grew harder to keep in bounds. He looked up to see Lipolo, his master winemaker, approaching him. He forced a smile to his lips. "All goes well with you, Lipolo?" "See, my lord. Marina said that I might find you here. Forgive me, my lord, but I wanted to tell you that the grapevines you had shipped from France have arrived safely." "Excellent, Lipolo." Although he did not care at the moment if the wretched grapes became wine or vinegar, he forced himself to comment appropriately on Lipolo's plans. "Wine? What, my lord?" Lipolo asked, eyeing his master uncertainly. The Earl grinned widely and thwacked Lipolo on his stooped shoulder. "Forgive me, Lipolo, but I must leave you now." He turned and walked briskly away, leaving his winemaster staring after him. The Earl found Cassie seated in front of her dressing table, already gowned formally for dinner, brushing out her hair. "Why do we not have our dinner here, Cassandra, on the balcony?" She cocked her head at him and smiled. "If you like, my lord. Cesar has decided not to join us this evening?" The Earl omitted mention of the note he had hurriedly scrawled to his half-brother, postponing his visit. "He had to make other plans unexpectedly, I understand." Cassie lowered her hairbrush. "In that case, since we are not entertaining, I shall not bother myself with hairpins." After Marina served their dinner, the Earl nodded his dismissal and turned his attention to Cassie. He kept his conversation light and her glass filled with light, fruity wine from the Pyrenees vineyards. "Is not the full moon breathtaking, Cassandra?" "Indeed it is, my lord," she said, tilting her head upward. The night was clear, and myriad clusters of stars shined brightly in the black sky. "It reminds me of some of the evenings aboard the Cassandra." She gave him a censoring look. "The dinners are better here, I think," she said. "I thought Arturo had a fine way with octopus," he said blandly, as he filled her glass once again. "Octopus?" She gulped and looked suspiciously at the scallops on her plate. "You are a wretched tease, my lord," she said, pursing her lips at him. "Drink your wine, Cassandra. It will take the taste from your mouth." When Marina returned to clear the dishes from the table, Cassie was seated beside the Earl on the settee, her cheeks flushed and her eyes bright. She was saying, laughter lurking in her voice, "Really, my lord, your reading of Shakespeare's sonnets leaves much to be desired. You must be more dramatic in your rendering." "Be patient, madam. One must accustom myself to the poet's high-flown phrases." "More wine?" She giggled and thrust out her empty glass.
"I discover that I am liking your Perez wine more with each glass." He allowed her one more glass before he laid down the red leather-tooled volume and turned to her. She saw a look in his dark eyes, one they had not held in a long time. When he lightly touched his fingers to her cheek, she realized vaguely that it was desire she saw. "I think, my lord," she said slowly, "that you are trying to make me drunk. But you are already in your cups, Cassandra." He took the glass from her fingers and gazed at her ruefully. "Actually, Kara, it was my intent to make you only sufficiently drunk so that I could seduce you." She stared at him, her expression blank. "You want to make love to me?" "Of course. Was not my selection of Shakespeare's most moving sonnets enough of a clue to you?" She looked away from him and whispered vaguely, the wine slurring her words. "It has been so long, and I am afraid." "Afraid of me?" She shook her head slowly. "More afraid of myself, I think, and what I would feel toward you if we began to make love again." "Yes. What you want and what you feel toward me is not something to fear, Kara. You do not still fear that you will see me again as Andrea, do you?" "I do not believe so. But I am afraid that I will feel nothing save disgust for myself." "You did not tell me this before, Cassandra." She shrugged helplessly and gave him a crooked smile. "I was not drunk before." He pulled her gently into his arms and held her. He felt her head loll against his shoulder and cupped her chin in his hand, lifting her face to his. She closed her fingers over his and, to his delight, pressed her mouth against his. He unfastened the row of tiny buttons over her bodice and lightly brushed his palm over her breasts. She stiffened at his touch. "Look at your breasts, Kara." Unwittingly, she lowered her head and stared dumbly at herself. Her breasts ached and felt swollen, as if he had been fondling them. His voice continued caressing and soft, yet he remained motionless, his eyes holding hers. Her fingers clutched convulsively at her bodice, gathering it beneath her breasts. "You want me, Cassandra. It is time you admit that to yourself." "I don't know what I want anymore," she said, and pressed her cheek against his chest. He cupped her chin again and looked into her eyes, wide with uncertainty. "I will show you, Kara." He kissed her deeply, savoring the warmth of her mouth. He kept kissing her as he pulled her to her feet, leaving her only to ease her from her gown and undergarments. She was staring up at him, her eyes wide and questioning, but her body arched against him, as if with a will of its own. He molded her against him and breathed in the sweet fragrance of her hair. He released her a moment, silently cursing the time it took him to strip off his own clothing. When he stood naked before her, it was she who held out her arms to him, her body taut from the ache within her and the thought of how he would, soon, bring her to unbearable pleasure. His hand moved downward over her belly until his fingers found her. "You are exquisite, Cassandra. So are you." He leaned his dark head down and let his mouth caress her breast. "I want you." He clasped his hands beneath her hips and lifted her. "Wrap your legs about me." She grasped his neck to steady herself and obeyed him, though she did not really understand what he was about. He lifted her easily, and she felt his fingers gently stroking her, and then parting her. He thrust upward, and she buried her face in the hollow of his throat, whimpering at the agony of sensation he was creating in her. His hands molded her hips tight against him as he thrust into her. She tightened her legs about his lean sides to heighten her pleasure and sought out his mouth. But the difference in their sizes frustrated her, and without thinking, she reared back against his arms, upsetting his balance. He fell onto the bed with a roar of laughter, and she sprawled atop him. "So my lady wishes to be more conventional, does she?" He pulled her upright until she was straddling him, her hips upon his chest. He caressed and kissed her until she was on the edge of her climax before he lifted her hips and eased her down upon him. He could not contain his own moans when he felt the rippling convulsions grip her body, and he dug his fingers into her hips and pressed her downward, hard against him. He was deep inside her, but the pain she felt was consumed by the waves of frenzied pleasure that ripped through her. "Oh my," she whispered at last, and sprawled her length on top of him. He laughed softly and squeezed her tightly against him. Chapter 22. Cassie laughed and punched lightly at the Earl's chest as he lifted her from the copper bathtub.
He heard a tentative knock on the dressing room door and quickly drew a large towel around her. "A moment, love," he said, shrugging into his dressing gown. To Scargill, who was pacing restlessly to and fro in the bedchamber, he was less loving. "I trust you have an excellent reason for this interruption," he said curtly, closing the door behind him. "It's Danielle, my lord. He believes he has found that animal, Andrea." "Where?" "In Riva Trigoso. Danielle sent one of his men to fetch you." "Damn, it is 2 days hard riding," the Earl said, rubbing his jaw. "Why does Danielle not simply bring him here? His man says that Andrea is no longer alone, and it will take some of your men to bring him back." Scargill saw his master gaze with a furrowed brow toward the dressing room and drew himself up. "I will go, my lord, and bring that swine back myself." "No, Scargill, it is my responsibility as well as my pleasure. How many men does Danielle feel we need?" "If you go, my lord, not more than 3 others." The Earl cursed fluently under his breath. Mr. Donatelli and the Cassandra would not return from Alexandria for several days. As much as he did not wish to, he would have to take 3 of the men from the Villa Perez. "You, Rapallo, and Girolamo will remain here, Scargill, and stay with Cassandra. We cannot afford to take any chances with her safety." He looked away toward the dressing room. "Have the men ready to leave within the hour." Cassie became very quiet when the Earl told her what had happened. "I shall return, hopefully, with Andrea in 5 days, Cassandra, no more, I promise you." "I will go with you, my lord." He answered her brusquely, "No, I will not have you placed in such danger." "Is it not my right?" "If you wish it, you will come face to face with Andrea, but while he is free, I cannot allow myself to be distracted, and that is what would happen if you were with me. No, Cassandra, do not argue with me further." She wanted to tell him that she wished to be with him only because she feared for his safety, but she realized he was quite capable of taking care of himself. "You will be careful, my lord," she said. "You may be certain of it, Cassandra." She watched him silently, Scargill beside her on the front steps as he wheeled Cicero about to join the other men. She closed her eyes and listened to the pounding hoofbeats until they were lost from her hearing. "Nay, Madonna," Scargill said, "do not worry yourself. He will return safely with that animal in tow if Danielle has indeed found him." She nodded, feeling at once dejected and abstracted, and walked back into the villa. She did not tell Scargill that all of her concern was not for the Earl. She had spent the past several days in a pleasant haze, content to bask in their rediscovered passion, becoming once again at one with her own body and with his. They had not spoken of the future, as if by tacit agreement. She wondered what she would have said had he asked her to wed him when she lay in his arms, her body drugged with desire, her mind quieted by her need for him. She wandered silently through the villa, knowing that she must come to terms with herself. She thought about the future, of the days and nights that would inevitably flow from the present, and cursed herself for her weakness.
Her anger at herself turned quickly to sadness, not only because he had left, but because his absence would force her to look within herself. Though the sun was bright as it neared its zenith, a light breeze from the Mediterranean stirred the balmy air and made the ride to Genoa quite pleasant. Cassie rode her mare, flanked by Scargill and Girolamo, both heavily armed. They had set out before noon to enjoy a luncheon, Scargill told her, under the tall, gaunt facade of the Palazzo Ducale of Genoa's main square. It was Scargill's idea, one he hoped would cheer the Madonna. She had never visited the Palazzo Ducale or the Sala del Gran Consiglio. Perhaps, just perhaps, he had decided, an optimistic smile lighting his eyes, she would enjoy wandering through the magnificent buildings. They left their horses in the care of a youth whom Scargill knew and climbed through the uphill maze of narrow streets to the Via San Lorenzo. The sights, smells, and noise of the city always seemed to fascinate Cassie, and today was no exception. In Genoa, though, Cassie soon told Scargill between heaving breaths, one never seemed to be able to simply walk. Scargill, whose own forehead was glistening with sweat, heartily agreed, and suggested they stop at a small sidewalk cafe. After downing a cool glass of lemonade, Scargill left Cassie with Girolamo and took himself off to the Palazzo Ducale, where he hoped to gain them entrance. Girolamo, a short, wiry man of middle years, sat tugging on his left earlobe as his rheumy eyes studied every man within 20 feet of them. His gaze fell only briefly on the ladies, and only on those of tender years with wide smiles and sparkling dark eyes. He had sworn to the Earl that the Madonna would always be safe in his company, and he had no intention of violating that trust. Cassie gave her attention to the soberly dressed gentlemen and ladies who walked past their table, many of their faces moist from exertion. Light women's chatter floated across the narrow lane above her head from the crowded balconies of opposing houses. "Buongiorno, signorina," came a soft, melodious voice. Cassie slewed her head about to see the Contessa Giusti standing above her. She remembered every venomous word that lady had spoken to her that long-ago evening at the Villa Perez, but forced herself to nod coolly. "It is fine weather, is it not, signorina?" Giovanna continued, undaunted. She felt a flush of excitement that the English girl was here at last, in Genoa, and not tucked away out of her reach at the Villa Perez. "Il tempo è cattivissimo," Cassie agreed. She watched the Contessa's slender fingers lightly touch the exquisite lace that fell in gathered layers from her plunging bodice. Giovanna airily dismissed her maid and gazed toward the frowning Girolamo. "Surely, signorina, you do not need this ferocious man to guard you from me." Girolamo opened his mouth to protest, knowing well that no good could come from the Madonna talking with the Earl's former mistress, but Cassie stopped him. Short of being blatantly rude, she saw no way of turning away the Contessa. "Girolamo," she said, forcing lightness to her voice, "I fear that the lemonade is not quite to your liking. Across the street is a cafe that I believe might sell something a bit more invigorating." "Si, Madonna," Girolamo said reluctantly. He searched the street for Scargill, and with one last harassed look at the smiling Contessa, took himself off. "Madonna," Giovanna mused aloud as she sat herself gracefully in the seat vacated by Girolamo. "How terribly quaint. Did you choose the name yourself, signorina?" "No," Cassie said shortly. "You are not often in Genoa, signorina." "I find that there is a lot to occupy me at the Villa Perez." "Ah, but the Earl, I believe, now spends much of his time in Genoa, dealing with business affairs and other matters. It appears that the Villa Perez does not hold the attractions for him that it used to." Cassie's fingers tightened about the slender glass at the Contessa's words. She raised wary eyes to Giovanna's perfect oval face, but said nothing. "His lordship gives you no explanation for his many absences?" "I believe, signora, that you can speak more plainly." "It is said, signorina, that the only ones to stir during siesta are mad dogs and Englishmen. Now I discover that the English also take little delight in the art of conversation, that they are, lamentably, overly blunt. Perhaps you will allow me to add, signora, that the English find no delight in petty veiled insults. If that is your Italian notion of conversational art, then I must bow to your superb abilities." Giovanna's eyes darkened dangerously. "How dare you, you little slut?" Cassie forced herself to smile. "There, you see, my dear Contessa, you are already learning English honesty. Slut, though, is hardly a suitable epithet, I dare say. Mayhap you are thinking of your own propensities? At least, signorina, I was honorably married, whereas—" Giovanna let her voice trail off. "Whereas what?" Though her stomach was beginning to churn, Cassie's voice was even. She made to rise, realizing that there was no reason in the world for her to remain to be insulted further. Giovanna fanned her slender hands before her and allowed a wide smile to reveal her teeth. "Are you so afraid to learn the truth, signorina, that you must run and hide yourself?" "Very well, signora." Cassie eased herself back into her chair. "If you know of a truth, I will gladly hear it." Giovanna's voice was clear and taunting. "You will never be the Countess of Clare, you little English nobody. The Earl is a discerning man, and he has come to his senses. It is I who will have that honor. I have shared his bed for some months now, and soon I will share his name. He feels only pity for you now, my girl, pity and frustration because he cannot easily rid himself of you." But Cassie had stopped listening. "He makes love to you?
But of course, I asked you before, just where do you think he spends his afternoons? I don't believe you. You are wicked, unprincipled. Shall I describe the scar on his left shoulder? Although he has not as yet told me how he got it, it is quite recent." Giovanna smiled, delighted with herself. Cassie felt suddenly numb. She jumped to her feet, tipping the table and sending her glass flying into Giovanna's lap. She picked up her skirts and fled downhill, back through the twisting maze of streets and alleyways. From across the street, Girolamo slammed his mug of beer down on the tabletop, shot the Contessa a venomous glance, and rushed after Cassie, Giovanna's high, tinkling laughter in his ears. He caught Cassie near the Palazzo Bianco, where the young boy held their horses. "Madonna, you mustn't listen to that woman's spite." Cassie raised a white face. Was Girolamo angry because he knew the Earl's visits to Genoa were to Giovanna? She felt uncertainty, then empty rage. She thrust out her hand. "I trust, Girolamo, that you have some money to pay the boy. But Scargill, the money, if you please. I have no wish to remain in Genoa. Do you or do you not wish to return to the villa with me?" Girolamo growled deep in his throat, gave the boy a few scudi, and tossed Cassie into her saddle. Scargill's step was jaunty when he returned to the Via San Lorenzo. The smile on his face faded abruptly when he drew to a halt and realized that Cassie and Girolamo were nowhere to be seen. "Oh, my God," he said aloud, his face turning suddenly ashen. He forced himself to calm. It could not be possible that the Madonna could have come to any harm in the main square of the city. He quickly drew aside the owner of the cafe and questioned him. Nothing untoward had happened. For some reason, then, the Madonna had not wished to remain. Girolamo would of course have accompanied her back to the villa. He raced back down the narrow streets. The boy stood by Scargill's horse, a slight frown on his face.
It seemed, the lad told him, that the girl and the man had seemed to be for a moment at odds, but then they had mounted their horses and ridden toward the western gate of the city. During his ride back to the villa, Scargill found that as his fear for her safety diminished, his anger grew in equal proportion. When he saw Cassie's mare nibbling lazily upon the thick grass that bordered the graveled drive, the remaining grain of fear disappeared, and his hands tightened angrily upon his horse's reins. He found Cassie in the Earl's bedchamber, standing by the open balcony, quite safe. "Madonna, why ever did ye leave like that without telling me?" Cassie turned slowly to face him. Her face was white with strain. "Why, Madonna?" "Because I no longer had any wish to remain. You see, the Contessa Giusti was kind enough to speak to me, Scargill. She told me that she has been the Earl's lover for several months now. She told me that all he feels for me now is pity." Scargill stared at her, mouth agape. Cassie whirled suddenly about and struck her fisted hand against the glass door. "How could he do such a thing? How could he serve me such a turn?" Scargill's moment of stunned surprise was over. He stared at her, realizing that she was in a jealous rage, and smiled. If she did not care for the Earl, she would now be demanding that he send her back to England. "Ye must listen to me now, Madonna. The Contessa lied to ye, probably out of jealous spite. His lordship would never return to her bed, or any other ladies for that matter. It's only ye he cares about. You're but trying to protect him." Her voice faltered, for she had never known Scargill to lie. Perhaps, she thought, Scargill simply did not know. It was as if he guessed her thoughts. "Nay, Madonna, I have no need to protect him. He is an honorable man, not a loose philanderer. Think, Madonna, can ye really believe him guilty of such an act?" Cassie ran a distracted hand through her hair. "Oh, I don't know. But he has been gone, hours at a time, to Genoa. Of course. He spent much time with Danielle, as he has told ye. Lord, Madonna, I thought ye had come to know his lordship better than that." Cassie drew a shuddering breath. She wanted to believe him. Slowly, she nodded. "Very well, Scargill. I suppose that I have been hasty and possibly unfair." "More than possibly," Scargill said, his eyes never wavering from her face. "Oh, all right. You have dressed me down quite enough.
I will consider all that you have said." When Scargill left her, Cassie wandered out onto the balcony and gazed toward Genoa. It came as something of a shock to her to realize that she had been with him for nearly 8 months now. She frowned and caught her breath. 10 months ago, she and Edward had been making plans for their life together. Try as she might, she could not seem to picture Edward's face clearly in her mind. She looked down over the lush gardens, so very different from the gardens in England. Sounds of laughter and lilting Italian came to her ears, and it took her a moment to realize that it was not English she was hearing. "It is I who have changed," she said softly to herself, and she knew a moment of panic. "I have changed exactly as he said I would. Edward." Saying his name aloud brought nothing save vague memories that seemed to belong to another Cassie, a Cassie who was no longer she. She wandered downstairs, stopping a moment to breathe in the sweet fragrance of a full vase of roses. Savoring the smell of them awakened her senses, and she knew that, even now, she ached for him. She pounded her fist savagely against the closed library door. "It is lust you feel," she thundered to herself. "How could you feel more toward a man who has done what he has to you?" She turned abstractedly at the sound of Marina's voice. It was Signore Montalto, come to see the Earl. "Ah, 'tis a pity," he said after Cassie had informed him of the Earl's absence. She gazed at him, clearly distracted, her thoughts elsewhere. He mumbled something about papers, and Cassie, in an effort to get him what he wanted and thus have him gone from the villa, motioned him to follow her to the Earl's library. Together, they sorted through the ribbon-tied stacks of documents until Signore Montalto waved the paper he was searching for with a grunt of triumph. "I have it, Signorina. Please inform the Earl that I shall return to discuss this matter with him." But Cassie hadn't heard him. Toward the back of the drawer lay a neat stack of letters. Letters that all carried the Earl's name and direction. Letters all written in the same spidery handwriting. "Signorina?" Cassie raised bewildered eyes to Signore Montalto's face. "I have found the papers." "Si, signore," she said, forcing a smile. She wanted to scream at him to leave her alone, but instead she schooled herself to escort him from the room and bid him a hurried goodbye. Cassie quietly closed the library door and returned to the Earl's large mahogany desk. She picked up the letters, 4 of them in all. "It cannot be true," she said to the empty room. The spidery handwriting was as familiar to her as was her own messy scrawl. How many times Becky Petersham had chided her, had tried to train her fingers to form more economical, graceful letters. With shaking hands, she pulled out a single page, dated not a month before. She read of Elliot and his growing regard for Eliza Penworthy, an attachment that Becky believed would lead to marriage after Elliot's year of mourning. For an instant she did not understand, until she realized that it was her death that Elliot was mourning. She read hungrily for news of Edward, but found no mention of him until she opened the first letter, written some 7 months before. "The Viscount's grief," she read, "has given me many sleepless nights, though I know that we did only what was necessary. It is my understanding that he has already resumed his military career and is on his way at this very moment to join General Howe's staff in New York. I trust that he will come to no harm amid the rabble fighting against England. In any case, it is for the best. He was never meant to have my Cassandra." Cassie scarcely comprehended the rest of the letter, filled with solicitous questions about her and her adjustment to her new life. Her eyes locked upon Becky's terse closing. "You will not forget your promise, Anthony. Once Cassie is your wife, you will return her to England. Your loving cousin, B. Petersham." The letter floated unnoticed from her fingers to the floor. So many questions now had answers. Becky's blatant disapproval of Edward. And Becky's family, something of a mystery to Cassie and Elliot. The letters she received, foreign letters from someone whose name she had never mentioned. And Becky had even encouraged her to take her sailboat out one last time, the day before Cassie's wedding. She had known of the Earl's intention, and between them they had plotted her abduction. Cassie forced her feet to move to a sofa on the far side of the library. She sank down into the soft velvet cushions and buried her face in her hands. Becky, the Earl's cousin, came to live with her when she was but 5 years old. Becky, whom she had loved like a mother, the Earl's agent. Cassie suddenly remembered something that had puzzled her, but so trivial that she had not thought of it again. When they were aboard the Cassandra, it had come as no surprise to him that she spoke Italian. She shivered. Had he even directed her education through Becky Petersham? What else that was part of her? Which of her likes and dislikes had he molded to his pleasure? She looked out toward the blooming magnolia trees, the potted oleanders. Had he nurtured her as would a gardener, raised her in the image that he himself had created for her? She felt silent tears sting her eyes. Her mother had died birthing her, and he had wanted another Lady Constance. He had chosen her to take her mother's place.
She felt crushed with betrayal, made all the worse by her realization that he had succeeded in molding her according to his wishes. She had come to love him. She began to tremble with self-loathing. He had done just as he pleased, and she, without causing him too much concern, had responded to him. Had she not lost the child, she would at this moment be his wife, and likely quite content with her fate. "I will not love you." She thought of the Contessa and her claim that the Earl was her lover. She knew that she did not believe Giovanna, but somehow it no longer mattered. She had changed, she knew it now, but at the same time the Earl had not. He still would not let her go. He would still give her no choices. She rushed over to the large globe and spun it about until she found the North American continent. Edward was in the American colonies, New York. She quickly found the port city. He was on General Howe's staff. She did not imagine it would be difficult for her to find him. She straightened and looked grimly about the dark-paneled library. Everything about her was his. It was his library, his home, his country. Even she was his creation. She walked with a determined stride from the library, not looking back. At first light the next morning, armed with all the money the Earl kept in a strong box and a sturdy portmanteau, Cassie stole quietly to the stable. She knew the men the Earl had left to protect her were still abed, no thought in their heads that they needed to guard against her leaving the villa. Her fingers froze suddenly on the saddle girth. She heard Paolo's shuffling footsteps. She clenched her jaw in determination and grabbed a hang fork. When Paolo walked into the stables, she struck him upon the head. He fell where he stood. She quickly bent down and felt for his pulse. "I am sorry, my friend," she said softly to his figure, "but you will have a great headache." She dragged him into an empty stall, quickly finished saddling her mare, and walked her to the great gates of the Villa Parise. She did not look back when she reached the dusty road. "There is a young woman demanding to see you, Captain." Captain Jeremy Crowley raised his head from his breakfast and stared at his first mate, Mr. Thompson. "Is this some kind of jest, sir?" "No, sir. She is English and a lady." "What the devil is an English lady doing in Genoa wanting to see me, for God's sake?" Captain Crowley knew his question was rhetorical. "Escort her to my cabin, Mr. Thompson, and keep the men from seeing her, if you can." "Aye, Captain." Cassie did not need to be told to keep the hood of her cloak closely about her face. She had cursed herself more than once already for not having taken one of the Earl's pistols, for a woman alone, no matter the time of day at the harbor, was bound to attract unwanted attention. When she had seen a Union Jack fluttering at the jackstaff of a large frigate, she had ignored the obscene taunts, most of them incomprehensible to her in any case, left her mare on the dock, and marched up the gangplank. Luckily for her, it was Mr. Thompson who had first approached her. Mr. Thompson obligingly relieved her of her portmanteau and escorted her down the companionway to Captain Crowley's cabin. The frigate was more than twice the size of the Cassandra and heavily armed. The narrow companionway was stuffy, and Cassie, whose heart was beginning to pound uncomfortably, breathed a sigh of relief when Mr. Thompson finally drew to a halt and opened a cabin door. Cassie stepped into a smallish room lined with dark mahogany paneling that was covered with swords and muskets and wrinkled maps.
The furniture was simple and unadorned, set about the cabin with stark precision. She sniffed in the heavy odor of pipe tobacco. "Captain Jeremy Crowley, ma'am," Mr. Thompson said. "You may leave us, Mr. Thompson." Cassie stared at a tall, bewigged gentleman of considerable girth, whose full-dress naval uniform of blue and white, although clean, had known better days. He was possessed of a large nose, a recessed chin, and the coldest gray eye she had ever seen. She gulped uncertainly under his equally sharp scrutiny. "Please be seated, ma'am." She nodded silently and seated herself on the edge of a black leather chair. Her eyes went toward the small table, upon which sat the remains of a sizable breakfast, and she licked her lips. "You would care, perhaps, for a cup of tea, ma'am?" "Yes, sir," she said simply. Captain Crowley said no more until she had sipped at the still scalding tea. "Mr. Thompson tells me you are an English lady." Cassie heard the incredulity in his crisp voice, and realized that it would be difficult at the very least to convince him to take her aboard. "Yes, sir, I am the Viscountess Delford, Cassandra Lyndhurst by name." The hood of Cassie's cloak fell back at that moment, and Captain Crowley found himself staring unabashedly at a beautiful young woman. Cassie felt a dull flush creep over her cheeks, and her eyes flew toward the cabin door. She was suddenly afraid that she had placed herself in the hands of a scoundrel. "You needn't be afraid of me, my lady," Captain Crowley said sharply, her look of panic not lost to him. He flipped up the blue tails of his coat and sat himself opposite her. "Now, my child, you will tell me how I may be of service to you." He took on the look of a very stern grandfather, and Cassie eased her tense muscles. All the way to Genoa she had rehearsed her story, one that sounded so outlandish that she hoped it would be taken as truth. Indeed, she had thought ruefully, there was quite a bit of truth to it. "My husband, Captain Lyndhurst, is in the colonies, sir, in New York with General Howe. I was on an English ship bound for New York when we were seized for the masts and spars we carried. I was taken by a Genoese nobleman and brought here." Cassie saw Captain Crowley's gray eyes narrow in disbelief, and hastened to add, "As you know, Captain, most masts that manage to reach English ships usually arrive in sections, and must be bound together with iron. This means, of course, that they lack flexibility, and many times snap in gale weather. The masts we carried were supposedly secret. They were of the finest seasoned oak from the Baltic. It is obvious to me that there was a traitor aboard, a man who had told the French of our cargo." Cassie silently blessed all the books she had devoured, for Captain Crowley was nodding at her in assent. "You are a very knowledgeable young lady, Viscountess. Indeed, that is why our frigate is here, in Genoa. It is difficult to make repairs on a rotted mast." She heard the undisguised bitterness in his voice, but, knowing nothing of the administrative weaknesses of the Royal Navy, she could do nothing more than nod wisely. Captain Crowley pulled himself from his cogitations. "You said, my lady, that you were brought here by a Genoese nobleman." Cassie felt a tightening in her throat at the mention of the Earl, and for a moment could not reply. It was perhaps just as well, for Captain Crowley saw the pain in her fine eyes and felt a tug of unprecedented emotion. "Yes, sir, I have been here for several months now. At first I fought him, until it was borne upon me that such behavior would gain me naught. I became docile, subservient, and he was lulled into believing that I was content with my lot." She suddenly threw back her head and stared at the captain full face. "If you do not take me with you, Captain Crowley, he will find me, and I shall never again see my husband or England." Although she did not plan it, Cassie suddenly burst into tears. She buried her face in her hands, and her whole body shook with anguished sobs. That she herself was surprised by her tears was not apparent to Captain Crowley. "My dear Viscountess," he said awkwardly, leaning forward to pat her hand, "there is no need for you to distress yourself further. As an English gentleman, I must assist you."
"Shall I set my men upon this blackguard who has held you against your will?" Cassie raised her tear-streaked face and gulped, "Please, sir, I beg of you not to. The Genoese are peculiar, and he is a powerful man. I fear that such an action would be dangerous and could create an incident that could affect England itself. The Genoese are mighty bankers, you know." Captain Crowley was beginning to view her as a very well-informed young lady. He nodded sagely. "You need not fear that a Genoese blackguard could lay England low, my lady, but I will do as you wish in the matter." He rose, dug his large hands into the pockets of his cream-colored breeches, and ruminated aloud. "I am bound for Boston on the morning tide. It is a long journey and one that is not without danger. I am well aware of that, Captain." I suppose that you are. This Boston, Captain, is it near New York?" "It is not too far distant, my lady. I see no reason why I cannot escort you myself to General Howe and your husband. If aught else, the Genoese are apt builders, and our repairs have been completed a week before times." He stroked his receding chin thoughtfully, while Cassie held her breath, fearful that he would change his mind. To her profound relief, he was but concerned about her quarters. She most happily agreed to the dispossession of Mr. Thompson, adamantly refusing the captain's cabin. "You will, unfortunately, my lady, have to spend most of our journey below deck. Some of His Majesty's sailors are an unsavory lot, and I want no unpleasant incidents on my ship." He pointed to a neat pile of dusty tomes set on a low shelf. "My library is, of course, at your disposal." He beamed at her, the coldness gone from his gray eyes. "If you will excuse me, my lady, I will see that Mr. Thompson settles you in." "Thank you, Captain." After Captain Crowley had left her, Cassie rose slowly from her chair and walked to the port windows. Mr. Thompson found her there, staring toward the verdant hills behind the city. Chapter 23. The Union Jack lay limp against the flagstaff, undisturbed by the ruffling cool breeze from the bay that rippled through the fortified encampment at the battery. It was another pleasantly warm March day in New York. His Majesty's sailors called out to each other cheerfully as they cleaned their guns and polished their boots, over the noise of scores of black men, naked to the waist, unloading cargo from the merchant ships onto the docks. Their muscles glistened with sweat as they heaved, in a steady rhythm, bales of woolen cloth, crates of candles, every variety of liquor, Bibles, navigators' instruments, horsewhips, and toothbrushes, over the docks to waiting horse-drawn carts, bound for Broadway. Trade was brisk. For the British Army and the Loyalists, New York was an oasis where food was cheap and plentiful, and the markets overflowed with merchandise that catered to the British taste and comfort. Even throughout the winter months, when snow covered the frozen ground and howling winds whistled through the city, dinners, balls, and plays were not uncommon diversions to while away the frigid evenings. With the coming of early spring, the colonial loyalists threw themselves into a frenzied succession of social gatherings, seemingly intent on proving that, despite the rebellion, New York could still be a place of extravagant gaiety. Edward leaned forward and patted his gray mare's glossy neck. She had no particular liking for the noisy harbor, preferring, he knew, the quiet of the countryside or the order of the march. She was skittish and tensed for action, reminded, Edward supposed, of the tumult of battle by the boisterous human activity of the thriving dock. He laid his hand on his left thigh and rubbed it. The saber wound he had suffered in one of the many skirmishes with the rebels on Staten Island still ached. He stroked Delilah's neck once again in gratitude. Had it not been for her rearing up to protect him, the wild-eyed rebel's saber would have slashed through his belly. He turned her away from the battery to his destination, number 1 Broadway, General Howe's residence. A message from the general had interrupted him just as he had finished the review of his troops at City Hall. He shook his head in frustration at the prospect of speaking to Howe. The general's calmly announced plan to open communication lines with Burgoyne, marching from Canada, by removing south to Chesapeake, had left Edward and many of his fellow officers stunned. Edward knew that General Howe and General Burgoyne held each other in mutual dislike, but it seemed fantastic to Edward that such petty rivalry could cloud Howe's military judgment. To leave Burgoyne in the lurch would be of incalculable assistance to the rebel forces. It was a ridiculous plan that Edward still hoped to forestall. Time, at least, was on his side, for it was unlikely that Howe would move before summer. The Kennedy House at 1 Broadway was a stately 2-story Georgian mansion set back from the busy street and overhung by giant elm trees.
Edward's summons here, rather than at General Howe's headquarters north of the city at Beekman House, likely meant that the general was readying for the encounters the spring would bring and wanted to be closer to his troops. Edward grinned ruefully as he handed Delilah's reins to a young private and walked up the wide front steps. It was not so much that he would have liked to join Howe's expedition southward. It was rather that the assignment would have freed him of the person of Sir Henry Clinton, who was to take over Howe's command as lieutenant general. General Clinton, in Edward's opinion, was more unfit even than General Howe. A more haughty, churlish, and stupid man Edward had yet to meet. General Howe, at least, was well liked by the Tories in New York for his fairness in his dealings with them, particularly after the fire of the previous September, and was a credit to his rank at social gatherings. Even General Clinton's aide, Major Andre, himself a brilliant ornament in New York society, agreed with Edward on this point. But they were both helpless in the face of General Howe's unlikely decision. "The general is expecting you, sir." "Thank you, Dobbs." The fresh-faced young lieutenant newly arrived from Dorset was, like Edward, assigned to remain in New York and endure the command of General Clinton. As he walked past Dobbs, he wondered about the excited undercurrent he had heard in his voice. Perhaps General Howe had changed his mind. He walked faster, ignoring the twinge of protest from his thigh. A young private scurried to open the door to the general's sitting room. Edward nodded at him, smiling. He was scarce more than a boy out of short coats, and yet he was proving to be eager and not unintelligent. When General Clinton finally assumed command, he would see to the boy's eagerness, poor lad. Edward squinted while his eyes adjusted to the bright sunlit room. The long curtains were opened wide to the morning sun, which was enough to warm the room pleasantly. "Good morning, sir." Edward saluted General Howe smartly. "I received your message." General Howe rose from his chair, and Edward saw that the man whose mercurial humors left many of his officers quaking in their boots appeared jovial today. Indeed, a deep smile promptly indebted his heavily jowled cheeks. "I have a surprise for you, my boy." Again that beaming smile. "You have changed your campaign plans, sir?" General Howe's smile disappeared. "That discussion, Captain, is closed. Accustom yourself, sir, to remaining in New York. You and Major Andre will have the important assignment of keeping General Clinton within the ropes, so to speak, when we finally have a change in command. No," he continued, his good humor restored. "I asked you here for a very different reason. Captain Crowley, allow me to introduce you to Captain Lord Delford, one of my finest officers." Edward turned to see a man emerge from the far corner of the large sitting room.
He was of the general's age and heavy-set like him, but dressed in a naval officer's ornate blue and white uniform. Somewhat surprised, Edward extended his hand. "My pleasure, Captain Crowley." He turned again to General Howe, his brows raised in question. "Captain Crowley has just arrived from Boston, early this morning, on His Majesty's frigate, the York." Edward sensed that he was being studied closely, and he stiffened. "You are Viscount Delford?" Captain Crowley's deep voice was oddly assessing. Edward's gaze was locked by the man's cold gray eyes. "I have that honor, sir?" "What the devil is this about?" he wondered, shifting his weight to his sound leg. "I believe, my lord," Captain Crowley said, his gaze flickering briefly toward General Howe, "that you will indeed be pleased at the surprise General Howe spoke about." "Surprise, sir?" "Aye, my lord, and I have personally escorted her from Genoa." Edward thought the world, or the captain, had taken a faulty turn. A door opened at the far end of the sitting room. "Your wife, my lord, returned to you safe and sound." "My what?" Edward's question hung unanswered. "No," he whispered, his face draining of color. "She was an apparition, some cruel jest played upon him by his mind." She stood very quietly, watching him. Edward took in her long, thick golden hair, her exquisitely slender figure, and her deep blue eyes upon her, holding gentle affection. "Cassie?" He was shaking his head even as he uttered her name. "Yes, Edward, it is I." "But you are dead. It cannot be." He groped for the chair beside him. "My God! Cassie?" General Howe and Captain Crowley ceased to exist for him. Edward took a stumbling step toward her, his eyes locked upon her, as if to prevent her image from vanishing. Numbly, he stretched out his hand. Cassie gazed mutely at Edward.
He looked striking and elegant in his scarlet and cream uniform, his brown hair powdered as white as the cravat around his throat. His deeply tanned face looked older than she remembered, and his bright hazel eyes were incredulous. When he reached out his hand to her, her throat closed on a mighty sob. She dashed toward him and flung herself into his arms. "Edward, my dear Edward!" "Cassie, oh my God, I thought I had lost you." He whispered her name again and again and clutched her tightly against his chest. He pushed her away from him and stroked her hair and her cheeks, still repeating her name. Vaguely, Cassie heard Captain Crowley's deep, pinched voice. "Well, General, it would appear that I have executed my most pleasant mission in this wretched rebellion. As to the Viscount's taking good care of my cargo, my mind is now at ease." Cassie gently freed herself from Edward's arms. "I must leave you now, Viscountess. Although our voyage had its interesting moments, I am pleased to have delivered you sound as a roast to your husband." Edward showed no surprise at the captain speaking of him as Cassie's husband. Indeed, it scarcely penetrated his mind. He clasped Captain Crowley's large hand and pumped it. "My deepest thanks, Captain. There is no way I can repay you, except to assure you that we are both profoundly grateful." "And I too, Captain," General Howe said. "I am certain, my boy, that we can rub along without your presence for, say, a week." Edward nodded, so clearly befuddled that General Howe guffawed. Captain Crowley's cold gray eyes rested upon Cassie for some moments, and softened. "Goodbye, Captain, and thank you. Take care, Viscountess, and strive not to get yourself lost again from your husband. I am not always to be found in odd parts of the world, you know." "I shall, Captain." Cassie stood on her tiptoes and kissed the captain's cheek. "Do give my thanks again to Mr. Thompson. Both of you were exceedingly kind to me." Captain Crowley, as if embarrassed by her show of affection, merely nodded, saluted smartly to General Howe, and took his leave. There was suddenly silence, broken only by the sound of his retreating footsteps, amazingly crisp and controlled despite his great weight. Edward was gripping Cassie's hand tightly, so tightly that she winced. "I trust your lodgings are suitable for your lady wife, my boy." "Indeed they are, sir." "Then off with you both. I trust you will find sufficient to occupy your time." He paused a moment, and when he spoke again, his voice was strangely sad, for he knew that Edward would now not long remain in New York. "At least you have gained from this wretched rebellion, Edward. When all is said and done, the rebels may have their way. I will look forward to seeing both you and your lovely wife in England some day, I hope not too long distant." "Yes, sir," Edward said only. Unlike General Howe, he had not yet realized that the strife in these colonies would soon be an ocean away from him. "Off with you now, my boy. I have much to do. Goodbye, my lady. Keep that husband of yours away from Staten Island. I don't want him stuck again with a rebel sword." Cassie bent her knee in a slight curtsy and allowed Edward to lead her from the room. She could feel the tension in his hand as he escorted her through the outer rooms to the entrance hall. "So this is your wife, Edward? It seems that I was the last to know, damn you, John. Cassie, this is Major Andre, aide to General Clinton. A great honor, my lady." Major Andre lifted Cassie's hand and lightly kissed her wrist. She regarded the slightly built officer and knew him immediately to be a charmer with the ladies. His pale blue eyes held warmth and interest, and his genuine smile was a pleasure to behold. "Thank you, Major Andre. Now, Edward, don't get on your high ropes. Old Howe himself said you weren't to be told." He added in a pensive tone, "I hope this doesn't mean I won't be seeing much of you anymore, old man." "Of course you will." A faint smile turned up the corners of Edward's mouth. "Well, perhaps not in the next few days." "Aye, that's as it should be. Perhaps I will let the captain find me a wife on his next voyage. I'd say that he did a superb job for you." He gazed at Cassie with undisguised approval. What a lovely girl she was, her ample woman's charms ill disguised by the light yellow muslin gown. And that glorious hair! It had amazed him to learn that Edward had been married, but then Edward wasn't much of a lover of society. Perhaps believing such a woman to be dead was reason enough for his aloofness. He wondered if Edward's beautiful Viscountess would change her husband's hermetic habits. Edward, who knew Major Andre's thinking well, since he usually spoke his assessments of women aloud,
pulled Cassie gently to him. "I am certain you have much to do, John." "Yes, I believe that I do." Major Andre turned to Cassie. "Welcome to New York, my lady. I do not believe that society will allow Edward to keep you to yourself." "Adieu, Edward, for a couple of days." Major Andre gave Edward a jaunty salute and turned away. "My portmanteau, Edward." He looked at her blankly. "It contains all that I own, and I cannot leave it." "Oh, of course," he said, and picked it up. Cassie shaded her eyes with her hand when they emerged into the bright sunlight. "How very changeable the weather is here, Edward. Is it not in Genoa?" She stared up at him, an unpleasant knot growing in her throat. "Captain Crowley said he had brought you from Genoa," he said gently. He touched his fingertips to her cheek. "I do not wish to cause you discomfort, Cass. We can talk when we reach my lodgings." She nodded, without speaking. He pulled up suddenly and frowned. "I have only my mare, Delilah. If you are tired, Cass, you may ride." "No, Edward, I am not the least tired." "Are your lodgings far from here?" "Not very far. I live in an inn, the King George, on William Street. 'Tis not more than half a mile." She watched him silently as he fastened her portmanteau to his mare's saddle. He led them on to Broadway, which seemed to her to be teeming with scarlet-coated soldiers, many of them fully equipped with gear and weapons. And ladies, so many ladies, most of them elegantly dressed.
Yet they seemed overly open with the soldiers. "For the most part, they are prostitutes, Cassie," Edward said, reading her thoughts. "Where there are soldiers and sailors, there are always women gladly willing to part them from their guineas." Edward paused a moment, running his hand along his jaw. It was ridiculous to chatter like this. She has returned from the dead to me, and here I am prosing about prostitutes and soldiers. Cass. He spoke her name so softly that she was uncertain whether she had imagined it. She turned and looked up at him. "I cannot believe that you are here." He suddenly dropped Delilah's reins. He gave a shout of joy, closed his hands about her waist, and lifted her high off the ground. As Edward set her back down upon her feet, the feel of his mouth against hers was still vivid in her mind, and her color was high. She tried to relieve her embarrassment and her uncertainty with inconsequential chatter. Edward smiled down at her. His once painful memories of her rapid-fire way of asking questions, of saying whatever popped into her mind, becoming again, quite naturally, amused tolerance. He answered her questions in a normal tone of voice, as if they had never been apart. "They are Scots, to the man, of the 42nd Highlanders. They are known as the Black Watch, and mightily feared by the rebels." Cassie stared at their checkered bonnets and their bare knobby knees. "This is very exciting, Edward. I have never before actually seen their battle dress. That group to the right are Hessian grenadiers. You can always recognize them by their blue coats and the high brass-fronted caps. It is said that their mustaches are as black as they are because they use the same colored wax paste as on their boots. Like the 42nd Highlanders, they are effective, disciplined fighters, but they are barbarians." "Barbarians, Edward?" "Yes. The stories of their atrocities, recent in fact, from New Jersey, make my blood curdle. Unfortunately, even here in New York, they are many times like unleashed dogs. One of the bastards even tried to force himself on Jen." He immediately broke off, cursing himself for his loose tongue. Cassie quirked an eyebrow at him. "Jen, Edward? Who is she?" He shrugged. "Jennifer Lacey. She and her father are loyalists and friends of mine." "You must tell me about her sometime," Cassie said. Edward gazed down at Cassie's proud, classical profile. He could not converse with her even about the most mundane, trivial matters as if nothing had ever occurred. Important things, painful things, kept cropping up willy-nilly. Dear God, he thought, I don't even know what happened to her. It was as if Cassie had become as uncomfortable as he. "There is much to tell you, Edward." "Yes, I know." He drew in his breath and kept walking. But she did not intend to tell him that this vast, uncivilized land made her feel she had been transported to the very ends of the earth. She glanced up at him and smiled. She had known Edward all her life, trusted him implicitly, and loved him. Yet she felt afraid and terribly uncertain at a moment when her happiness should have been complete. It would have been complete, she told herself angrily, if it had not been for him. "We will soon be at my lodgings."
She marveled at his dispassionate tone, as if she were a soldier in his command about to provide him with a report. Yet she knew that it was just his way. She had expected him to try to protect her from his own sense of shock and confusion. She felt nervous and said aloud her first inconsequential thought. Everything looks so new, so unfinished. Yes, shortly after we took New York from the rebels and their General Washington, there was a huge fire. It is likely that the rebels started it. Unfortunately, the rabble had stolen all the church bells, so there was no way to raise the alarm. The fire began in a sailor's brothel down near the Battery at Whitehall Slip. It spread rapidly, for there was little water and practically no equipment to fight it with. You were here in the fire? I was, but there was little to be done. A good third of the city burned. Even the beautiful Trinity Church was gutted. He paused a moment and waved his hand. This is a fortunate section of New York. All is finally rebuilt here, thank God. The New Yorkers are sturdy folk, and the rebuilding continues. I fancy that the Great Fire of London in the last century was no more devastating than was this one. I did not worry much for your safety, Edward, and yet you were here during the fire and during all the fighting. To her surprise, Edward laughed grimly. That I was. It has been a winning display of military strategy on both sides. Had General Howe but given the order during the battle for New York, we could have cut the main body of General Washington's army to shreds. But he did not act. He is always one to ponder, to mull over every alternative, pertinent or not, to stroke his fat chin and do nothing. This rebellion is being conducted by amateurs, Cass, but I begin to believe there are a greater number of fools in the English command than in the American ranks. Edward drew to a stop, thankful that he could at last stop blabbering at her. This is where I live, Cassie. Not Delford Manor or Hempfield Hall, I'm afraid, but still sufficiently comfortable. The King George Inn on William Street had no graceful elm trees to gentle its gaunt lines. Like many of the buildings they had passed, the King George was spanking new, yet it looked as raw and as unfinished as the bare ground on which it stood. Winter had prevented even the grass from growing back. There was no foliage to soften its stark facade, no flowers. Flowers, for God's sake, Cassie, that is another world, only a bad memory. I never wanted it, never wanted him. Are you all right, Cass? Cassie raised dazed eyes to his face. Yes, Edward, quite all right. I am tired, that is all. I must forget him, else I'll never know peace. But she knew, had known for some time, that she would never be able to push him from her thoughts. Cassie gingerly picked up the skirts of her muslin gown and walked up the unpainted steps of the inn. Edward gave over Delilah's reins to the stable boy and joined her, bearing her portmanteau. Ah, Captain Lord Delford, I had not expected you until this evening. Cassie attended to a short, monstrously fat man with a face like a full moon and small eyes of sparkling light brown. He wore a huge white apron around his considerable waist, an apron that looked well used. His strange, twangy accent brought a smile to her lips. Did all the colonials talk like this? I would like you to meet my wife, Mr. Beatty. She arrived just this morning to join me. The light brown eyes narrowed upon her face for a moment. A dimpled smile appeared. Mr. Beatty had not known the captain to have a wife, but then again, he thought, it just like a very proper English gentleman to speak little of his personal life. I regret, sir, that I have no other accommodations to offer you and your lady wife. I know there is not an inch of extra space in the city, Mr. Beatty. Please bring her ladyship's portmanteau upstairs. And tea, Mr. Beatty. I do not like tea. Why does Edward not remember? Yes, sir, right away. Cassie had been in an inn but once or twice in her life. She climbed the solid oak staircase, uncarpeted and unadorned. The odor of raw wood, ale, and sweat reached her nose. Like New York itself, it was both intriguing and discomforting. Everything seemed so unfinished, even the people. I have a small sitting room and bedroom. It is a corner room with a pleasant view of the river. Your valet? Grumman. Batman, Edward corrected her absently. My God, he thought as he opened the door, I am taking her to my room as my wife. He felt his loins tighten and drew back at the intense shock of desire he felt. Yes, you're Batman. Grumman occupies a small room on the 3rd floor. Do you wish a maid, Cassie? Cassie remembered the 2 and some odd months she had spent aboard the York, fending for herself, and smiled. No, it is not necessary. If there is someone to care for my gowns, 'twill be sufficient. She stepped into the sitting room and smiled again. No, it was not like Delford Manor or Hemphill Hall or like the Villa Perez. Clean dimity curtains covered the windows, and several small rugs were scattered about on the wooden floor. The furniture, what there was of it, was plain to the point of starkness, constructed, she thought, with utility in mind. Still, it was a bright, well-kept, airy room, fitting for a soldier. After so many days cooped up on the York, she was pleased with its spaciousness. It is quite satisfactory, Edward. A young boy, hardly older than 14, appeared in the open doorway, Cassie's portmanteau tucked under his arm. "The lady's luggage, sir." Edward seemed oblivious of the fact that the boy's wide brown eyes, of the same shade as Mr. Beatty's, were looking at him with open worship. "Thank you, Will. You may put it in my bedroom. My maid's bringing your tea, sir, and on her best silver." Mrs. Beatty turned out to be as reed-thin as her husband was rotund. She stared with unabashed curiosity at Cassie, and, at the natural patrician nod she received from the young lady, she quickly set the silver tray upon the small circular oak table and dropped into a low, quite awkward curtsy. That Cassie appeared to pay no particular attention to her served only to make her seem all the more the great lady. When they were finally alone, Edward unbuckled his saber and laid it upon the table beside the tea tray. For the first time, Cassie noticed his slightly limping gait and remembered General Howe's mention of a saber thrust. "Is your leg badly injured, Edward?" She seated herself in a none too comfortable chair, sipping the despised tea. "No. My men and I were on Staten Island, it's off the southern tip of Manhattan Island, and came across a pack of rebels. One of them managed to strike me in the thigh. It's nearly healed now." "You must be more careful, Edward." Cassie received a wry smile. "I am a soldier, Cass." He stood over her for some minutes, seemingly searching for something to say. "Elliot and I searched for you for over a week. He told me that you would. Thank you, Edward." He began to pace up and down in front of her. "Tell me now, for God's sake, what happened to you?" Cassie set her teacup next to Edward's saber and clasped her hands tightly in her lap. "I am sorry that I had to pose as your wife, but I did not believe that Captain Crowley would take me aboard otherwise." "It matters not." His voice was impatient, and she looked away from him. Of course it did not matter what she said, for as a gentleman, honor would dictate his actions, and she did not doubt that she would quite soon become his wife, at his insistence. "Unless I am no longer a virgin, Edward." He saw his lips tighten, but he quickly recovered. "It has been a long time, Cassie. That you are alive is all that is important." But his hands remained clenched at his sides. She closed her eyes briefly, knowing that he would never tell her how important her baldly delivered fact was to him. His honor would forbid it, and his regard for her feelings. "Please sit down," she said finally. "The story is a long one." He obliged her. "The afternoon before our wedding, I went out fishing, with Becky's approval and encouragement." What the devil does Becky Petersham have to say to anything? You will know shortly. "Do you recall the beautiful yacht you and I saw from the promontory the day before?" He nodded. "It appeared again. It drew quite close, and I saw it was named the Cassandra. In short, Edward, the sailors threw ropes about the mast of my sailboat. The owner and captain of the Cassandra was the Earl of Clare. He abducted me. Anthony Wells?" Edward pictured the Earl, a virile and dashing nobleman, and felt a wrenching tightness in his belly. But why? "He told me he intended to make me his wife. He had planned on my spending a season in London and was going to court me there. Your return to England ruined his plans. Rather than let us marry, he abducted me and crashed my sailboat into the rocks, knowing that everyone would believe me drowned." For a long moment, Edward was too stunned to speak. "I don't understand, Cass. Anthony Wells has known you since you were a child. I am not aware that you ever offered him any encouragement." "No, of course I did not. He loved my mother, Edward, before I was born. Perhaps he is still drawn to her through me." Even as she spoke the words, she did not believe them. That filthy bastard!
Edward smote his thigh with his fisted hand and winced. He forced you? Yes. I told him that he was insane and that I would never wed him. But he would not listen. She saw the pulse in Edward's temple pounding furiously. I am sorry, Edward, to distress you, but you must know the truth. Of course I must, Cass. He took you to Genoa? I tried to escape him once, near Gibraltar, but I could not. There was no point in telling him of the pirate, Car Eldin, and her shooting of the Earl. As you know, Lord Wellis's mother was Italian. He took me to his villa, just west of Genoa. That is where I have been until 2 months ago. Nor would she ever tell him of her miscarriage. What a miserably brief tale it was, like a person stripped down to a skeleton. How did you escape him? I escaped him because he did not believe that I wanted to. He left the city and I was able to slip away. If the York and Captain Crowley had not been in the harbor, it is likely I would have been caught. Edward was suddenly struck by a coincidence. You speak Italian, Cass. Aye, Edward. And that is due, as you know, to Becky Pettersham. I had always wondered at her disapproval of you. She is related to him, Edward. In her eyes, I was intended for the Earl and none other. Edward's thoughts returned to that afternoon on the beach 2 days before they were to be married. Cassie would have given her virginity to him then had it not been for Becky Pettersham's interference. She appeared distraught at your supposed death. It was a sham, all a sham. She corresponded with the Earl. Quite by chance I found her letters. That is how I knew where you were. Eliot still believes you dead? Yes. I have written to him, but the letter will not arrive in England for 2 months. Did you tell him what had happened to you? Cassie thought of the phrases she had penned to her brother, reassuring phrases that expressed little of her feelings, of her uncertainty with herself. She had written less to him than she had told Edward. A little. I told him I was coming here, to you, and that I was well. I did not mention Becky's part in all of it. That must wait until I return. Edward nodded, but Cassie sensed he was not really attending her words. He turned suddenly, his voice harsh with anger. How could that bastard have forced you to live with him all this time? Because he always believed that I would change. At least he hadn't asked her if the Earl had forced himself upon her all those months. She did not know if she could lie to him. Edward's hand foolishly went to his side, but his saber was on the table, and the Earl was in Genoa. He looked again at Cassie's face and saw a lone tear streaking down her cheek. He felt stricken with remorse at his own fury. She needed him as she never had before in their lives. He clasped her arms and drew her to her feet. "Oh God, Cass, please do not cry." He nuzzled his cheek against hers and stroked his hands down her back. "It is all right now, my love. I will help you to forget, I promise you. All of it will pass like a bad dream, you will see." She sobbed quietly, her tension easing at his gentleness. But she knew it would not pass like a dream. He spoke quietly, sensing her pain. "I will make it up to you, Cass. We will wed and return together to England. Believe me, I have no wish to remain here now." Edward nodded, but Cassie sensed he was not really attending her words. He turned suddenly, his voice harsh with anger. "How could that bastard have forced you to live with him all this time?" "Because he always believed that I would change." At least he hadn't asked her if the Earl had forced himself upon her all those months. She did not know if she could lie to him. Edward's hand foolishly went to his side, but his saber was on the table, and the Earl was in Genoa. He looked again at Cassie's face, and saw a lone tear streaking down her cheek. He felt stricken with remorse at his own fury. She needed him as she never had before in their lives. He clasped her arms and drew her to her feet. "Oh God, Cass, please do not cry." He nuzzled his cheek against hers and stroked his hands down her back. "It is all right now, my love. I will help you to forget, I promise you. All of it will pass like a bad dream, you will see." She sobbed quietly, her tension easing at his gentleness. But she knew it would not pass like a dream. He spoke quietly, sensing her pain. "I will make it up to you, Cass. We will wed and return together to England. Believe me, I have no wish to remain here now."
He thought of Jenny and felt a shock of guilt that made him go numb. "Oh God," he whispered. He gazed down at the beautiful girl he had cherished most of his life. She had miraculously been returned to him. "All can be as it was, Cass," he said. "Yes," she said slowly, sniffing back the tears. "All must be as it was." Cassie pulled away from him, fighting to get hold of herself. She gave him a tentative, watery smile. "And now, Edward, you must tell me of yourself. I have thought about you much, you know, and what you were doing and feeling." His eyes darkened in remembered grief. "I could not stay after I believed you dead. I received a letter from the ministry in London asking me if I would consider resuming my command. It did not matter to me that I was to join General Howe here in the colonies." He paused, remembering bloody battles against men ill-trained and poorly armed, but desperate to win. He had been a formidable enemy, for he had not cared whether he was felled by a rebel bullet. His men had followed him without question, not knowing that he gave not a damn for his own life. He was lucky to be alive. But he would not tell Cassie of that, just as he would not tell her about Jennifer Lacey. "I have received letters from Elliot, not with any regularity, of course, but enough to know he is well. I read in one of Becky Peterson's letters to the Earl that Elliot is planning to marry Eliza Penworthy." Edward smiled faintly. "Elliot has written nothing about that." He was silent for a moment. Suddenly, anguished memories wrenched words from his lips. "God, Cassie, you cannot imagine what it was like. The days searching for you, the nights, alone, cursing the wretched sea. And there was nothing, simply nothing I could do." He caught himself and turned away from her, to stride angrily about the room. "I swear that I will kill him for you, Cass. He does not deserve to live, after all that he has done. It is likely, Edward, that we will never again see the Earl of Clare. If he does, sometime in the future, return to England, you must promise me that you'll not do anything rash." She lowered her eyes from his face, unwilling to let him see her despair at the thought that she might never again see the Earl. She remembered the Contessa Giusti, and her hands curled into fists in her lap. "I can well take care of myself, Cass," Edward said, "and you as well, now." Edward, her protector, her knight throughout her growing-up years. She smiled, reminded of the many little things that bound them together. "How did you spend your time when you were not getting yourself wounded on this Staten Island?" He shrugged, and she saw a cynical light enter his eyes. "I did naught of anything, really. Insignificant encounters with the rebels. And there were, of course, balls and dinners held by the New York Tories." He paused a moment, the image of Jenny stark in his mind. He looked away from her. Time passed, Cass, as it always does. Edward's recital of his long months without her seemed as brief and stark to her as her own recital. She wondered, staring at his straight, lean figure, if he had omitted as much as had she. Chapter 24. Cassie took a last bite of Mrs. Beatty's apple pie and sat back in her chair with a satisfied sigh. The landlady had appeared at their door an hour before, napkin-covered dishes weighing down her thin arms. It was thoughtful of her to have guessed that they preferred to be alone in their room their first evening together, and not come downstairs to the inn parlor. Actually, Cassie thought, if Mrs. Beatty had not obligingly brought them their dinner, they likely would have forgotten it. She gazed at Edward over her coffee cup. He had grown ill at ease during their dinner, and she easily guessed the reason. Night had fallen, and they were alone but a few feet away from his darkened bedchamber, as man and wife. It was fortunate that their lives had been so closely intertwined, for it had allowed them to fall easily into pleasant reminiscing. During the afternoon, they had allowed themselves to blot out the months they had been apart. Edward had reminded her of the time he had knocked down Edmund Danvers for calling Cassie not but a bothersome little girl who had more tangles in her hair than a sparrow's nest. Her unrestrained laughter still sounded in her ears. But now it was evening, and they could no longer pretend to be carefree children. During the last few weeks aboard the York, Cassie had argued with herself for hours at a time about how she would approach this moment with Edward. She knew that consideration for her feelings was as natural to him as was his sense of honor. And given what she had told him about the past months, she did not doubt that he was in a quandary about the prospect of love-making with her. It was her belief that he loved her deeply that eased her mind.
And because he loved her, she wanted to give him all of her that she could. He was her lifelong friend, the man she was to have married, the man she now would marry. I should very much like a bath, Edward. He blinked at her. A bath? Certainly, Cass. I shall see to it now. There was relief in his voice as he rose stiffly from his chair and strode with alacrity toward the door. He returned some 15 minutes later, followed by the boy Will, each of them carrying steaming buckets of hot water. "There is a hip bath in the bedroom," he said, not meeting her eyes. She would have smiled at his obvious discomfort were she not herself so nervous about their first night together. She rose and trailed after him. The bedchamber was a small, square room, its furnishings, like those in the sitting room, built for utility. She saw Edward looking toward the bed. She walked to the hip bath. "I would imagine that you are far too large to fit in it, Edward." "It is quite adequate," he said, stiffly. "I will leave you now, Cass. If you have need of anything, please call." "Thank you. I shall be fine." Edward saw Will out the door and set himself down in his favorite chair, a high-backed mahogany affair with solid unfinished arms. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Each time he tried to think about the incredible events of the day meant to him in a controlled, reasoned light, he was stopped by a quickening in his loins. Cassie was in his bedchamber, now likely naked, and in his bathtub. He frowned down at his enthusiastic member straining tightly against his preem breeches, then eyed the blunt-edged, thinly cushioned settee in front of him. He supposed it would be his bed until they were married. It would have to be a very private ceremony, since Cassie was already known as his wife. He reviewed the request he would make to the only Anglican parson he knew, and shook his head. The florid-faced Mr. Danvers would never keep a still tongue in his mouth. Fury, pure and undiluted, took control of him at the thought of the Earl of Clare, dampening his passion. "You bloody bastard," he said aloud. He would have killed the man without a qualm for having ravished any English gentlewoman. But it was Cassie he had forced himself upon, had repeatedly taken against her will during the long months Edward had thought her dead. Edward rose and slowly removed his coat and boots. He and Cassie had talked throughout the day of everything that did not touch the months they had been apart. He smiled, remembering her unaffected, ready laughter. But he realized he still knew very little of what her life had actually been like during the past months. She had spoken not at all of the Earl, and Edward, not wishing to cause her pain, had not pressed her. "Edward." He turned at the sound of his softly spoken name. Cassie stood in the open doorway of the bedchamber, dressed in a light muslin wrapper. He caught his breath at the sight of her. She was as exquisitely beautiful as the near-perfect vision of her he had nourished in his mind during the lonely nights of autumn and winter. He restrained his impulse to crush her in his arms.
"You enjoyed your bath, Cass?" She smiled at the painful calm in his voice. To his discomfiture, his body leaped in response. "The water is still warm, Edward. Would you like me to scrub your back?" "Cassie, for God's sake!" Under his horrified gaze, she lowered her face and began to sob into her hands. His stocking feet made no sound on the oak floor. He gently pulled her against him, though her hands still covered her face. "Please don't cry, my love." He nuzzled his cheek against her silky hair, savoring its sweet sandalwood scent. He felt her stiff and unyielding against him and set about to soothe her and himself with low, soft words of reassurance. "No one will ever hurt you again, Cass. I swear it to you. You are safe now, and this time I shall protect you." Cassie lowered her hands and mutely raised her face. There was no one to protect her from now. "You cannot protect me from myself, Edward. You even cry beautifully," he said as he touched a fingertip to her cheek and gently brushed away her tears. "I am sorry, Edward. It is not my habit to be a weeping woman." Her hand stole up his arms and her fingers locked about his neck. "Please stay with me tonight." He looked down into her clear blue eyes and knew himself to be lost. "If you are certain it is what you want, Cassie." "It must be what I want." "Yes." "Then we shall be ahead of the parson by a few days." He scooped her up into his arms and laid her gently in the center of his bed.
Cassie sank deep down into the trough she created in the soft feather-down mattress. She laughed. "Oh dear, I fear that we shall be sleeping like two cards in a deck." Edward gave her only a slight answering grin. He was pulling off his clothes with a speed that would have surprised his batman Grumman. Cassie watched him. He was of slighter build than the Earl, his body wiry and taut from his years of campaigning. She turned her eyes away from his erect organ. Instead of desire, she felt a surge of panic. For an instant, he was a stranger to her, frightening and unknown. She drew a deep, steadying breath. "Don't be a fool, Cassie. Your life is as it was supposed to have been. You are with Edward. It is he who will be your husband." She fastened her eyes upon his face and held out her arms to him. "Let me help you off with that wrapper, Cass." She closed her eyes tightly for a moment and jerked open the sash. She felt Edward's hands pulling the soft material from her body. She heard his sharp intake of breath. "God, you are so beautiful." "You have already seen me unclothed. Do you not remember, Edward?" "Yes," he said slowly, easing himself down beside her. "But I try to forget, Cass." Had he continued to think of her as he had those long months ago, he thought he would have gone mad. He looked at her breasts and swallowed convulsively. Just the thought of the Earl of Clare touching her, forcing her, made his belly cramp. He looked down at her, his eyes wintry. He felt her fingers tentatively touch his shoulders, and slowly he lowered his mouth to hers. Although she was not a virgin, he knew he should treat her as gently as he had that long-ago afternoon in the cave. He pressed his mouth softly against hers until he felt her part her lips to him. As his hand stroked over her, he thought of the man who had taken her innocence, the man who had caressed her body as he was now doing. Although he did not wish it, he thought again of the months of pain, the nights of empty bitterness at the cruelty of fate. He felt consumed again by the wrenching loneliness. She had left him, had made life itself seem meaningless to him. He thrust his tongue into her mouth and rolled on top of her, feeling the soft giving of her beneath him. Cassie froze, numbed with confusion. Whenever she had thought of this moment with Edward, she had remembered only his tenderness, his gentleness. She felt her body tense in protest. "You love me," she wanted to tell him. "Why are you doing this to me?" He released her mouth and his lips closed over her breast. She heard his breathing, ragged and deep, and knew that he wanted her so badly that what she felt no longer mattered to him. She prayed silently to feel something, but an instant of desire. She tangled her fingers in his curling chestnut hair and forced her hands to stroke down his back. "Oh God, Cass." He reared over her and pushed her thighs apart. She felt herself stiffen as his member touched her. "But I am not ready for you," she wanted to yell at him. She swallowed a cry in her throat as he thrust into her unwilling flesh. Cassie moaned softly, for his every movement hurt her. But her muted cry broke Edward's control. He drove into her wildly until his body tensed uncontrollably above her. He felt as if he were breaking apart, each convulsive spasm pulling him farther out of himself, away from all reason. Jagged groans tore from his mouth. Suddenly there was a great easing within him, and he fell forward, resting his cheek next to her face on the pillow. His release erased the violent emotion that had consumed him. He felt Cassie lying motionless beneath him. "I am sorry, Edward." He raised his head at her soft, sad words and saw tears swimming in her eyes. He drew a deep breath. Damn, he felt the perfect bounder. After all that had happened to her, he had done little else than force her himself. But she had accepted him, she had stroked him, and wrapped her legs about his hips to open herself more fully to receive him. The Earl's darkly handsome face rose in his mind's eye, and Edward saw him rearing over her, parting her thighs, burying himself in her woman's body. He shook himself, blotting the image from his mind. "It is I who am sorry, Cassie. Next time it will be better. You will see." "But I don't want there to be a next time." "It will, Edward," she whispered. He pulled himself out of her and stretched his full length beside her. He tried to think of comforting words to say, but somehow the violent emotion he had felt and his guilt at what he had done emptied his mind. Both of them needed time. He said only, "It's been a long day, Cass. You need sleep now." She settled her cheek against his shoulder. Sleep eluded her for some time, even after Edward's breathing evened. What was wrong with her? Though she did not wish to, she remembered how passion leapt in her when the Earl but touched her. And once, long ago, she had desired Edward. What had changed? Perhaps Edward was right. Perhaps it was her own tension. Perhaps it was his newness to her, and hers to him. But her body tensed in protest at her thoughts. She sighed and forced all thought from her mind. Cassie stared down at the fluffy scrambled eggs and felt her stomach tighten. "Will there be anything else you require, my lady?" "No, Mrs. Betty. The breakfast is fine, thank you." "I'll send Will up later for the dishes, my lady." Cassie nodded and watched Mrs. Betty dip her a credible curtsy. "Captain Lord Delford sounds mighty happy that you've joined him." "It would seem so." The sound of Edward's whistling came loudly through the closed bedchamber door. After Mrs. Betty had left, Cassie pushed away the heaping plate of food and sipped at her coffee. She knew that she must tell him now. She would have told him last night, but somehow the words simply would not say themselves. So much had happened, and so much was new to both of them. She cursed herself for a coward. If she thought that Edward would not notice her lack of appetite, she was mistaken. "If I am to give you a tour of New York, Cass, you must eat something." "I have boundless energy, Edward, you know that. It is just that I am not particularly hungry this morning." "I don't want a skinny wife, Cass." She felt herself flush under his warm scrutiny. Edward was very careful where he guided Cassie. There were areas of New York that were unsavory, others that reeked of human misery, no less than parts of London. She turned her eyes away from his erect organ. Instead of desire, she felt a surge of panic. For an instant, he was a stranger to her, frightening and unknown. She drew a deep, steadying breath. "Don't be a fool, Cassie. Your life is as it was supposed to have been. You are with Edward. It is he who will be your husband." She fastened her eyes upon his face and held out her arms to him. "Let me help you off with that wrapper, Cass." She closed her eyes tightly for a moment and jerked open the sash. She felt Edward's hands pulling the soft material from her body. She heard his sharp intake of breath. "God, you are so beautiful." "You have already seen me unclothed. Do you not remember, Edward?" "Yes," he said slowly, easing himself down beside her. "But I tried to forget, Cass." Had he continued to think of her as he had those long months ago, he thought, he would have gone mad. He looked at her breasts and swallowed convulsively. Just the thought of the Earl of Clare touching her, forcing her, made his belly cramp. He looked down at her, his eyes wintry. He felt her fingers tentatively touch his shoulders, and slowly he lowered his mouth to hers. Although she was not a virgin, he knew he should treat her as gently as he had that long-ago afternoon in the cave. He pressed his mouth softly against hers until he felt her part her lips to him. As his hand stroked over her, he thought of the man who had taken her innocence, the man who had caressed her body as he was now doing. Although he did not wish it, he thought again of the months of pain, the nights of empty bitterness, at the cruelty of fate. He felt consumed again by the wrenching loneliness. She had left him, had made life itself seem meaningless to him. He thrust his tongue into her mouth and rolled on top of her, feeling the soft giving of her beneath him. Cassie froze, numbed with confusion. Whenever she had thought of this moment with Edward, she had remembered only his tenderness, his gentleness. She felt her body tense in protest. "You love me," she wanted to tell him. "Why are you doing this to me?" He released her mouth and his lips closed over her breast. She heard his breathing, ragged and deep, and knew that he wanted her so badly that what she felt no longer mattered to him. She prayed silently to feel something.
The day was cooler than Edward had expected, and there was a light breeze blowing from the bay past the upper end of Broad Street. What an odd jumble of buildings. Yes, a mixture of old and new. The fire was strangely fickle. See the gabled house there on your left? It was built in 1698 by a Dutchman and is now occupied by James Bryson and Moses Smith. The spire to the left of the old Federal Hall is St. Paul's Chapel on Broadway. Well, walk down Wall Street and I'll show you what's left of Trinity Church. Unfortunately, the wooden spire burned in the fire and collapsed into the interior. They reached the foot of Broadway and Edward directed her to Bowling Green. And there, Cass, was where a statue of George III used to stand. The rebels pulled it down and melted it for bullets and guns. But everyone seems sympathetic to England, Edward. Where are all the rebels? The rebels are in the minority. Here in New York, they were a vocal, vicious bunch. Before General Howe took New York, a group that called themselves the Liberty Boys were responsible for much destruction, particularly of Tory homes and businesses. Many families loyal to England fled New York and returned when we took the city. This rebellion is nothing more than a series of ragtag skirmishes scattered about this huge land. Edward shrugged. What will come of this is anybody's guess. Cassie looked thoughtful for a moment. As you said, Edward, this is a vast land. How can England, thousands of miles away, hope to control its destiny? You are beginning to sound like Jen, like Tory friends of mine. He looked awkwardly away. Sometimes, Cassie continued, gazing at him intently, that everyone should simply leave everyone else alone. War seems such a waste. True, but if what you suggested should happen, what would become of all the loyalists? I assure you that their fate would not be enviable. There never seems to be a simple solution to anything, does there? No, there does not. Like Cassie, Edward was thinking about his own life. No, there was never a simple solution to anything. There is a young lady who appears to know you, Edward. Edward pulled himself from his thoughts and looked up. Jenny stood not 15 feet from them, holding herself so rigidly that she seemed carved in stone. Jenny, he called, trying to instill calm into his voice. Miss Lacey. Come, Cass, I would like you to meet a friend of mine. Jenny wanted nothing but to turn on her heels and walk away, but she could not. She stood in miserable silence as Edward and the undeniably beautiful girl at his side walked toward her. The young woman could not be one of Madame Harper's delectable girls, solely for the use of the officers. She was undeniably a lady. She felt a sickening lurch in the pit of her stomach. Suddenly, Jenny knew. The elegant girl with her glossy golden hair was Cassandra. A hopeless no sounded in her mind, for she knew she was Edward's lost fiancée, supposedly drowned, here in New York, returned to him. Jenny drew herself up, calling upon her deep, steely pride. To her amazement, her tongue moved in her mouth, and she heard herself say quite calmly, "Good morning, Captain Lord Delford." "Jenny, Miss Lacey, I would like you to meet Cassandra Brown." "Cass, Miss Lacey." Cassie nodded pleasantly toward the young woman, wondering silently at the sudden tension in Edward's voice. "A pleasure, Miss Lacey." Even her voice is beautiful, Jenny thought, and she forced herself to say something acceptable. "You have just arrived?" "Yes, yesterday. Edward is showing me your city." Jenny suddenly felt that she would retch. The cobblestone pavement seemed to rise, and she weaved where she stood. "Jenny, are you all right?" Again, there was a strain in Edward's voice. Cassie looked more closely at the young woman. She was magnificently tall and carried herself gracefully, her figure full and deep-bosomed. Thick masses of auburn hair were piled atop her head, and soft ringlets framed a face of classic features. Her wide green eyes were fastened upon Edward's face. "Yes, I am fine. It is the death smell. With the breeze from the south, it makes me faint." Edward reached his hand toward her, then dropped it helplessly again to his side. He held himself rigid. "Can we see you home, Jenny?" Cassie felt as though she had just stepped into a scene in a play fraught with unspoken passion, a scene in which she was an unwitting player. "No, thank you, Edward. I assure you that I am quite all right now. Miss Brown." She nodded briskly, picked up her green velvet skirt, and hurried across the street, her head held high. "Who is Miss Lacey, Edward?" Cassie inquired, careful to keep her voice indifferent. Edward replied with taut lightness, "As I told you, Jenny and her father, Benjamin Lacey, are good friends of mine. Her father is a writer and partner of Ambrose Searle, who publishes the New York Mercury, a staunch Tory newspaper. Jenny did not look well," he added, almost as an afterthought. "Perhaps you should insist upon seeing her home, Edward. Perhaps you should speak with her." He was silent for many moments. "No, she will be fine," he said firmly.
Cassie was not blind or deaf. Jennifer Lacey was clearly in love with Edward. She saw the rigid set of his shoulders and forbore to question him further. Since she had not told him everything, it would be unfair of her to demand more of him. She asked easily to relieve him of any embarrassment. What is the smell she spoke about? It is the stench from the prisons. All over New York, prisoners of war are kept in appalling conditions, in churches and windowless sugar houses that are stifling in summer and frigid in winter. I have been told that many of them lie dead for days with their comrades before they are removed. But that is horrible. The rebel prisoners kept aboard the British prison ship Jersey, docked at Wallabat Bay, are no better off. They are locked below deck in conditions that would kill rats, much less men. He sighed. Is there nothing you can do, Edward? No. Since the fire, there are not sufficient buildings to hold all the prisoners of war. They must be confined someplace. Were they released, they would only return to the rebel army to fight us again one day. It is only their plight that angers me. Men, regardless of which side they fight on, are still men and not animals. General Howe will not discuss the matter. Cassie sniffed the air as they continued their walk. If there was a smell, her nose did not, today, detect it. Her thoughts kept returning to Miss Lacey. There had been such pain in the girl's vivid green eyes. When they had returned to the inn, Edward took Cassie's hand for a moment and squeezed it. I must seek out a parson, Cass. Please do not walk out alone. I would fear for your safety. Edward, I must speak to you. Because he was abstracted, he did not hear the desperation in her voice. When I return. I will not be long, Cassie. He planted a chaste kiss on her cheek and left her. She looked after his retreating figure helplessly. Tonight, then, she would have to tell him. If he changed his mind, he could always tell the parson that it had been a mistake. Edward returned bearing the tale of having found a Mr. John Morrison, a hook-nosed Presbyterian parson, who, as best Edward could determine, was as discreet as they could wish. He will wed us whenever you wish, Cass. I think you will like him despite his monstrous nose. I gave him few details, but I fancy that he is musing about all sorts of marvelous possibilities. Whenever I wish. Soon, I suppose, Edward. There is a ship sailing for England next week. Unfortunately, I do not think I can be relieved of my responsibilities so quickly. I will speak with General Howe tomorrow. Perhaps next month we can return. Would you like to write to Eliot? At least he can be informed that we are to be married. I fancy your homecoming will be as impressive as any prepared for the king. He paused a moment, eyeing her closely.
You must decide what is to be done about Becky Petersham. I cannot imagine that you would want her there when we return. You are right, Edward. I do not think I could bear to see her again, he said abruptly. Was the Earl cruel to you, Cassie? A knot formed in her throat, and for several moments she was unable to speak. No, Edward, he was not. His eyes encouraged her to continue, but she turned away. She knew that Edward wanted her to tell all that had happened to her, but he was far too much the gentleman to press her, and I am far too much the coward. They ate dinner downstairs in the small private dining room, their host, Mr. Beatty, in constant attendance. Cassie imagined, after consuming a hearty meal of roast lamb, boiled potatoes, crisp green beans, and a thick rice pudding, that Mrs. Beatty had spent her entire day in the inn's kitchen. "That was a delicious meal, Mr. Beatty," she said as their host made haste to fill her wine-glass. He seemed disinclined to leave, and at a wink from Edward, Cassie said, "Won't you please join us, Mr. Beatty?" "Don't mind if I do, m'lady," he said, and pulled out a chair at their table. Cassie blinked, surprised that an innkeeper would want to share his guest's company. But Edward seemed amused. "I tell you, my lord," Mr. Beatty said, sitting back in the high-backed chair and swirling the wine about in his glass, "this fellow, Payne, continues to have tremendous influence over the Americans. Did you know that damned pamphlet of his, begging your pardon, m'lady, has sold thousands of copies?" It seemed to Cassie that she had stepped into the middle of a conversation whose subject was, unfortunately, as alien to her as this raw, unpainted city. She fastened a fascinated eye upon Mr. Beatty. "Yes, sir," Edward replied easily. "Only last week, as I recall, you were not damning it. I gave you a copy of Common Sense, my lord.
I trust you have read it as you promised you would. I have read part of it, sir. It is hardly common, I believe. As to the sense of it, Paine has perfected, I grant you, the grandiose style. Oh, receive the fugitive, and prepare in time an asylum for mankind. Mr. Beatty rubbed his plump hands together. It has a ring to it. Unlike our squalid little island of Britain, this land does hold endless opportunity for men of every nation. I would hardly term England squalid, Cassie said, her patriotism ruffled. Nor would I, sir, Edward said. But you are right to say that life here is very different, so unstructured. It seems to me that England's hand simply cannot encompass so many beliefs from so many nations. At least New York is now safe once again in English hands, Cassie said. Yes, Mr. Beatty continued, New York is once again safe, thanks to men like yourself, my lord, and your General Howe. General Howe has upon occasion spoken of Paine, Edward said, turning his eyes from Cassie back to Mr. Beatty. It is his opinion, of course, that Paine's firebrand words will lead the rebels only more quickly toward their destruction. Mr. Beatty said, Aye, that's true enough. Ye that dare oppose, not only the tyranny, but the tyrant, stand forth. Yes, quite a way with words the man has. As Cassie sat blinking at such an appreciation of eloquence from an innkeeper, Mr. Beatty rose from his chair and patted Edward's arm. I'll leave you be now, my lord. I fancy you and your lady wife have much to talk about. Yes, sir, I believe that we do, Edward said, looking toward Cassie. Mr. Beatty bowed deeply to Cassie. He stopped at the door, his sausage fingers upon the knob. Do you know that before he started writing, Tom Paine did not seem to be able to do anything but fail? Damned fellow, begging your pardon, milady, bungled being a sailor, a grocer, a tobacconist, and a tax collector. His wife even cut him loose. Sudden humor lit Mr. Beatty's round face, and he shook his head. You'll not believe it, but he could not even make a living as a corset maker. Begging your pardon, milady. Cassie clapped her hand over her mouth, but still her laughter bubbled out. Do not poke fun at the locals, Cass, Edward said, his voice mock reproving. You'll discover that every New Yorker holds staunch views, though it seems to me that Mr. Beatty has of late begun to show a rebel chink in his Tory armor. But a corset maker, Edward. Cassie's smile lasted until they reached Edward's rooms. She knew that finally she must tell him. As she could think of no smooth preamble, she said only, Could we please talk a moment, Edward? Of course. She looked suddenly pale to him. Sit down, he said gently, and propelled her to the settee. What is it, Cass? There is something I must tell you. I fear that I have been a coward, for I could not bring myself to tell you before. But I must tell you now. He gazed at her intently, not speaking. She looked at him desperately. Edward, I am going to have a child. What? I am pregnant. No, you cannot mean it. Unconsciously, his eyes flitted over her body. It was impossible for her not to see how truly appalled he was. She lowered her face, unable to bear the shocked, glazed look in his eyes. It is the Earl's child. She flinched at the harsh flatness in his voice. Yes, she whispered. Edward leaped to his feet, his chair scraping loudly on the bare floor. That bloody bastard! Oh, my God, Cassie! Are you certain? She nodded mutely. How stupid she was ever to have thought that Edward would react differently, but she had nurtured the memory of how the Earl had behaved when she had told him that first night they were together that she was pregnant with Edward's child. I will fetch a doctor. Perhaps you are mistaken. No, I am not mistaken. I am sorry, Edward, but there is naught I can do about it. His son, his heir, to be a bastard. Murderous, confused thoughts mired his mind. God, no, he croaked, unable for the moment to look at her. When he did, he saw that she was deathly pale, her lips drawn in a tight line, her shoulders squared. I will do what you wish, Edward. Damn him for a scoundrel. Cassie turned her face away from the fury in his voice. Edward forced himself to calm. It was not Cassie's fault. God, he could not blame her. He managed to make his voice clear and taut. We shall be wed Friday, and leave for England as soon as I can be relieved. Very well, Edward. The words fell like ashes from her mouth. The Earl would never even know that she would bear his child. No one must ever know, Edward. No, he said, slowly shaking his head. He took a jerking step toward her and awkwardly patted her shoulder. It will be all right, Cass. He straightened. I would like to be alone for a while. I must have some time to myself, to think. You must rest now. Yes, she said, soon. She watched him leave, his bearing so taut with control that she wanted to weep for him. Cassie lay wide-eyed in the dark bedchamber when she heard Edward's footsteps in the sitting room. She could feel him hesitate before he walked into the room. At least, she thought, there were no more secrets between them. She felt a tightening within her. At least no more secrets they could share with each other. Cassie, are you awake? Yes, Edward. He sat down beside her and tenderly pulled her against his chest and rocked her in his arms. Forgive me for leaving you, but... She laid a fingertip against his lips. Do not torture yourself, Edward, or me, she added silently. Have you decided what it is you wish to do? I told you my decision before I left, Cassie. I want you to become my wife. She felt tears well up in her eyes, and she buried her face against his shoulder. I have been so miserably unhappy, knowing what I was keeping from you. Please forgive me for being such a coward. It was I who was the coward for leaving you alone. Oh no, do not say that. God, I should probably have never come to you. His hand stroked through her soft hair. Hush, Cassie, I will not let you reproach yourself any more.
He felt her soft breasts heaving against him and leaned down to close his mouth over hers. He sensed a desperation in her as she closed her arms about his back and returned his kiss urgently. It occurred to him that he did not know when her child was to be born. He felt her need for him and knew that such questions must wait. Would you make love with me, Cassie? He drew back so that he could see her face in the dim light. He felt a shudder of relief go through her. Yes, Edward, I should like that very much. Edward was gentle with her and quite thorough in his attempts to arouse her. As his mouth closed over her and his hands drew her hips upward, she felt his tenderness and allowed herself to be comforted. His entry did not hurt her, for his tongue had made her moist. She accepted him into her and clasped her hands tightly about his back, urging him to his climax. We have aught but time, Cass, he said gently afterward. I will make you forget all that happened to you. But he wondered, even as Cassie nestled against his shoulder to sleep. He knew the Earl of Clare by reputation, though his personal meetings with him had been few in recent years. He was a man who had women of all stations eager to enter his bed. It made no sense to Edward that, if the Earl wished to marry her, he would repeatedly hurt her, that he should fail to arouse passion in her. He began to wonder what she felt toward the Earl of Clare, and the nagging doubts that had gnawed at him when he had walked alone on the street returned to haunt him. He tightened his hold about her, certain only that Cassie was with him now and that she would become his wife. Chapter 25. Cassie brushed her freshly washed hair vigorously until it rippled, free of tangles, heavy and damp down her back. She would have liked to open the curtained windows to let it dry more quickly, but the March air had turned chill once again. She dressed slowly, gazing toward the clock atop the small dressing table as she fastened the hooks on her bodice. It was nearly noon, and Edward had been gone since 10 o'clock. She had managed to talk him out of fetching a doctor when she had awakened early in the morning, ill once again. She wanted no doctor about her in any case, but she knew also that it would be more than peculiar for Edward's wife to have been with her husband less than a week and be more than 2 months pregnant. Edward had grimaced when she pointed this out to him, and finally agreed. He had finally left her, still abed, with a tray of dry toast for her breakfast on her lap, to see General Howe about arrangements for their return home to England. She walked into the sitting room and forced herself to nibble at the cold baked chicken and fresh bread Mrs. Beatty had sent up for her lunch. The babe in her womb seemed to take no exception to the chicken wing, and Cassie was wiping her fingers when Edward walked into the room, lightly slapping his arms from the cold. "Damn," he said, "you're right about the changeable weather here, Cass. I wouldn't be surprised if it were even to snow." He leaned down and lightly kissed her up-tilted cheek. "Your hair smells good. I apologize for the primitive conditions. With all that hair to wash and only the hip bath to wash it in, it must have taken you hours.
"Not quite hours," she said, smiling up at him. He unfastened his sword and laid it on the table. "Lunch, Edward? I saved you a chicken wing and a leg." "Your generosity is overwhelming," he said, grinning, and seated himself across from her. "What did General Howe say?" "Who?" She cocked her head at him and repeated her question. "Oh, General Howe." He paused a moment, and she saw him look fixedly at the chicken leg in his hand. "Actually, I wasn't able to see him. Perhaps later." "You seem distracted, sir. May I ask just how you have spent the last 2 hours?" To Cassie's surprise, he seemed to stiffen at her joking inquiry. "Not of anything, really," he said finally. "There were people I had to see. I am still a soldier, Cass." "I did not intend an inquisition, Edward," she said, sipping at her coffee. "Of course you did not. Are you feeling all right, Cass?" "Indeed, I am the picture of good health." She giggled suddenly and pressed her napkin over her lips. He arched an inquiring brow. "I was just thinking about your mother. I think she would be more inclined to approve of me if I displayed enough sensibility to lounge the hours away with a vinaigrette in my hand." He smiled faintly. "Illness is one of her few joys, I fear. She thinks me a most undutiful son for giving the army much more attention than her. I understand from her letters that my agent, Mr. Pruddick, has shown himself to be a boorish oaf who refuses to show proper deference for her fragile nerves. I must remember to give the fellow a raise in his salary." Cassie thought about meeting Lady Delford with her belly swelled with child. It was on the tip of her tongue to inquire whether Edward had yet written to his fond parent, when she noticed that he was staring beyond her at nothing in particular. Instead, she asked, "What plans have you for the afternoon, Edward?" "The afternoon?" He pressed the napkin against his lips. "I must leave you again, Cass, but not for long. Major Andre and I are meeting with some other officers, and General Howe, about the spring offensives. Perhaps when you return we could go riding. I should like that very much. But you are pregnant." He was clearly aghast at such a suggestion, and Cassie hastened to reassure him. "I am not sick, Edward, merely indisposed some mornings. I promise not to beg you for a race." He rose and fastened on his sword before he answered her, a frown drawing his brows together. "We shall see. It will probably rain, you know." Cassie sighed, knowing a put-off when she heard it. "Edward?" "Yes, Cass." She rose from her chair and walked over to him. That is, if you would rather that we did not wed." He interrupted her harshly. "Of course I wish us to wed. No more silliness from you now, my girl." He patted her cheek gently. "Rest while I am gone." "Yes, I shall." Cassie looked about the small sitting room after Edward had left, feeling almost as closed in as she had on the York. Rain pattered against the windows, and all fond thoughts of riding were dashed. She picked up a pamphlet that lay on the table. It was the infamous Common Sense that Mr. Beatty had raved about, and she shook her head bemused. She thought the high-flown phrases rather ridiculous. She raised her eyes at the sound of a light tap on the door. She rose slowly to her feet, wondering if it was Mrs. Beatty, come to take the luncheon dishes away. "Come in." Cassie was surprised to see Jennifer Lacey, the young woman she and Edward met the day before. "May I speak to you, Miss Brown?" "Certainly, Miss Lacey. Do come in." "You remember my name?" "Yes, it is a talent of mine." Cassie motioned Miss Lacey to a chair and seated herself opposite upon the settee. "You are feeling better today, Miss Lacey?" For an instant, Jenny stared at her, not comprehending. How quickly she had forgotten her lie. Yes, of course. The look was not lost upon Cassie. "Would you care for tea or perhaps coffee?" "No, thank you." Jenny lowered her eyes to her lap where her fingers were fretting at her reticule. "I waited until I saw Edward leave," she said finally, raising her vivid green eyes to Cassie's face. "May I inquire why, Miss Lacey?" Jenny grit her teeth, aware that Cassandra was regarding her closely, one elegant arched brow raised in inquiry. "Because I wanted to speak with you without Edward being present. I hope you will not think me impertinent, but in truth it is my intention, I suppose." Cassie blinked and smiled uncertainly at Miss Lacey's candor. "You may be as impertinent as you like, Miss Lacey. Whether I answer you, though, is another matter. I had imagined that you were beautiful when Edward finally told me about you." Cassie stiffened. "Do not blame Edward. If you would know the truth, I rather forced it out of him. He was ill from the wound in his thigh and spoke of you in his delirium. When I asked him who Cassandra was, he told me that you were his fiancée. I asked him if you had done him a great wrong.
His response was that you had died. I hope you will forgive me, Miss Brom, but I must admit to giving your memory little sympathy. This is straight talk indeed, Miss Lacey. Jenny said simply, I must speak what I feel, for I am fighting for my happiness as well as Edward's. She paused a moment, an elusive smile indenting the corners of her mouth. I had rather hoped that you would be a bitch. Then I should not feel so guilty about coming here like this. Cassie was feeling rather overwhelmed, and she could not help herself. She burst out laughing. I do hope that I am not, though, the Earl. She bit her lip and looked away from Jenny's questioning eyes. I have told no one that you and Edward are not wed. Thank you. I fear it would embarrass Edward were you to do so. You see, I was forced to come here as Lady Delford, and Edward, obligingly, has maintained the deception. Cassie saw that Jenny's eyes were fastened on the open bedchamber door, and on the rumpled bed beyond it. Her vivid eyes dimmed. Jenny recovered and spoke, for the silence was growing long between them. You are fortunate, Miss Brom. Edward is an excellent lover. She saw a flush rise in Cassie's cheeks and hastened to add, Please forgive me for causing you embarrassment. I cannot seem to swallow words that want to be said. Cassie said slowly, It is a fault that I share with you. Does Edward take you to task? He does now, but didn't, not at first. You see, he held himself quite aloof from people when he first arrived, so much so that he was thought to be a rather cold, cynical man without much sensibility. But I saw he was troubled, though I did not understand the reason. He grieved for you and would not allow anyone to be close to him. I met him one evening when he rescued me from the loutish attentions of a German captain. Any man who was capable of such anger could not be without feeling. I began to love him that night, Miss Brom. It frightened me, for I had never before met a man who touched me as he did. And it only grew stronger as the weeks passed. I finally admitted to myself that there was nothing I could do to stem it, that indeed I was bound to him. And you are here to fight for him. Yes. Cassie was forced to admire the courage that brought Jenny to see her. It was something that she would do. She bowed her head, remembering her pitifully brief encounter in Genoa with the Contessa Giusti. She had been a coward then. She had run, leaving the Contessa laughing in triumph behind her. And now she was facing another rival, for another man. What a lunatic thought it was. Does Edward love you, Miss Lacey? Yes, he does. She paused a moment, her green eyes clear and straight on Cassie's face. Perhaps you wondered where Edward was this morning. I am certain that he did not tell you, but I must. He was with me. Indeed, I was waiting for him, knowing that he would come, knowing what he would say to me. He was so formal, like the old Edward. It was as if he had practiced the words he would say to me. He asked my forgiveness, but I could not give it to him. Perhaps I am not a very kind person, but I asked him to tell me that he did not love me. He could not say it, Miss Brom. Cassie stared at her, stunned. Edward's distraction over luncheon, it made sense now. Edward is such a bloody gentleman. Yes, Cassie said, he is. The first time he told me he loved me was after I seduced him. Cassie thought of that long ago afternoon in the cave. Like Jenny, she had been the seductress. Please do not think me an immoral woman, Miss Brom, but I wanted him so badly. He was ill and staying at my father's house. Such a proper gentleman he was. A smile lit up Jenny's face. Do you know that I drugged his wine? Even with opium lulling his mind, he protested. When I finally told him that I would give my virginity to a Hessian if he did not take me, he grinned in that special way of his, and then gave me such pleasure that I regretted not seducing him months before. Jenny drew to a sudden halt. I hope that I have not shocked you. It is just that— You needn't explain, Miss Lacey. I quite understand. She thought of the pleasure she had known with the Earl, and lowered her face so that Jenny would not see her eyes. Jenny suddenly rose and paced about the room. She whirled about, misery filling her voice. I want what is best for Edward. Damn it. You left him. Through no fault of my own, Cassie said quietly. It is a very long and quite arduous story, Miss Lacey, and I would never think to bore you with it. What an elegant set-down, Jenny thought, and not delivered unkindly.
She had tried to nurture fancies of Cassandra as a proud, willful girl, in the final summation a disagreeable witch. She had not been certain which would hurt more, to be right or wrong. "What a wretched coil," Jenny said. "Edward's wretched honor forces him back to you. He has no choice." Choice. The Earl had never given her a choice. Could Jenny be right? Would Edward marry her because there was naught else for him to do? She was on the point of asking Jenny why the devil she believed that Edward's honor was his only motive for wishing to marry her, but she drew up short. Neither of them had spoken of love. She because she could not. Could he not? She tried to picture a future with Edward, but there was only the Earl's dark face in her mind, and the Earl's child in her womb. Cassie said finally, "You wish me to give him up then? Go home to England." She paused a moment. "You have known Edward for only months, Miss Lacey. I have known Edward all my life. We grew up together. The day before we were to be wed, I was kidnapped. Have you any idea what that was like, Miss Lacey?" Jenny stared at her numbly. Kidnapped? By a man I had known since I was a child, a man who wanted me because... She could not repeat the story about her mother she had told Edward. She knew the Earl loved her for himself. At least he had, before she had escaped him. What happened? So very much. The words were wrenched out of her, leaving her naked to herself. Cassie was trembling, she said brokenly, her hands covering her face. "Oh God, what is to be done? I was such a coward, such a blind fool. Are there never choices? Must we always follow stupid, meaningless dictums without regard to our feelings?" "I wish that you were a bitch," Jenny said. "It is I who am the bitch, selfish and thoughtless. It is just that I want Edward so very much." "You are very different from Edward." "Perhaps. Edward is gentle and very kind, but there is a streak of iron strength in him. I will never love another man as I love him. And I will never love another man as I love the Earl." Cassie rose slowly. "Edward will be back shortly, Miss Lacey. You must give me time to think. It is all that I ask. Goodbye, Miss Lacey." Cassie took a white, shapely hand into hers. "Oh, incidentally," Cassie said, halting Jenny in the open doorway, "do you particularly like to sail?" Jenny looked taken aback. "Sail? No, not particularly. If you would know the truth, I have always preferred being the passenger and not the one doing the work." "That is good," Cassie said, a smile lighting her eyes. Cassie wondered, as she wandered back into the sitting room, what Elliot would say when his sister arrived on his doorstep, unwed and her belly large with child. Chapter 26. Although the yellow dimity curtains were drawn tight across the windows, the bedchamber was still uncomfortably cool as the early afternoon sun tried to break through the overcast. Cassie lay on her side, her knees drawn up to her belly, clad only in her light muslin shift. The small luncheon she had managed to eat had not settled well, and now she felt drained and weak in the aftermath of having been ill. She moved her hand over her still flat belly, wondering if her violent retching could in any way harm the small babe in her womb. She remembered the many mornings the previous fall when she had returned to bed, pale and trembling, and the Earl had gathered her in his arms and stroked her gently until her stomach had righted itself. Although she did not wish it, tears welled up in Cassie's eyes, and a soft, broken sob broke from her throat. She had never felt so alone and uncertain in her life, and she was still so far from her home. Over and over again, she thought about what she felt, about what she wondered if she had known even before Jennifer Lacey's unexpected visit. She would not marry Edward, no matter her unborn child. She thought of the man she loved, now a world away from her. It had been she who had allowed unreasoning anger and willful pride to destroy the bond that had grown between them. Even last fall, when she had agreed to wed him, there would have been love between them. She knew, with helpless fury at herself, that she would have come to return the love he felt for her. If only he had allowed her freedom, allowed her to make her own choices. If only he had told her about Becky Pettersham. Cassie was locked so deeply into herself that she did not hear the outward door open and close. She felt a light hand upon her shoulder. "Cass?" She tried to sniff back her tears. She turned over on her back and gazed up at Edward. She remembered vividly how she had loved his face, had memorized its every plane and contour. A wan smile touched her lips, and she sniffed yet again. "Are you all right?" "Yes, 'twas just a bout of nausea. Mrs. Beatty's luncheon was not to the child's liking." She saw his hazel eyes flit quickly to her belly, and he made his face impassive. She wished she had remained silent. "You are looking dashing, sir," she said, hoping to set his thoughts in another direction. "Did you see General Howe?" "Aye, I saw him, and also General Clinton, with John Andre's help." "Ah, yes, Major Andre, a man, I think, who dearly loves the ladies." "Indeed," Edward said stiffly. "Would you like your dressing gown, Cassie?" How often had she shocked or displeased him, she wondered. "Yes, thank you, Edward." She swung her legs over the side of the bed and rose slowly, for she had begun to feel dizzy of late if she suddenly jumped up. She met Edward's eyes and felt herself flush with embarrassment. Her swollen breast strained against the soft muslin shift, and the material had slipped up, revealing her legs. She lowered her eyes as he handed her the dressing gown. Edward's eyes fell on her hair, tumbled sensually, full and loose, over her slender shoulders and down her back. He turned away from her, cursing the burgeoning ache in his loins. She had been violently ill, and even now looked pale and listless. "Would you care for tea, Cass?" "I do not like tea, Edward. I have never liked tea." There was bitterness in her voice, and he turned back to her in surprise. Cassie felt instantly contrite and splayed her hands apologetically in front of her. "Forgive me for my wretched tongue. I would not have you think me a raging termagant." She rose slowly, shaking her dressing gown over her ankles. He smiled at her gently. "You are not a termagant, Cass. It was stupid of me to have forgotten." Edward followed her awkwardly to the sitting room and watched her seat herself carefully upon the settee. He unfastened his sword. "General Howe was not particularly obliging, Cass. Indeed, I fear there is little chance of his releasing me before summer." Cassie drew in her breath, thinking of the ship sailing for England the following week. She watched him nervously as he set his sword precisely upon the table. "I see," she said. "And also," Edward continued, sitting himself opposite her, "General Clinton ordered me, and you, of course, to a ball Friday evening. He is a boorish, stubborn man, but listens to John Andre, thus the ball. He hopes, I suppose, to impress the Tories with his generosity and graciousness. It will serve him well, for a little time at least. I hope you will not mind attending. As Lady Delford, you forget that by Friday you will be Lady Delford." "God help me," she thought, and said quietly, "I have given the matter much thought, Edward." "What matter? I just told you of the blasted ball." "The matter of my future and yours." "No, please do not interrupt me, for I must say this. I made a terrible mistake in believing that your sentiments, as well as mine, could remain unchanged for so many months. Both of us are not what we were, Edward, and I see now that even if we had not been parted, we are not really suited to each other." "What nonsense is this, Cassie?" She winced at the cold impatience in his voice. She knew it as the tone of an English gentleman when honor and duty were at stake. "I am giving us back choices, Edward. I have decided that I cannot wed you. I will leave next week for England. I am going home." He sat forward and clasped his lean hands tightly together between his thighs. "I am willing to grant you lapses of reason, Cassie, because of your condition. But if you seriously believe I would ever allow you to journey alone back to Hemphill Hall, unprotected and carrying a bastard child, you sorely mistake my character. If I were to allow such a thing, I would expect Elliot to put a bullet through my gullet." She smiled at him sadly. "You cannot always lead your life bound to such honor, Edward. Do you forget that if that black-hearted devil had not abducted you, we would have wed? But then, Edward, you fancied that you loved me, and the Earl, in his own right, believed it too. How can you defend that bastard? By God, Cassie, I begin to think your wits are gone awry. Is it not enough that you carry the man's child?" They were arguing senselessly, hurtfully. Cassie wished she could somehow weave her thoughts so that Edward would understand. "We are tearing at each other, Edward, and to no purpose. If I pose you one question, will you reply honestly?"
He hesitated, and his hazel eyes narrowed in frustration. "If you insist upon this ridiculous game, Cassie, very well. How do you feel about being a father to another man's child? Since I have no choice in the matter, I will learn to accept it. It is your child as well as his." She said very quietly, "You would probably begin to hate me for it and the child. So now you will accuse me of cruelty." He rose abruptly and paced away from her. He turned suddenly, his face hard. "I would that you keep your woman's vacillating emotions to yourself. We will do what is right, and that's an end to it. That is probably one good reason why we would never suit, Edward. I refuse to be dictated to. I assure you that you would pull your hair out, or mine, at my stubbornness. As to my woman's emotions, I would ask that you examine your own feelings, without that cold rock of duty weighing down your heart." She knew by the sudden dazed look in his eyes that he was at last thinking of Jenny. "You were granted the opportunity to see me as I really am, Edward. The idealized girl you lost need exist no more. Perhaps some day soon you will thank me, Edward, for I have rid you of a ghost, and myself as well." He paced again in front of her, the muscles of his lean jaw clenching and unclenching. Finally he turned to her, his face rigidly set. "I think, Cassandra, don't call me that," only he used my full name, "that you have closed your heart to men after the vile treatment you received at the Earl's hands. The nights we have spent together have been a trial for you. I am not stupid or insensitive to your feelings, you know. I will give you all the time you need. I will make no physical demands on you, unless you wish it." She stared at him, knowing the effort it had cost him to once again push Jenny from his mind. He would give up anything, even his sacred honor, for his sacred honor. At her continued silence, he said sharply, "Damn it, Cassie, you need not fear me. I am no ravisher of women."
If you will but recall, it was you who invited me to your bed. I do not fear you, Edward, and you are quite correct, of course. I wanted you to make love to me because I believed you wanted me, that you still loved me. It was a way, a stupid way I know, to try to bind us together again. What do you mean you believed that I still loved you? There, it was said. She drew a resolute breath. You were ever a bad liar, Edward. I know that you are not in love with me, and you will not deny it if you still feel anything for me at all. His face paled. "It is this wretched country," he said at last, his voice low and taut. "Once we are in England again, everything will right itself. I have known you all your life, Cassie, and have always held you dear. Can you imagine that would ever change? No, I believe that you would always be kind toward me. But you are being a statesman, Edward, and are trying to avoid confronting a truth that makes you feel the dishonorable man. This passes all bounds, Cass. For God's sake, do you count respect, likeness and taste and background as naught? What if there is no longer a grand passion between us? I assure you that neither of us will die of misery." He ran his fingers through his carefully powdered hair and grunted in disgust at the white flecks on his hand. He felt stabbing anger at her, even though the words grand passion had stuck in his throat as he uttered them. Damn her! She had returned from the grave to reclaim him, and now, when he insisted upon doing precisely as he had assumed she wished, she was ranting ridiculous nonsense to him about his not loving her. Jenny's image, her velvety green eyes dazed with passion, took hold of his mind. Damn all women to the devil! He reached for his sword and buckled it on. "I am going out, Cassie. Perhaps by the time I have returned, you will have come to your senses." "Edward, I have come to my senses." She rose to face him. "I am sailing next week for England. I know you cannot accept my reasons, but my mind is made up. I hope you can forgive me, Edward." He seemed suspended for a moment by the finality in her voice. He turned on his heel without answering her and walked from the room. "You'll be the most beautiful lady at the General's ball," Mrs. Beatty said, her thin voice enthusiastic as she gently tugged two thick curls over Cassie's bare shoulder.
'Tis wise that you do not cover your hair with that nasty powder. It's all the rage, I know, but such a mess it makes. At least it's not raining anymore. March is a saucy month, not like July. Now that's the time to shut all the shutters to stay cool." Cassie smiled absently at Mrs. Beaty's speech, content to let her cluck on as she worked, as was her habit. Mrs. Beaty helped Cassie step into a pale blue silk gown, the only one she had brought from Genoa, at all suitable for a formal gathering. "Ugh, it's tight across your bosom, m'lady, and that part of you can't be sucked in." Cassie stared at herself in the long, narrow mirror. Her breasts blossomed above the tiny row of white lace that gathered above the plunging bodice. She tried to tug it upward, but the stiff stomacher held the gown rigidly in place. She sighed. At least her waistline did not yet tell a tale. Mrs. Beaty chuckled knowingly. "Captain Lord Delford will have to slap the gentleman's hands, m'lady. They'll be like bees to the honey-pot." As Cassie gazed up, appalled by this thought, Mrs. Beaty hastened to add, "Just a manner of speaking, m'lady. Do not fret yourself." She stopped her monologue to a halt and drew her sandy brows together. "The captain told Mr. Beaty that you would be leaving for England next week. It's sad that you must be parted so soon." Cassie was careful that her eyes did not meet Mrs. Beaty's. "It is likely that the captain will return to England in the summer. General Howe has requested that he stay on in New York for the present." Actually, Cassie wasn't at all certain what plans Edward had made, if indeed he had yet made any. Since their conversation 3 days ago, Edward had tried to remonstrate with her, but Cassie had remained steadfast. It seemed to her that, finally, Edward was occasionally allowing himself to be relieved. When she had teasingly pointed out how lucky he was to have such a narrow escape from a shrewish woman, his tight reserve loosened, and for a brief moment he smiled crookedly. But he was worried for her, thinking, she knew, about what her life would be like when she returned to England and to Hemphill Hall. Because he was troubled, she forced laughter into her voice when she was with him. He spent all his time with her, save at night. Whilst they were eating luncheon at a barge restaurant docked off Brooklyn Heights, she unwisely broached the subject of how Edward was going to court Jenny when much of New York believed him to be married. "I believe, Cass," he said coolly, "that will be my problem. I will muddle through it as I always do." She sensed that he had given it thought. She was quite confident that Jenny, if not Edward, would contrive something suitable. Cassie turned at the sound of Major John Andre's laughing voice in the sitting room. Even when he was enjoying a good joke, his voice sounded husky, as if in case a lady were within hearing. Mrs. Beaty draped a white shawl over Cassie's shoulders and shuffled to the bedchamber door to open it. "Now you enjoy yourself, m'lady. I was telling Mr. Beaty just the other day that you were looking a trifle peaked, but you certainly don't tonight." "Thank you, Mrs. Beaty, for your assistance." She smiled toward the sitting room. "With two such amusing gentlemen, I am certain to enjoy myself." Major Andre whistled softly under his breath. "Good God, Edward, it's a close eye you'll have to keep upon your lady this evening. You are a vision to a starved man, Lady Delford." "She is passable, I suppose," Edward said as he took her hand. "Thank you, Major Andre, Edward. I hope I have not kept you gentlemen waiting over long." "Not at all, Lady Delford." Major Andre glanced curiously toward Edward. If Cassie were his wife, he thought, he would not let her out of his sight or his bed, much less let her leave for England alone. His gaze lingered on her thick golden hair, and his fingers fairly itched to touch it. Cassie supposed that Major Andre was accompanying them because there was no available carriage to carry them from the King George Inn to Kennedy House. At night, a lady escorted even by one gentleman was not sufficiently safe in many parts of the city. This March night was cool, and the sky was clear. There was a light breeze from the river, and Cassie was reminded briefly of Genoa. But there were no fragrant flowers, no silvery moon casting its soft glow over the Mediterranean. She closed her eyes an instant, chiding herself, and turned her attention to the gentlemen. The walk to Kennedy House was pleasant, for Major Andre was an amusing conversationalist.
Cassie found herself laughing more than once at his droll comments, many of the more sarcastic ones about General Clinton. "The general likes to fancy that he is riding in the corn," he said, his voice full of irony. "This morning he insisted upon tearing down the middle of Broadway, pretending he was in the midst of the hunt. Had I the time, I would have trapped a wretched fox and placed him in the general's path. That would have shaken the old fool, I imagine. The New Yorkers were rather taken aback by his antics, I assure you." Cassie laughed. "I look forward to meeting your commander, Major Andre. To you, Lady Delford, he will appear to be all that is gracious. I only hope that he will have the good sense not to ogle you too openly, and that you will have the good fortune not to have to dance with him. He is really as clumsy as he is boring."
Although the evening was young, the long rectangular ballroom set at the back of Kennedy House was already thronged with scarlet-coated officers, ladies far more sumptuously gowned than Cassie, and New York gentlemen, their elaborately clad figures and powdered heads in hearty competition with the English officers. An orchestra of bewigged musicians was upon a dais at the far end of the room. Though there were few ornaments or decorations in the huge room, it was not difficult for Cassie to imagine herself, for a moment at least, back in England. Cassie gave over her shawl to a black maid, for all the windows were closed and the press of people made the room quite warm. With Edward at her side, she made her curtsy to General Howe. She smiled to herself when Edward introduced her to General Clinton, remembering Major Andre's words. He was not all that was gracious. Indeed, his ogling, Cassie thought, forcing a prim smile to her lips, was more in the nature of a tentative leer. She wished she had not discarded her shawl, for the general's eyes kept flitting to her bosom. "Edward tells me you are leaving us next week, Lady Delford." "It is true, sir. I must return to England." Although Cassie was not overly tall for a woman, General Clinton was overly short for a man, and her eyes met his bulbous nose. General Clinton gave Edward a commiserating look. His pale eyes were set rather wide, and it was difficult to know specifically to whom he was speaking unless he looked at one directly. "The summer, Edward, the summer. We need you here now to drive those rebels into the wilderness." He heaved a sigh that strained the buttons of his scarlet waistcoat. "We must all of us make sacrifices. The time will pass quickly, you will see. I ask to reserve your permission now for your lovely wife's hand in a dance before she is besieged. Your servant, my lady," he added, and bowed brightly, not to her face, but to her bosom. "General Clinton makes we feel naked," Cassie whispered behind her hand to Edward. "You should hear what I think you can begin finishing her name now, Edward. What does Jenny have to say about him?" "That he's a lecherous old fool. She would very much like to kick soundly in his shins," Cassie said. "A most suitable amusement, I think." She was silent for a moment. "Will Jenny be here this evening, Edward?" "Yes, she is a favorite with both generals. You can be assured that she will be discreet." Cassie saw that Edward was ill at ease with such conversation, and hastened to say, "Kennedy House did not succumb to the fire, I gather." "No, the fire was fickle, as I told you." Cassie looked up to see an older woman bearing down upon them, a monstrously huge wig upon her head. "That is Mrs. Winston, Cass," Edward murmured. "She much admires English officers. It is all I can do to remain polite to her. Her husband is quite influential." Cassie said polite how-do-you-dos, marveling as she did so at the expanse of bosom the lady was displaying. Mrs. Winston accorded Cassie only cursory attention before turning to Edward. "Well, my dear sir, the musicians have a fine way with the minuet, do you not agree?" "Most assuredly, ma'am," Edward returned in his most non-committal tone. "I was just on the point of asking. How marvelous, sir! I should be delighted to stand up with you." Edward shot Cassie a harassed look before he was borne away, Mrs. Winston's beringed fingers clutching possessively at his sleeve. Cassie was suddenly alone, a startled expression on her face. "Something disturbs you, Lady Delford?" Cassie turned to see Major Andre at her elbow. "Your Mrs. Winston is a most overpowering person. Believe me, Lady Delford, most of the officers are in Edward's debt. That she has a tendere for your esteemed husband has made them all breathe a sigh of relief." For an instant, Cassie wished that Major Andre knew the truth.
She felt uncomfortable being called Lady Delford. She said, her eyes narrowed briefly on a woman who was laughing over loud. If I did not know better, I would believe that we were in England. Do not judge our local Tories too harshly. They deserve to enjoy their little displays of luxury and gaiety, for who knows what the future will bring. You are right, of course, Major Andre. It is a fault of mine, I fear, to judge too quickly. A woman of your beauty can be allowed almost any fault, my lady. Major Andre looked around the room, then turned back to her, amusement in his eyes. Only my rank as aide to General Clinton keeps the gentleman at bay. Shall I leave you to your fate as Edward has done? I would just as soon that you did not, Major Andre. Ah, there is Montresor, my counterpart to our famed commander. He's a dull fellow, Lady Delford, but an accomplished dancer. You are generous in your praise, Major. He smiled at the irony in her voice. You did not give me time to finish. Montresor is also one of the most brilliant strategists I have yet to meet. General Clinton heartily despises him for it. While Major Andre was fetching her a glass of punch, whose ingredients he laughingly refused to name, Cassie caught Jenny's eye and nodded toward her. She looked radiant with her auburn hair piled high atop her head, in a gown of forest green velvet cut low over her deep-bosomed figure. Her laughter lilted in Cassie's ears. Jenny would be a sore trial to Edward's dignity, Cassie thought, but no more than she herself had been. Well, Lady Delford, what do you think of the pleasures offered by New York? Very impressive, General Clinton. Everyone has been kind. Even the ladies? He laughed suggestively. Even the ladies, she said. Cassie was careful to mind her toes when she danced the minuet with General Clinton, for he was every bit as clumsy as Major Andre had warned. She had no time to search out Edward when the dance was done. General Howe laid his hand on her arm as soon as General Clinton finally released her. There is a gentleman who desires to dance with you. My lord, allow me to present you to one of the fairest ladies to grace New York. Cassie would have preferred to sit down for a moment and catch her breath, but good manners dictated otherwise. Because she had accustomed herself to General Clinton's unprepossessing height, she found herself staring at an exquisite waistcoat of pale blue silk embroidered with intricate gold thread when she turned. Lady Delford and I are old friends, sir. Well, I will leave you two young people alone to renew your acquaintance, General Howe said, and turned away. No, Cassie whispered, it cannot be. She raised her widened eyes to meet his mocking dark ones. No, she whispered again, her voice faint. She stumbled backward, and the Earl cupped his hand under her elbow. You are looking well, Cassandra. She ran her tongue over dry lips. I don't understand. You don't understand why you are looking well? I have wondered the same thing myself. A mocking smile mirrored his tone. I fear that the blues of our respective dress do not quite match. Still, we make a striking couple. He offered her his arm. The music has begun, my dear. She looked numbly down at the fine lace that spilled over his dark hands. He wore the ring she had given him for Christmas on his third finger. She laid her hand tentatively upon his proffered arm. They took their places in the long line of ladies and gentlemen. It was fortunate that Cassie knew the steps so well, for her mind seemed frozen, her thoughts suspended. He had come after her, halfway across the world. The thought that he still wanted her careened through her mind, over and over. She was scarce aware when he grasped her arm and deftly removed her from the row of dancers. I would not wish you to faint, my lady. Only think of the scene it would create, and the eyebrows that would be raised. I would not faint, she said. Within a few moments, he had led her to the outer entrance hall. She looked up at him in question. It is my opinion that you need a breath of fresh evening air.
She nodded, for she could think of nothing else to do. They walked past brightly uniformed soldiers to the front veranda. They were alone on the wide portico. The Earl turned to face her and grasped her shoulders. His voice was meditative. When I left, Cassandra, I vowed to myself that if I found you safe and well, I would forego my anger. To my chagrin, however, I have discovered that I want nothing more than to thrash you soundly. Conciliating words, words of love, died on her lips. Since I am no longer your captive, my lord, I need not fear your threats. Since we are talking about anger, perhaps you can tell me why you lied to me. Damn you, you lied to me. He leaned back against a white-painted pillar, his arms crossed negligently across his chest. "Lied to you, Cassandra? I have done many things, but lying to you was not one of them. Then, my lord, how do you explain your so interesting relation, Becky Petersham, a woman who has lived with the Brooms for more than 10 years? Ah, yes, Becky Petersham. I assume that you read all her letters, Kara. If you did, then you will know she is a distant cousin. I placed you in her care because she herself wished a post as a governess in England, and your father did not concern himself with you. You could quite easily have grown up to be a little savage if I had not intervened. As to my lying to you," he shrugged, "I suppose that I did deceive you by what I did not say. I would have told you, eventually, after we had wed." He paused a moment and brushed a fleck of dust from his coat sleeve. "I regret that I had to use Becky to secure your presence that afternoon, but it was unavoidable." Cassie sucked in her breath, furious at his calm dismissal of what he had done. "Your charade was despicable, my lord, and as to Becky Petersham, I shall strangle her if it is ever my misfortune to lay eyes upon her again." Even as she spoke, she realized that she would see Becky as soon as she returned to Hemhill Hall. She shook that thought from her mind. "I am relieved, my lord, to learn that you can so easily excuse your own perfidy. You are beyond ruthless, and I won't have it." She paused, seeing that he was looking down at her, a smile upon his lips. "It seems when it comes to you, Cassandra, that I have more than once behaved strangely. How did you find me? Your anger at finding the letters dulled your thinking, love. I have decided that you must have wished me to come after you, for you were not at all careful in how you replaced the evidence. I suppose, when all is said and done, that I must be grateful to Captain Crowley for being in port. I trust that he took good care of you on the crossing." She felt suddenly like a mouse being toyed with by an omniscient cat. "How did you know of Captain Crowley?" The instant she asked the question, she knew she could have answered it herself. As if he guessed her thoughts, he chuckled. "Really, Kara, would you not expect me to be aware of every important ship docked in the harbor? I assume the story you concocted for the poor captain wrung his withers." He was speaking to her as if to a stupid twit, and in retaliation she pulled her damaged pride about her like a cloak. "I told Captain Crowley that I was Lady Delford, and that I had been captured by an Italian nobleman. I begged him to take me to New York, to my husband." His amused expression fled at the word, and anger filled his dark eyes. Cassie had the distinct feeling that he would like very much to shake her until her teeth rattled. Strangely, she found herself not at all frightened or distressed by the prospect. The Earl, with no little effort, regained the tight control he had on himself. The lazy animal grace reappeared in his stance, and he said, "For the past 2 days, Scargill has kept watch over you, Cassandra. He has watched you chat gaily with Edward Lyndhurst, even stroll through this wretched city on Major Andre's uniformed arm. Scargill was filled with remorse, you know. You see, it never occurred to him that you would bolt. He, like I, assumed that you no longer wished to leave. You succeeded in making fools out of both of us. As for the bull, Andrea, I failed even there. Daniel was wounded and Andrea long gone by the time I arrived in Riva Trigoso. Damn you, my lord, you want me to writhe in guilt for escaping from a man who abducted me in the first place? I find your wounded pride about it ridiculous." She lowered her head, away from the pained tenderness in his eyes. "I am sorry that you did not catch Andrea. Why did you do it, Cassandra?" She looked up at him tentatively, trembling now at the hollow sadness in his voice. "I felt that you had betrayed me, that you had lied to me, and I was not but what you had wished to create. I felt I had to leave, and fate, in the person of Captain Crowley, made it possible." "That is not what I meant," she faltered, her eyes narrowed in confusion. "I believed, fool that I am, that you had come to care for me. Yet you rushed into Edward Lyndhurst's arms and wed him the moment you arrived in this miserable city." His voice became harsh. "Are you pleased with your choice, Lady Delford? Do you moan with passion in his arms?
Have you rendered the poor fellow ecstatic, or is he beginning to see that you are not the gentle, malleable girl he had believed you to be? She shook her head stupidly at him. You are quite wrong, my lord. Wrong about what, Cassandra? She took a stumbling step toward him. You touch her, you miserable bastard, and I will dispatch your soul to hell where you stand. Cassie froze at Edward's shout. She turned numbly to see his hand poised on his saber, his eyes fastened with cold hatred upon the Earl. Edward, you are wrong. Please. Silence, Cassie. Edward turned and offered a contemptuous bow to the Earl. Well, Lord Clare, what an unexpected surprise. Your lordship's pride is such that you could not allow your captive mistress to escape you? Jenny's frantic voice cut through the air. Edward, you must stop. He will kill you. The Earl turned his dark gaze toward Jenny, and a black brow winged upward. He offered her a negligent bow before straightening to his full height. I have come to reclaim what is mine, Lyndhurst. You have had your time with her, and you will have no more. I suggest that you choose to divorce her. I offer you no choice, my Lord Earl. By tomorrow afternoon, the birds will be feasting upon your black heart. Cassie's mind planted itself once again in her body. She waved a warning hand toward Jenny, who looked as though she would grab Edward's sword and run the Earl through herself. Both of you will cease this nonsense right now. For your information, my Lord Earl, I am not Lady Delford. Damn you, Cassie, keep a still tongue in your head. A surprised smile lit up the Earl's dark eyes. Still another lie, Cassandra? It matters not. Edward stepped between them. It is a question of honor, my lord. Do you wish me to strike you, or will you, as a gentleman, accept my challenge? As you wish, Lyndhurst, the Earl said. You will not do it, Edward, Jenny said. Suddenly she weaved where she stood and crumpled into a faint. Will you see to the lady, or shall I, Lyndhurst? Edward gritted his teeth at the Earl's tone, but he had no choice but to drop to his knees and gather Jenny into his arms. When he rose, he said sharply to Cassie, You will come with me. I trust that he has given you sufficient disgust of him. Oh, hush, Edward, see to Jenny. I assure you that I can find my way home without your assistance. Edward turned stiffly on his heel and carried Jenny past several staring soldiers into the house. Cassie turned at the sound of the Earl's softly mocking voice. Well, Cara, it would seem that another has gained the Viscount's affections. A touching scene, and I might add, the lady is quite beautiful.
Poor Cassandra, did your lost love refuse to wed you? Has he shattered all your romantic young girl's illusions? It would appear that I have arrived barely in time to save your shredded virtue. Tell me, Cara, how has it felt to bed with a man who does not love you? It was unlike him to be so cruel, but there was so much truth in what he said that she could not forgive him. He had made her feel like a harlot. You wonder, my lord, how it feels to bed with a man, she said slowly. Since it is my first such experience, I vow that I enjoyed it much. When I return to England, I do not despair of finding other such men to please me. They will, after all, be entirely English and not half-breeds, bloated with masculine conceit. There was such blazing fury in his eyes that her body tensed. And there was something else, something that made her feel hollow with despair. I bid you good night, Cassandra, he said dispassionately. After I have satisfied Lyndhurst's honor, I shall come to fetch you. No, she shouted at him, but he did not look back. She stared after him until he was swallowed by the darkness. Cassie sank down upon the front steps and closed her eyes against hated tears. She felt gentle fingers upon her shoulder and looked up to see Scargill kneeling beside her. He shook his head sadly. You wounded him deeply, Madonna, and he was too angry to see through your lie. He deserved it, all of it. Her voice broke. Oh God, Scargill, what am I to do now? I do not know, Madonna, would that I did. He rose and stared down at her a moment in silence. Now it is a matter of pride. He pulled on the shock of red hair over his forehead and left her. Chapter 27.
Gray streaks of dawn lighted the bedchamber when Cassie heard a soft knock on the outer door. She heard Grumman's soft voice and Edward's subdued response. She waited only a few seconds after the door closed before she swiftly threw back the bed covers, straightened her gown, and pulled on her cloak. She tiptoed down the creaking oak stairs, relieved that there was as yet no one about. She quietly pulled up the latch on the front door of the inn and peered out into the courtyard. She quickly drew back inside at the sight of Major Andre astride his bay stallion, waiting for Edward to mount Delilah. Cassie waited until they disappeared from view along the road, then slipped out the front door and ran to the stable, her skirts pulled up in her hands. She pulled several coins from her pocket and pressed them into Will's sleepy hand. She stepped back, tapping her foot impatiently while he bridled the mare she had selected the previous evening. She stayed him when he leaned over to heave up the saddle. "Nay, Will, do not bother. There is not time." "You are certain that they are going to the Commons?" "Yes, milady," Major Andre spoke clearly. "And besides, it is there that all the gentlemen fight their duels." Cassie felt a wrenching tightening in her stomach at his matter-of-fact tone. She raised her foot for Will to toss her up upon the mare's wide back. "I pray I will not be gone too long. And thank you, Will." Cassie flicked the reins, and her mare broke unwillingly into a trot through the courtyard and onto the road. She shivered in the chill early morning air and thrust her free hand into the pocket of her cloak. She clenched her teeth against a bout of morning sickness that raised bile in her throat. Curious eyes followed her progress through the near-empty streets, but she paid them no heed. The sky was overcast, and Cassie found herself praying for a violent downpour, anything that would put a stop to this madness. "It is a matter of pride," Scargill's quiet words floated through her mind. She had lost hers during the long hours of the night as she lay huddled in her bed. She guided her mare onto the Commons, a stretch of barren ground surrounded by naked branched trees. She saw them at the far end of the Commons, Scargill and Major Andre standing together, the Earl and Edward apart, stripping off their overcoats. She heard the whinnying of their horses, tethered to scraggly bushes. She sucked in her breath at the sight of a silver rapier cutting through the air. Edward was testing the flexibility of his blade. The Earl stood quietly, his fingers caressing the razor edge of his sword. She slipped off her mare's back. She ran quickly toward them, her footsteps noiseless in the dew-soaked grass. She froze in her tracks at Major Andre's cold command, "On guard!" The Earl and Edward, both stripped to their frilled white shirts and tight dark knitted breeches, circled toward each other, slashing their rapiers in front of them. She ran forward, her cloak billowing out behind her, as the sound of clashing steel rang in the heavy air. "Lady Delford!" Major Andre's shocked, reproving voice rose above the raging foils, and she felt his hand grab her arm. "Let me go, you fool! I am not Lady Delford, and this madness must be stopped. Madonna, it is too late." Cassie turned stricken eyes to Scargill. "You said it was a matter of pride. Damn it, I cannot let this happen. Let me go, Major, else I shall do something very unladylike to you." But Major Andre sputtered, taken aback by her unexpected ferocity. He dropped his hand. Cassie knew that both the Earl and Edward were aware of her presence, but neither of them paid her any heed. She heard a growl from Edward as he lunged forward, his foil a blur as it whistled toward the Earl. The Earl deflected his blade and drew him into a wild flurry. Cassie jerked the small pistol from her cloak pocket and dashed forward. She was close enough to see beads of perspiration upon Edward's brow and hear his rasping breathing. He was defending himself with poise and swiftness, but the Earl was easily the more powerful, and his body moved with deadly grace, the foil an easy extension of his arm. "Stop it, both of you!" "Leave, Cassandra," the Earl shouted, his eyes flitting toward her for a brief instant, "else I promise to thrash you." Slowly, Cassie raised the pistol and pressed it against her temple. "If you do not cease your madness this instant, I swear I will pull the trigger." "Cassie!" Edward stared at her, drawing in his foil. The Earl turned slowly toward her and dropped his rapier to the ground. "Put that pistol down, Cassandra," he said. She could hear fear in his voice. Cassie tightened her grip on the butt. "I mean it, my lord. Damn both of you. Edward, leave go. Forget your wretched honor. I love him, do you hear? I could not bear it if you harmed him. And you, my lord, do you wish to destroy our lives by being the cause of Edward's death?" Her eyes were pleading on Edward's face, and he looked at her uncertainly. The Earl strode toward her. She lowered the pistol from her temple and aimed it at his chest. "I shot you once, my lord," she said in a voice of deadly calm. "Do not doubt that I would do it again." He stopped abruptly, his eyes boring into hers. "Cease this nonsense, Cassandra. You interfere where you do not belong." "Do not belong?" she shrieked at him. "Are both of you so lost to reason? I swear to you that I will put a bullet through you if you do not promise me you will stop." She thought she had won, for Edward nodded his head at her. As she looked at him, her hand was suddenly borne violently downward. A sharp explosion rent the silence, and the bullet tore into the cold ground. The Earl grasped her shoulders and shook her. Cassie stared stupidly down at the useless pistol dangling from her fingers. She raised her face to his and whispered brokenly, "Please, no, my lord. Please do not do this. I lied to you last night. It is you I love. You must believe me." He pulled the pistol from her fingers and tossed it aside. "So you will do anything to protect your lover," he said coldly. "Even though he does not want you, you plead for his life." "No, you must listen to me, Anthony. Please listen to me." "Are you ready to continue, my lord?" Edward asked, his face a set mask. "Certainly, Lyndhursts."
"Scargill, take her away from here." Just as Scargill's hand closed over her arm, the sky rumbled with grating loud thunder, and rain burst through the thick gray clouds. "En garde!" Major Andre's command rang out once again. "Major, you cannot allow this. We must stop them." Cassie felt impotent tears sting her eyes and wet her cheeks, mixing with the raindrops. "Honor must be satisfied," he said sharply. He stared straight ahead at the Earl and Edward, refusing to meet her eyes. Through the heavy veil of rain, Cassie watched the Earl and Edward, their clothes plastered to their bodies, their movements tentative on the slippery ground. Suddenly, Edward slipped on a muddy clod of earth, and he clutched frantically at the empty air to regain his balance. "Damn, the Earl could have had him," Major Andre said. Cassie drew in an appalled breath. The Earl had held back. God, what was he trying to do? Did he seek to kill himself? Cassie suddenly went limp against Scargill's arm, and her head lolled back against his chest. "Dear God," she heard him cry. "Help me, sir, she's fainted." The instant he released his hold upon her to lift her into his arms, Cassie whirled about and drove her heel against his shin. Scargill gasped, more in surprise than in pain, and stumbled backward. "Madonna, don't!" Cassie rushed toward the Earl and Edward, jerking off her sodden cloak as she ran. Their figures were indistinct through the thick haze of rain, and even the loud clashing of steel against steel was muted in the downpour. The Earl saw her rushing toward them and quickly drew back from Edward. In the next instant, she threw her cloak between them and flung herself against the Earl. Edward did not see her until the moment she covered the Earl's body with her own. His foil caught in the sodden cloak, but his momentum carried his thrust forward. The tip of his blade sliced through the cloak and sank with sickening ease into her shoulder. He jerked the foil free and gazed horrified at the bright red blood covering the tip. Cassie felt nothing save a sharp prick high on her shoulder, near her left arm. "Please," she cried, her face buried against the Earl's wet shirt, "no more." She clasped her arms tightly around his neck and sobbed softly against his chest. "Please, if there must be more fighting, let me be the one. I cannot lose you. I would rather die than lose you." She felt the warmth of his breath against her forehead. "You are forever a surprise, Cassandra," he whispered, as his hands ripped through the bloodied material of her gown. He drew a relieved breath. The foil thrust was not deep. "Please, take me home, Anthony." "That will be in large measure up to Edward Lyndhurst, Kara. Well, Captain, has your thirst for honor been slaked?"
"Cassie, you are hurt," Edward said. "My God, what have I done?" Cassie turned slightly in the Earl's arms. "It is nothing, Edward. All that matters is that you and he are safe. Please tell me, Edward, that you no longer wish his blood." "Damn it, Cassie, think of what he has done to you. How can you want such a man?" "I do not know, Edward, but the fact remains that I do. It is true. You know I would not lie to you." Edward blinked the rain from his eyes. He stared blankly as the Earl lifted Cassie into his arms. "I believe, Lyndhurst," the Earl said quietly, "that the die has been cast. I, for one, certainly have no wish to be impaled on your foil." Slowly, Edward nodded. "Your shoulder, Cass," he said, staring at the red stain that was spreading over her gown. "If you wish, Lyndhurst, you can accompany me back to the Cassandra. I will take care of her there." "But you cannot. It's I who must." "She has made her choice. Enough. Let us leave this place before we all succumb to an inflammation of the lungs in this blasted rain." Cassie raised her head from the Earl's shoulder. "Thank you, Edward. You need have no more fears for me. I am going home." She was smiling. "It's but a scratch, Cara. I will give you 2 days before I lay you over my knee." The Earl straightened and pulled the bed cover higher on her back. "Do you wish some laudanum, my lord?" Scargill asked, as he handed the Earl the basilicum powder. "Nay, if she suffers any pain, it will serve her right. I have had enough of your dramatic antics, Cassandra, to last me a lifetime. He is cruel, Scargill, but I shall make him pay, never fear." Her grin became a wince as he gently bound the wound with a light bandage. He pulled her damp mass of hair away from her body and tucked the covers more tightly around her. "We will give her a glass of wine for her breakfast, Scargill." "Yes, my lord, right away." Scargill sprinkled a goodly amount of laudanum into the red wine. As the Earl helped her onto her back and puffed the pillows behind her head, she eyed the wine warily. "I really don't wish any, my lord." "Nonsense. It will put you in a better frame of mind, and, I trust, calm your shrew's tongue." "Oh, very well," she said, and downed the wine. "I do wish that you would give me a nightgown." Before the Earl answered her, he turned to Scargill, who sported a beaming smile. "Thank you, Scargill. I believe I can well handle our patient now. Go remove those wet clothes. I want none of us to become ill." "Now about that nightgown, Cassandra," the Earl said after Scargill had let himself out of the cabin. The smile disappeared as he gazed down at her white face. "For God's sake, what is the matter?" "It is the wine," she gasped, and looked wildly about for a basin. "Please, my lord, I am going to be ill." He got her the basin with not an instant to spare. When at last she lay against the pillows, pale and blown, he said gently, "Lie still, love. This time we will try some water, no wine." After she had sipped at the water, she became aware that he was looking at her oddly. She thought of the child in her womb, but decided that now was not the time to tell him of her pregnancy. She stared up at him and set her jaw. "Should you not remove your wet clothes, my lord?" His odd, assessing expression gave way to a grin. "Only if you will promise to spare my male modesty. I assure you that anything you do will leave me unmoved." Indeed, her words were true, she thought. She started to feel very drowsy, and the pain in her shoulder seemed to be easing. She heard his boots drop to the floor, but she was no longer paying attention. The Earl laid down the hairbrush and surveyed his handiwork. "You are presentable now, Cassandra. What is the time?" "Late afternoon, near 4 o'clock. You slept a long time, little one." She sighed and pulled the dressing gown more closely over her breasts, a dressing gown that he had put on her while she had slept. "Are you hungry?" Cassie consulted her stomach and discovered that she was ravenous. "Is Arturo aboard? I think I could eat 3 horses." A light knock came upon the cabin door. "Enter." Scargill's smiling face appeared in the open doorway. "The Viscount and a young lady are here, my lord." "Well, Cassandra?" The Earl's gaze was questioning. "Yes, Anthony. I believe proper goodbyes are in order." Edward stepped awkwardly into the cabin, a radiant Jenny at his side. "My lord," he said stiffly, bowing to the Earl, "I would like you to meet Jennifer Lacey. Jenny, Anthony Wells, Earl of Clare." The Earl took in Jenny's flushed cheeks, and her rich auburn hair tumbled artfully about her shoulders. He was aware that she was eyeing him closely. He raised her gloved hand to his lips and lightly kissed her palm. "A pleasure, Miss Lacey. I trust you are fully recovered." "I am not certain, my lord," Jenny said, "to which recovery you are referring. There have been several of late." The Earl grinned down at her. "Actually, I was thinking of your most recent timely swoon, ma'am. It was it not?" Jenny agreed smoothly. Edward, whose eyes were upon Cassie, turned to Jenny, frowning comprehension dawning. "Jenny, you little wretch, are you telling me that your fainting was an act?" "Well, yes, Edward," she admitted, "but enough of that." She smiled toward Cassie.
"I only wish that I had had the courage to put a stop to your dueling. But what one lady doesn't manage, another does. Well done, Miss Brome." "Thank you, Miss Lacey." "Well, Lyndhurst," the Earl said smoothly, "it would appear that our destinies have been determined by two chits barely into petticoats." A faint smile replaced Edward's appalled expression. "I think, Jenny, that you are deserving of whatever fate I choose for you." Jenny lowered her eyes to hide their lurking laughter. Her voice was demure. "So long as I do not have to faint anymore, Edward, for effect, you know, I shall be content." "You are a minx, Miss Lacey," the Earl said, as Edward turned stiffly to Cassie. "You are all right, Cass?" "Of course, Edward. His lordship has put me back together again. It is but a scratch. Do not worry yourself over it." "Let her suffer a bit, Lyndhurst," the Earl said. "After all her machinations, she deserves to pay the piper. I trust you will join us for a glass of wine." "Wine glasses filled with rich Bordeaux," Jenny said. "All's well that ends well." "The taming of the shrew," the Earl said. "Do make that shrews, my lord," Edward said, looking at Jenny. "Let them have their little joke, Jenny. Gentlemen adore so to swagger about, believing themselves lords of all they survey." Jenny held back her giggle, aware that Edward was not at his ease, particularly in the Earl's presence. She raised her eyes some moments later to the Earl and said ingenuously, "You have a lovely boat, my lord." Cassie nearly choked on her wine, but the Earl merely nodded graciously. "I think, my lord, that you are deserving of whatever fate I choose for you." Jenny lowered her eyes to hide their lurking laughter. Her voice was demure. "So long as I do not have to faint any more, Edward, for effect, you know, I shall be content." "You are a minx, Miss Lacey," the Earl said, as Edward turned stiffly to Cassie. "You are all right, Cass?" "Of course, Edward. His lordship has put me back together again. It is but a scratch. Do not worry yourself over it." "Let her suffer a bit, Lyndhurst," the Earl said. "After all her machinations, she deserves to pay the piper. I trust you will join us for a glass of wine." "Wine glasses filled with rich Bordeaux," Jenny said. "All's well that ends well." "The taming of the shrew," the Earl said. "Do make that shrews, my lord," Edward said. "Let them have their little joke, Jenny. Gentlemen adore so to swagger about, believing themselves lords of all they survey." Jenny held back her giggle, aware that Edward was not at his ease, particularly in the Earl's presence. She raised her eyes some moments later to the Earl and said ingenuously, "You have a lovely boat, my lord." Cassie nearly choked on her wine, but the Earl merely nodded graciously. "I and my boat, thank you, ma'am. Perhaps you would like a tour whilst Lyndhurst talks to my patient." "Yes, Jenny," Edward said. "I will meet you shortly above deck." Jenny walked to the bed and took Cassie's hand. "All is as you wish it to be. I can see that plainly. I will never wish for anything more. Perhaps I shall see you in England. Oh yes, I am certain of it. Goodbye, Miss Brome. Goodbye, Miss Lacey." The Earl offered Jenny his arm and led her from the cabin. Cassie heard her say to the Earl, "I do not know much about sailing boats, my lord. Perhaps you will enlighten me." Edward gazed down at Cassie, his expression intent. "You are certain that this is what you want, Cass?" "Oh yes, Edward." She took his hand and squeezed it tightly. "Our lives have been fraught with adventure. Enough, I think, to make me want to grow old in one place. Or perhaps two places," she added, smiling to herself. "Will you return to England, Cass? We have not had time to discuss our plans. Poor Elliot will be in for something of a shock." Edward shook his head. "Hell believe that we've all lost our minds."
He paused a moment and smoothed a strand of hair from her forehead. "Does his lordship know yet of his child?" "No, and I would ask that you not tell him, Edward. It is up to me, you know." "How long have you loved him, Cass?" "I cannot remember the beginning of it, yet I am quite secure in my feelings for him." "Despite all that he did to you?" "Yes. What you did this morning was outlandish." "Perhaps, but I believe that you would have done the same had you been me. There was everything to lose, you see." "I will never understand you, Cass." "You will forgive me everything, Edward?" "There is nothing to forgive you for," he said quickly. "The Earl, though, is another matter." He leaned down and kissed her. "Goodbye, Cass. Perhaps our children will be playmates some day, and mine will lead yours into wicked adventures." He stared at her a moment, bemused. "That," he said, straightening over her, "remains to be seen." He looked toward the open cabin door, hearing Jenny's bright laughter. "Goodbye, Cass. Until England, Edward." Chapter 28. Cassie heaved a sigh of contentment, wiped her fingers on her napkin, and sat back in her chair. She quickly leaned forward again when she felt the wooden back press against her shoulder. "So you like Arturo's way of preparing oysters?" "Cleaning my plate from one end to the other should convince him of my approval. They are fresh from the bay." Although Arturo is quite outspoken in his disdain of New York, he does admit that the variety of fish is remarkable. Cassie sipped at her wine, suspecting that the Earl had laced it with laudanum. She gazed about the cabin, her body lulled by the wine and the gentle rocking of the yacht. "How odd," she said aloud, "that one's perspective can shift so dramatically. This cabin is exquisite. I did not remember it this way. Both the captain and his cabin are pleased at your new perspective, Cassandra. How does your shoulder feel?" "I fear, my lord, that you must be disappointed. I am strong as a horse, you know, and the wound is trifling. But you must keep your word. You must wait a full 2 days before you thrash me. If I do not have to treat you as an invalid, Cara, then I fancy I shall discover equally pleasurable pursuits to fill my time until I can, in good conscience, bear your bottom." She felt a quiver of pleasure, and a rosy flush rose to her cheeks. She looked down at his strong hands as he deftly peeled an orange. "I have not had an orange in a long time," she said. He handed her a section and sat back in his chair, watching her nibble delicately. "When do we leave New York?" He was silent for some moments, gazing at her intently. "Is there orange juice on my chin?" "No." "You asked me this morning, Cassandra, to take you home. I must ask you if you meant what you said." "Given the circumstances, my lord, I can hardly believe you would doubt me." Again he fell silent. Cassie felt suddenly uncertain. "You no longer wish to wed me?" "I have never before offered you the choice, Cassandra. Now I find that I must." "Would you, you adorable girl, you most exquisite creature in all of England and the colonies, do me the great honor of becoming my wife?" Cassie pursed her lips, stifling laughter at his flowery delivery. It was odd, she thought, but she preferred him to be overbearing. He was easier to deal with that way. She said matter-of-factly, "If you do not wed me, I shall have to gullet you and throw your miserable body in the bay. In that case, to save my wretched hide, I shall fetch a discreet parson on the morrow. Is that soon enough for you?" "I suppose that it must be," she said. "But be warned, my lord, I will have you leg-shackled by tomorrow noon, else you will be the worse for it." It suddenly occurred to her that all her clothing was still at Edward's lodgings. "Oh dear," she wailed, "I have nothing to wear. This dressing gown would hardly be appropriate." He rose slowly and walked over to the armoire. He flung open the doors. "I think, my dear, that all you need is right here. I don't think you ever doubted my answer for an instant." She made to rise, to go to him, but found to her chagrin that she weaved where she stood. "Drunk again?" he said, shaking his head. "I believe the best place for you, my love, is in bed." He yawned prodigiously. "Do you mind if I join you? It has been a long, quite fatiguing day." "But we are not yet married, my lord." "True, and my shoulder is paining me terribly." He laughed, a deep, satisfied laugh, and scooped her up into his arms. She clung to him when he set her upon the bed. "Madam, you cannot seduce me unless you allow me to remove these damned clothes." She lay back, watching him peel off his clothing. When he stood naked in front of her, she pulled her dressing gown more closely about her and sat up. Words came from her mouth in a torrent. "It is my fault. All of it is my fault. I sold myself, just as would a harlot. I let him take me, though I hated it and hated myself. I had nothing to give to him, for you had already taken everything, my love, my passion. How can you forgive me? How can you say nothing when you know what I did? Are you now quite through? I am afraid that I have nothing to give you. Don't you understand? I am afraid that I can no longer feel passion after what I did. I have never heard a more comprehensive recital of recriminations."
Remind me, when you are an old woman and I a doddering old man, to provide us both with the amusing tale of Cassandra's fall from grace. I might even tell our grandchildren if ever your termagant's tongue pushes me too far. But you must hate me. You must. He grabbed her arms and pulled her forward on top of him. If I yell and rave at you, will it make you feel better? Or, perhaps, I should beat you senseless. Would that assuage your ridiculous guilt? I do apologize for refusing to wallow with you in this spate of self-hatred. Actually, what you have done required a good deal of courage and determination. And, more importantly, my love, Edward Lyndhurst is no longer in your heart. She stared at him, opened her mouth, and closed it again. He laughed and gently flicked her chin. Now, Cassandra, what is it to be? Love-making with your future husband, or sleep? You are strangling me with your nobility. Oh, no, I am your devil, do you not remember? I assure you, there is not a noble bone in my body. You have not answered my question, Cara. He stroked his hands gently down her back. You swear that you are not noble, that you are being honest with me? I swear it. But what if I no longer feel passion? She felt his fingers stroking her hips. Your body does not seem to be aware that you are a passionless woman. And your eyes, Cara, are becoming vague and smoky. Surely that is not because of disinterest. There was still a faint protest in her mind, but when she opened her mouth, only a breathless sigh emerged. Your dressing gown, Cassandra. His voice made her urgent, and she tugged frantically at the sash at her waist. Hold still, little one. The dressing gown parted under his deft fingers, and he slipped her arms gently out of the full sleeves. He pressed her upon her back and lay beside her, his eyes on her body. You are too thin, he said, still not touching her, save for your breasts. He leaned over her and kissed her. Her breasts were swollen and tender, but the touch of his mouth made her arch her back upward. And then he was on top of her, and she felt the familiar hardness of him, the raw masculine strength of him. He crushed her breasts against his chest, and she felt his black hair pressing against her. She felt a surge of joy as he forced her lips to part. He pushed against her belly, and her hands urgently kneaded his back as she parted her thighs. But he wouldn't allow it. He brought her to release before he entered her. To his besotted surprise, when he thrust deep inside her, she quivered anew with passion. She cried out his name, clutching him feverishly to her, and he closed his mouth over hers, willingly losing himself in her. Belatedly, he was reminded of her shoulder and gently eased himself off her. He smoothed back the tousled hair from her forehead and solemnly kissed her nose. If you show any more passion, my love, I will be a dead man. She smiled vaguely, replete, and in the next moment she was fast asleep, her face against his shoulder. Their wedding was conducted aboard the Cassandra in the captain's cabin. Mr. Donati and Scargill supported the couple under the suspicious eye of a Father Donovan, lamentably Catholic. After waving Father Donovan off the yacht, his step jaunty from the excellent champagne provided by the Earl of Clare, the Cassandra, sails billowing and men swarming nimbly over the rigging, prepared to sail out of the harbor of New York. "Where are we bound, my lord?" Cassie turned to face her husband, her back against the bronze railing. Anthony wrapped his fingers about strands of her hair that whipped across her face in the crisp afternoon breeze.
For some moments, he simply looked down at her, savoring her closeness, secure in the belief that she had finally accepted him. "I have been given to understand, wife, that England is lovely in the spring." Her eyes glistened with pleasure, for she had expected him to say Genoa. She laughed. "I do hope that we do not beat my letter to England. To be faced with a supposedly dead sister would be no mean shock to Elliot. And of course, there is Becky to be considered." The Earl dropped his hands to her shoulders. "Becky loves you, Cara, as would a mother. Surely you can find forgiveness for her, just as you have for me." He added with masculine arrogance that he knew would gain her attention. "You must admit that everything worked out just as I planned. Becky but followed my instructions." "Conceited man," she said, no heat in her voice. "I suppose, since I am so very happy, that I can afford to be generous." She turned abruptly, her eyes alight with her joy, and flung her arms about his shoulders. She hugged him tightly to her. "It is so marvelous to be able to show you how I feel, with no more pretense, no more reservations." "And how do you feel, Cassandra?" He held her lightly in his arms, imagining that Scarbill and Mr. Donati were in all likelihood staring at them, self-satisfied grins on their faces. He wanted her to tell him now that she loved him. She raised her face, her blue eyes shining with mischief. "I feel, my lord, that if I stand close to you much longer, you will become an embarrassment to your men." "And just what, madam, do you propose doing about my masculine predicament?" The humor in his voice matched her own. He had long ago learned the value of patience with her. "I suppose," she said, "that I shall simply have to ask you down to my cabin." "Your cabin? I trust you will be just, my lord. Since you have finally convinced me to wed you, is it not fair that you bestow upon me at least half of your worldly possessions?" She added, her eyes all wicked. "I am sure that my half of the cabin is the part that holds the bed." "I shall think about it, madam." He drew her arm through his. "Once below deck," he said, "if you please me enough, perhaps I shall be generous. Then I shall feign a mighty passion." When they were in the cabin, he grinned at her and turned to grate the key in the lock. "No interruptions, madam." When he turned back to her, he felt a surge of desire twist in his groin. Cassie was standing in the middle of the cabin, busily stripping off her clothes. He stood watching her, her face slightly flushed, in seeming concentration on the long row of buttons down the front of her gown. He walked to the table and poured 2 glasses of wine, still watching her from the corner of his eye. She wriggled out of her gown and, without pausing, pulled the lace straps of her chemise off her shoulders. At last, aware of his eyes upon her, she raised her face and looked at him squarely. The chemise rested only a moment about her hips before it fell softly atop her gown. "I want you now, husband." He grinned at her and set down the wine glasses. "Could it be, my love, that we are here for more than to solve my own predicament?" "Yes, if you would know the truth." His eyes danced. "May I always have a ready remedy, my lady." "And I for you, my lord." When the Earl was naked, he grabbed her hand and they eased each other onto the bed. They caressed each other leisurely, each savoring the other's touch, the feel of each other's flesh. Cassie wanted desperately to give in the same measure as he had given to her. She wriggled out of his arms to run her lips over his chest and downward over the taut muscles of his belly. She laid her face against his thigh and lightly touched him, caressing his swelled member, and breathed in the male scent of him. He sensed the freedom she felt, freedom to show him her love as he had always shown her. He felt stretched like a bowstring, his sex aching to be taken into her mouth. He lightly stroked her hair and waited. He felt her pressing her breasts against him and the pulsing of her heartbeat. When her lips softly touched him and finally covered him, he thought his body would betray him. He tried to pull away from her, but she would not release him. She thought she would die of pleasure when he moaned.
When he could bear it no more, he cupped her face in his hands and pulled her toward him. She gazed up at him, her eyes asking him what he wished. He groaned and pulled her astride him. And then he was driving inside her. his hands caressing her until she was beyond herself, lost in the sensation of him. She felt him exploding within her as he groaned into her mouth. She wanted that moment to be timeless. "I love you," she said, stroking the black hair from his forehead. "And I you," he said. He thought about his long voyage, halfway across the bloody world to find her. The long empty nights on the endless ocean, with nothing but his rage and his nagging fear. "I alternately beat you, ravished you, and pleaded with you. Then I would imagine you dead, and that angered me even more, for you would have escaped my wrath and all the venom I was storing up." She was silent for some moments, until her mind gave meaning to what he had said. "At least you did not hate yourself. You see, I could not imagine that you would come after me. I thought I had lost you." His arms tightened almost painfully about her. "Do you know that I planned our meeting at Kennedy House? That I had even rehearsed my speeches to you, for I believed that I had lost you, that you had willingly wed Edward Lyndhurst." She nuzzled her chin into the hollow of his throat. She thought of the small babe in her womb, but she would not tell him tonight. This was their wedding night, a night for them alone. Tomorrow, perhaps, she would tell him. She raised her face and kissed him lightly on the mouth. "And do you know what I felt when I first saw you? The devil had come to claim you again. Nay, nothing so dramatic. If you would know the truth, I thought you dazzling, devastatingly handsome. But your anger made you unfamiliar, somehow alien to me. I think I would have gladly accepted oblivion at that moment. Your pride is as great as mine, Kara, and you gave me measure for measure." He grinned at her suddenly, and his hands loosed from about her back and dropped downward to her hips. "You have complained not one whit about your shoulder. Perhaps you should have your promised thrashing today." "The pain is great, my lord. It is simply that I am a stoic." "You promised me 2 days. I shall hold you to it." He eyed her silently for a moment and grinned. "I do not believe it." "Believe what, my lord? That you are still awake, my love? Have I given you so little pleasure that our lovemaking no longer serves as a sleeping draught?" "I would never be so inconsiderate to my husband," she said, "only to my lover." Chapter 29. She talked with boundless energy of everything. There were no more private, secret places in her mind from which she kept him, except for the child. Her only bout of morning sickness happened when she was alone. She was creeping quietly along the companionway after washing out the basin herself when Scargill appeared. He looked at her pale face and the basin and shook his head. "You must tell him, lass." He held out his hand, and she silently handed him the basin. "You're being foolish, you know. 'Twould give him great joy." She sighed. "I know. At least I think I do. You and Joseph, both of you always knew what was in my mind." She felt her mouth tremble. She gulped and straightened her shoulders. She still felt weak from being ill, and it was making her behave foolishly. "I can't imagine, lassie, how ye could ever believe otherwise. Joseph would have told you the same thing. Go lie down now until you recover your energy. Ye've so much. The men would likely blame the captain if they saw you so woebegone and limp. His lordship will be here at any moment, lass. He is never long apart from ye." He nodded encouragement and left her, carrying the basin under his arm. Cassie waited for the Earl, watching the white-topped waves and the sails billowed by the stiff March breeze. "Where is his lordship, Mr. Donnetti?" Her tone was diffident, for she did not know Francesco as well as Scargill. Mr. Donnetti smiled down at her in what looked to be an assessing way, but it was merely the habitual set of his mouth and the measured droop of his eyelids. "The captain is settling a minor dispute." "What dispute? He told me nothing of it." "What has happened, Mr. Donnetti?" "Nothing to cause any particular concern, Madonna." His voice was almost indifferent. These were halcyon days for his master and mistress, and he wished now that he had kept his mouth shut. But Cassie was not to be put off. "I repeat, Mr. Donnetti, what is the dispute?" He shrugged and hunched more closely over the giant wheel. "One of the men, Madonna, a new man in fact, hired on just before we left Genoa. Capable enough, I suppose, and until last night, quiet to the point of being surly toward the other men. Unfortunately, he got his hands on a bottle of gin. Turned nasty he did, and drew a knife on Arturo of all people. Claimed Arturo was feeding the crew swill fit only for pigs. Mr. Donnetti shrugged again philosophically. I disarmed him, of course, but the captain had to be told. What is the captain doing? 12 lashes. I'd throw the swine overboard myself. Cassie turned inadvertently toward the mainmast. Below deck, Madonna, Francesco said, following her eyes. The captain would not want you to witness the flogging. She gulped, remembering the sting of the Earl's belt upon her own back. What is the man's name, Mr. Donnetti? Luigi. I would not have hired him on save for the fact that the fellow came highly recommended from another trading captain. He does his work well enough, I suppose, and leaves the other men be, as a rule. When Cassie asked the Earl about the incident at luncheon, he, like Mr. Donnetti, merely shrugged. It was all quite unnecessary. The fellow should not drink spirits. He will recover soon enough, I would imagine. You flogged him yourself? Yes. He shook his head, swirling his wine thoughtfully about in its glass. Odd fellow. Whimpered like a coward, but refused to take off his shirt. Left him with a bloody rag on his back. How, however, did Luigi get the drink? From Arturo, if you will believe that. The fellow was mucking about in the galley and discovered Arturo's stash. Cassie grinned. I wonder now if Arturo put some of that vile stuff in my Yorkshire pudding. If it would make you eat more, I shouldn't dislike it. His eyes traveled assessingly from her face to her breasts, thrust upward over the lace of her bodice. Perhaps you are adding some pounds, my love. Cassie lowered her eyes to her glass of wine. It was true that her gowns had grown a trifle snug. The Earl tossed down the remainder of his wine and pushed back his chair. He sat back and made himself at ease, crossing his arms over his chest and stretching his long legs with negligent grace. It occurs to me, Cara, that I did not keep my promise. Promise, my lord? She raised her eyes and saw a wide, mocking grin on his face. I will examine your shoulder most thoroughly, though, before I proceed. I shall toss my wine in your smug face if you do not cease speaking nonsense. She raised her glass, as if readying to hurl it. Like that first night, Cassandra? He asked, his voice thick with memory. I, she said slowly, recalling now, vividly, the furious, terrified girl who had naught but foolish bravado. I prefer to remember our second night together. I am certain you would, my lord. Will you now tell me how your precious Contessa Giusti, and she doubtless needed little encouragement, reveled in your marvelous masculine talents? I do not think you would enjoy the telling. He walked to where she sat, and with a firm, careful motion, pulled down the gown from her shoulder and gently lifted the small bandage covering it. The wound was healing nicely. Do you have any pain? No. As you said, it was but a scratch.
He let his hand travel slowly to her breasts. Then it is time you paid the piper, madam. My promise. Do you not remember? She did remember, and her eyes widened. You would not, would you? She saw the caressing laughter in his dark eyes and smiled impishly. If ruthlessness is a part of your character, my lord, I suppose it would be unfair of me to break your spirit completely. Because she wanted to, he let her undress him. By the time he was naked, Cassie was red in the face from exertion. Because she was still on her knees in front of him, her inquisitive eyes had not far to travel to take in all of his body, and her face remained flushed for a different reason. If I could look like you, my lord, I dare say I would not mind at all being a man. He passed a caressing finger over her cheek. I thank the Lord that he saw fit to leave you just as you are. You are tempting, my lord. He suddenly pulled her to her feet. Now off with those damned clothes, Cara. I'll not be driven to distraction, only to have to call a halt to bring you to your natural state. After he stripped her, he lifted her into his arms and carried her swiftly to the bed. Before she knew what he was about, he sat down and flipped her face down over his thighs. He pressed his hand against the small of her back when she tried to rear up. I am a man of my word, Cara, he said. I do not want you to beat me. I want you to make love to me. Her voice was a wail of protest, and he chuckled. She ceased her struggles when his palm stroked over her buttocks.
When he turned her over to kiss her, she whispered, "I think love and lust go together quite nicely." And when at last they lay replete, she said, "I thought perhaps that you were asleep in the middle of the afternoon. I beg you, madam, to grant me some stamina." He slipped away from her, and she drew herself up on her side. "There is something I would tell you." He quirked a black brow and raised his hand to smooth her hair from her face. "I would never have married Edward regardless." "I know," he said only. He sat up and pressed her upon her back, propping his head on his hand. "You do not understand." Somehow she could not make her eyes meet his. His fingers gently cupped her breast, his eyes still thoughtful upon her face. He was not making it easy for her, she thought. The words still seemed stuck at odd angles in her throat. She heard a soft whimper and realized with a confounded start that it had come from her own mouth. His fingers stopped their light caressing. "I am so sorry," she whispered, her voice liquid with tears. "I cannot imagine why. I am being a fool." He merely smiled and kissed her lightly and waited. "Oh, damn you, I am pregnant." He remained silent. His hand moved from her breast to her belly and remained there. "I know, Cassandra." Her mouth dropped open and she stared at him, utterly undone. "I do not understand. How? When I brought you here after the duel, you became ill from the wine I gave you. But everyone is occasionally ill." He looked faintly amused. "Yes, that is true. But you forget that I know your body very well. Your breasts, Kara, your pregnancy has made them swelled, heavy." She felt very much the fool. "Then why, my lord, did you not say something?" "Because, my little simpleton, it was for you to tell me. Now that you know babes do not come from cabbage patches, I thought it only fitting that you be the bearer of the news this time." She gazed up at him in silence, and when she finally spoke, her voice was uncertain. "And did you not doubt me? Believe me conniving, dishonest. Believe that I wanted to return to you only because of the child. Only until last night. And why last night? It makes no sense. Last night was no different from any of our preceding nights together." He looked taken aback. "I do believe you are right. Last night was no different. Perhaps," he continued, his hand caressing her belly, "it was not last night, but the night before. You are making sport of me, my lord. This is a very serious matter." "Indeed, you are quite right, Cassandra. If my calculations are correct, our babe will be born in mid-October, and I will have a fat wife after the season and during the autumn round of visits that many of my friends make to Clare Castle." He drew a resigned breath. "I suppose I shall simply have to invite Elliot and the wife he will doubtless have by that time, since you will be far too bulky to travel to Hemphill Hall. I had planned to return to England, you know, alone. Then I must be grateful for the speed of my yacht. Another 2 months searching you out would have rendered me more a black-souled fiend than I was in New York. No more secrets." She heaved a contented breath and snuggled against his side. She sprawled a thigh over his belly and relaxed her arm over his chest. "No," he said, "no more, ever." Chapter 30. The full-bellied sail slapped loudly against the rigging when the wind suddenly shifted. "Ease off, Madonna." Cassie nodded and pulled the heavy wheel toward starboard, a surge of joy sweeping through her as the yacht yawed in response. "Our daughter will love the sea," she said, licking the salt spray from her lips. "Or your son." She looked over her shoulder to see a rare smile upon Mr. Donetti's lean, weathered face. "All of them. Sons and daughters," she said firmly, her eyes on the endless horizon. "What will you do when we reach England? The Cassandra never molders at her moorings. During the summer months, we will sail to the West Indies, then return to Genoa until the spring. The captain is much more the Genoese man of business and banker than your English aristocrat. When he is in England, he hires couriers whose only task is to carry his instructions to Genoa, Paris, and Amsterdam to his trade and banking houses. He is a man of considerable vision and energy.
Cassie blinked at such a long speech from the normally laconic Mr. Donnetti and wondered if he was worried that the Earl's wife would try to discourage such unaristocratic behavior. She gazed up at his stolid countenance and said softly, "I am young, Mr. Donnetti, but not a fool. At least, not usually," she amended to herself. "I learned something of his lordship's business dealings in Genoa. I hope that I may prove not altogether worthless to his lordship." She said no more, knowing that Mr. Donnetti was no doubt appalled at the idea of a woman dabbling in men's affairs. She glanced port and saw the man, Luigi, looping a rope. "His back has healed." "Aye, but he's as surly as ever." Good riddance to that one once we reach England. Cassie was to think of his words a day later when she left the cabin to join the Earl on the quarterdeck. Luigi seemed to appear out of the shadows, his dark eyes fastened on her. "See?" she said, reverting easily to Italian. He merely gazed at her insolently and said nothing. "What do you want? Che cosa le ha bisogna?" There were suddenly footsteps, and he said only, "Voglio scusarmi, signora," and disappeared down the companionway. "What is it, Madonna? I am glad that you came, Scargill. That man, Luigi, he makes me uncomfortable. That lout was down here?" "Yes. Doubtless he was lost." Scargill snorted. "The captain will hear about this." Cassie was feeling particularly foolish and laid her hand on his sleeve. "Please do not trouble his lordship with such nonsense. He simply took me by surprise, that is all." As Scargill still appeared uncertain, she turned the topic to Scotland, knowing that he would be spending some months with relatives near Glasgow once they were settled at Clare Castle. "Aye, 'tis near Loch Lomond my brother lives. A lovely area, lass, wild and steeped in lore." His brogue deepened as he grew more expansive. "Ye'd love the land, lass, save that now poverty makes bellies growl and wrings hope from the heart. I'll not be heartily welcomed, you know, since my loyalties are to a Sassenach and Englishman, lass. I tell them of his Ligurian blood. It makes him more acceptable. Damnation! But 1 week from England, and the sea must vent her spleen."
Cassie looked at the bloated black clouds gathering to the east and shivered. "Have we until evening, my lord? Perhaps, with any luck. It will not be pleasant, Cassandra. Another storm in the Atlantic is a mischief I would just as soon do without." But as the wind grew stronger, whipping tendrils of hair across her face, Cassie felt excitement bubble within her. She shouted over the wind and the flapping sails, "I will don my breeches and hold the helm steady with you." "The devil you will!" He grabbed her arms and wheeled her about to face him. "You will go below deck to the cabin and stay there." "No," she shouted back at him. "I want to stay with you." He released her abruptly and strode to the wheel. She frowned at his back, wondering what he was saying to Mr. Donnetti. A white tear of lightning rent the sky and she jumped, then smiled. She would not be treated like some simpering little miss and locked away, unable to share the thrill of the storm. She felt oddly deflated when he returned to her, a wide smile on his face. "Come with me, love." She eyed him suspiciously. "To get my breeches?" "If you like." "Very well," she said finally, "but do let's hurry. The sky is nearly dark. The storm will break within the hour." She raced ahead of him, pulling her skirt above her ankles. When she reached the cabin, she walked swiftly to the armoire and jerked it open. "Where are they? Did you bring them, or must you fetch another pair for me?" He stood with his back against the closed cabin door. "There are no breeches." "Then you will fetch a pair for me." "No, Cara, you will stay right here until the storm has blown itself out." "You tricked me." "Yes, that is true, but you gave me no choice. You will stay in the cabin and there's an end to it." "I told you, my lord," she said, holding her temper, "that I will do precisely what I like. I will not allow you to treat me like a child. Then, madam, you will stop acting like one." The yacht suddenly lurched to starboard, and Cassie grabbed the edge of the dresser to keep her balance. He was at her side in an instant, steadying her. "And what if you were on deck and that happened? I will not allow you to take such risks." The yacht lurched heavily again. He clutched his hands tightly about her arms. I have not the luxury of time to argue with you, Cassandra. You will obey me in this, else I'll tie you down. Damn it, think about my child. Furious words died in her throat. The babe. In her excitement, she had forgotten its existence in her womb. Her shoulders hunched forward. "Very well," she said, not looking up at him. "You promise?" "Yes, I promise." His fingers lightly caressed her cheek. "There will be another storm." He released her and strode to the door. "You will be careful?" He gave her a crooked grin. "I know that you do not consider me as good a sailor as yourself, but I shall contrive, rest assured." Cassie stared at the closed door for a minute, then let out a sigh of resignation. He would have to be in the right. She hugged her arms about her thickening stomach and walked to the table. "Since there will be no dinner tonight," she said to herself, "I might as well enjoy the wine." She poured a glass, gulped half of it down, and choked on a hiccup. The glass slipped from her fingers and shattered to the floor, splashing red wine down the front of her gown. Clumsy oaf, she continued her bickering with herself as she tugged impatiently at the buttons on her gown. By the time she was wrapped in her dressing gown, the storm was upon them. She could feel the billowing, angry waves slapping against the yacht, hear them flooding over the deck over the sound of the lashing rain. She made her way to the square stern windows, clutching at the back of a chair at the edge of the Earl's mahogany desk to steady herself. She could see nothing through the thick gray veil of rain. She shivered and drew her dressing gown more closely. Distantly, over the tumult, she could hear men shouting, their voices muted by the raging wind. "If it were not for you, my small babe," she said softly, patting her belly, "I would be in the midst of it, feeling the rain slap my face, leaning against the howling wind." She pictured the Earl battling at the helm to hold the yacht steady, his black hair plastered against his forehead, and she ticked off the orders he would be giving in her mind. It is simply not fair. She poured herself another glass of wine, only to see the rich red liquid slosh over the sides as the yacht heeled sharply to port. With a muttered oath, she carefully poured the wine back into the decanter. The cabin was bathed in eerie gray light, and she lit a lone candle in the brass holder that was firmly fastened atop the Earl's desk. She waited impatiently for the growing spiral of flame to light up the dark corners of the cabin. She made her way slowly to the bed, careful to step over the fragments of broken glass from her first glass of wine. She considered cleaning it up, but she was afraid she would cut herself on the shards of glass with the yacht heaving as wildly as it was. Cassie stretched out on the bed, pulling the thick blue velvet spread over her, and stared up at the ceiling, trying to will herself to sleep. She was drowsing lightly, her head lolling on the pillow, when she heard a sound near her bed. She sat up and swung her legs over the side to look about. The cabin was bathed in the soft, dim light of the candle she had lit, now nearly gutted. She fastened her eyes on the door and watched as the knob slowly turned. Her body tensed, for the Earl would enter without a pause, swinging the door widely open. Perhaps, she thought, shaking her head at herself, it was Scargill with her dinner, moving quietly for fear of disturbing her. But it was not Scargill. The door opened only wide enough to allow a slender man to slither through. It was Luigi. He looked at her, and their eyes met for a breathless moment. Cassie stumbled to her feet and yelled at him, "How dare you come in here? What do you want?" The man frowned, and she switched quickly to Italian. "Che cosa lei ha bisogna?" She looked at him closely. He was not above medium height, his complexion a deep olive, and his eyes opaquely black in the dim light. His sailor's clothes were sodden, and his long black hair hung in wet strands about his bristled face. "Che cosa lei ha bisogna?" She closed her fisted hand over the front of her dressing gown. "Ah, signora, do you not know what I want? Do you not recognize me?" His coal-black eyes swept over her body. No, her mind refused to work. "Get out, or it is more than a flogging you will get." He closed the door gently behind him and leaned against it, his thin mouth relaxing into a wide smile. His piercing eyes still stripped her naked. "It is time for retribution, signora. Your esteemed husband, you see, brutally slaughtered 2 of my comrades and is out for more blood.
"Ah, now you know me, do you not?" Cassie mouthed her words, her voice barely above a whisper. "The fourth man, the last of the bravi, the one whose name we did not know." He swept her a contemptuous bow. She dully recited their names: Giulio, Giacomo, Andrea, and Luigi. He slapped his thigh and laughed, a wet strand of hair swinging across his cheek. "Such an impression we made upon your great ladyship. So, you remembered having men between your legs, signora." His voice turned from mocking insolence to grim fury. "See, 2 of my friends dead now, dead because of you and your bastard of a husband." The yacht lurched into a deep trough of a wave, and Cassie was thrown backward. She grabbed at the bedpost to keep her balance. She was panting, drawing hoarse breaths. The storm was raging mercilessly overhead. No one would hear her scream. No one would help her. There were 5 of you, not 4. But you, I fancy, are too cowardly to reveal his name. She thought dispassionately that he would kill her now, and yet she was taunting him. She saw that his fingers lay against the silver handle of a stiletto in his belt.
Luigi shrugged elaborately. "I have had many weeks to plan your deaths, signora, yours and your precious husband's. The storm has served me well. First you, and then that arrogant bastard. If you will kill me, then why not tell me the name of the man who hired you?" How calm she sounded, as if she was asking for a morning cup of coffee. But her mind was racing, sharpened by a knife of fear that lay cold and hard against her heart. "You, my fine English lady, do not know what it means to be a bravi. Not even in death will you know who has paid to send your soul to the devil." "But why, Luigi? Why am I to be killed?" "It is none of your affair, signora. Enough talk." His voice was calm again, almost detached. "Then you really do not know, do you, Luigi? Your employer did not see fit to tell you, a miserable peasant, a paid murdering animal." He growled, deep in his throat, and Cassie drew back from him, pressing her side against the bedpost. "Damn you, you bitch! Shut up! My comrades said nothing, nothing, do you hear? They protected me, and him. I shan't complain, for he will make me rich, while you and your husband, signora, float in the sea until the fish tear the flesh from your bones." Luigi straightened from his slouched position against the cabin door. His black eyes swept again over her. "I will not enjoy sticking my stiletto between your ribs, for you are but a woman. It is the blood from your husband's throat that will make this miserable voyage worth my while." Anthony. He would be easy prey, all his attention fastened on the storm, on the Cassandra. He would not even know why he would die. A great fury welled up inside her, and she was not aware for a moment that he was walking slowly toward her, his eyes dark with lust. "I really did not enjoy your body that first time, my lady. Andrea had spoiled you. There was so much blood, so much sticky seed smeared on your thighs. But it will be different now. You will know a man before you die." He was unfastening the buttons on his breeches, not even bothering to pull them down. He had nearly reached her while she screamed, and he laughed savagely, spurting flecks of saliva into her face. "You are already hot for me. Give me pleasure, signora, and I will make your death easy." "I am only a woman," she thought frantically, "and he fears not from me." The thought seared deep into her. Her only hope was her woman's weakness, her woman's helplessness. Her eyes fastened upon the fragments of glass on the floor, near the table. His hands were reaching for her, and she could smell his lust, could see his bulging sex, freed from his breeches. She fell toward him, and when his arms closed about her, she drew up her knee and kicked his naked groin with all her strength. He bellowed with rage and pain, and grasped his belly. "You damned bitch, you miserable little whore!
God, how you will die!" He lunged at her, though his body was bent in his pain. Cassie slammed her fist in his face and tried to struggle past him, but he hurtled her to the floor, throwing her upon her back. Sharp white lights exploded in her head. She bucked her body wildly against him until she saw his fist poised to strike her. With a desperate strength, she lurched sideways, throwing her arm above her head. His blow caught her cheek, but it made no impression in her fear. And now he was the one yelling, cursing her, pummeling her, ripping at her dressing gown. She felt a tremendous sense of elation. Her fingers closed over a jagged triangle of glass, and with cold dispassion she watched her arm swing forward, the raw glass a spear held tightly against her palm. As he reared up, his hands jerking at her thighs, she saw nothing but his distorted face, felt nothing save that fierce triumph. The jagged glass sliced easily down his cheek, from his eye to his jaw. He rocked backward, screaming with pain, his hands covering his face. She jerked the stiletto from his belt, pushed away from him, and scrambled to her feet. She was at the cabin door, twisting at the knob, before he could stagger to his feet. The yacht careened wildly, and both of them teetered, grasping at anything to keep their balance. Cassie rushed down the dim companionway, her body reeling with the heeling yacht. She saw the stairs that led to the deck and felt a sob of defeat rise in her mouth. The hatch was securely battened down. It would take precious time to wield the iron fastenings. She heard him cursing behind her, heard his booted feet drawing nearer, and she stumbled up the wooden steps, moaning aloud when they caught in the hem of her dressing gown. She thrust the stiletto between her clenched teeth and jerked frantically at the heavy handles. He could hear his agonized breathing before the handles gave way. She shoved upward with all her remaining strength. The heavy wooden panels flew outward, and she was blinded by a torrential blanket of rain. She saw bloated mountains of water crashing over the deck with force enough to wash her overboard. She jerked herself to her feet and threw herself forward on her stomach on the swirling deck. And then she couldn't move. His hand clutched her dressing gown, pulling her backward. She kicked wildly at his arm, but he held fast. He was facing death now. He could not let her escape. She tried to wrench her arms free of the sleeves, but the force of the wind and the water pounded at her. She felt his fingers digging into the back of her legs as he pulled himself through the hatch, using her body as an anchor. She felt herself strangling on her own fear. The sharp edge of the stiletto cut the corner of her mouth. She had forgotten the stiletto. She grasped it in her hand, savoring the feel of it, and rolled over onto her back. He was above her, his disfigured face inhuman, like a creature from the blackest pit of hell. The wind whipped the rain across the gash, and blood welled out, splattering her face and breasts. There was only hatred in his eyes. He made a gurgling sound, and his hands, curved like claws, flew to her throat. As he fell forward, she locked her fists between her breasts, the point of the stiletto upward. He felt it tear through the flesh of his neck. For an endless instant he stiffened above her, his dark eyes filled with surprise. Blood spurted from his mouth and throat, and her scream momentarily pierced the howling wind. She pushed at him, and his inert body rolled sideways over the slippery deck. A wave broke over the railing and dragged him further away from her. His foot caught on a coil of rope as he was pulled back, and he flipped like a stuffed doll onto his back. She screamed again and closed her eyes against the sight of him, bloodied and limp, the silver handle of the dagger gleaming brightly as it rose upward from his pinioned neck. Her cries were swallowed by the raging wind and rain, until Dilson, agilely making his way aft, slewed his head about at the thin wailing sound. He scrambled down, clutching at the open hatch doors to keep his balance, and peered into Cassie's rain-blurred face. He sucked in his breath in consternation. Her dressing gown was ripped open, and her body shone white, save for rivulets of red that streaked over her face and breasts. He tore off his canvas cloak and covered her. "Dilson, fetch the captain." Her voice was a low whisper, dulled with shock. He saw Luigi. Oh my God! He flew toward the quarterdeck, yelling even before the captain could possibly hear him. The Earl whirled about at his shouts. He passed the helm to Mr. Dognetti and stared at the white-faced Dilson. "My God, man!" he shouted over the wind. "What the devil has happened?" "The Madonna," Dilson croaked. "Quickly, Captain, quickly!" He froze for an instant and then lunged after Dilson. Dilson yelled back at him. "She killed him, Captain! Stuck a dagger in his throat!" "What the hell are you saying, man?" Dilson pointed to Cassie, who lay stretched naked upon her back, the canvas cloak blown off her body, her legs dangling into the open hatch.
There were rivulets of blood streaking over her white skin. He fell to his knees and gathered her into his arms. "Cassandra!" Cassie pulled her mind from Luigi's ghastly face and forced her eyes open. "He is dead? Really dead?" He felt bewildered until Dilson shook his sleeve and pointed. The sight of Luigi, the stiletto embedded into his throat like a stake, froze that moment into his mind. His face was ripped open, the jagged flesh laid back. "He's dead, Cassandra." He gathered her awkwardly into his arms, pulling her sodden dressing gown about her, and hauled her down the wooden steps. "Dilson," he shouted over his shoulder, "don't let him wash overboard. Bring him below deck." The cabin was in total darkness. He felt his way to the bed, laid her down, and turned to light the candles. He saw the broken fragments of glass, one of them covered with blood, and splotches of blood on the carpet. Her face was turned away from him, and she was shivering violently. He swallowed his questions, stripped off the wet dressing gown, and toweled her body dry. The streaks of blood came off on the towel, and his eyes traveled every inch of her. There was a cut in the palm of her hand. He could see nothing else. He was the fourth man, the other Bravi. He did not allow himself to answer until he had tucked her beneath a mound of covers. Gently he gathered her thick wet hair and spread it away from her face onto the pillow. He realized that he himself was sodden and was drenching the bed, but he was loath to pull away from her. He cupped her face in his hands. "Are you hurt, Kara?" "No," she said, her voice calm, too calm for his ears. "He thought that since I am a woman that I could do nothing. He was going to kill us, my lord, both of us. He told you that he was one of the assassins?" Cassie couldn't seem to stop her violent shivering. She was cold, so cold. She nodded in his hands. "Cassandra, the babe. Is the babe all right?" The babe. She tried to fasten her mind on her body, on her belly. She felt nothing, only the sickening rippling of the stiletto as it sank into Luigi's throat. "I couldn't let him kill you." She clutched his shoulders with frantic hands. "He would have killed you." The Earl whipped his head up as the yacht shuddered from the force of the storm, the timber creaking in pained protest. He drew her into the circle of his arms and rocked her gently. "It is all right, Cassie. It is over now." He kept talking to her, trying to calm her, to soothe the terror from her mind. "I am all right, my lord," she said finally, knowing that he must leave her. If he did not see to the yacht, they might all die. "Please, you must go now. I have nothing more to fear." He eased her down and tucked the covers tightly about her. "Sleep now, Cassandra. I will be back when I can." She nodded and forced her eyes shut until he closed the door. She felt curiously light and supple, all her energy focused on hoisting the mainsail of her sloop. But somehow she didn't seem to have the strength, and the flapping canvas slapped at her face. There was a man's voice, deep in censuring, complaining that she hadn't the wit to figure out the simplest of problems. How could she be trusted with her own boat if she was such a stupid child? "I am not stupid," she yelled, unable to see the man's face. "It is too heavy. I am not stupid." Cassie reared up. "I am not stupid, father." She blinked at the bright light and the dream slowly ebbed from her mind.
She gazed about the cabin, bathed in brilliant sunlight. The yacht was rocking gently in the waves. The storm had blown itself out. She turned slowly and saw the Earl stretched upon his back beside her. He was snoring. It was a marvelous sound. She slipped quietly out of bed, rose and stretched. She looked down at her slightly rounded belly and lightly patted herself. "Both of us have survived this time," she whispered. She was ravenously hungry, but she bided her time, for she did not wish to disturb the Earl's sleep. She bathed, dressed, and brushed out her tangled hair, pulling it back from her face with a velvet ribbon. She was on the point of going to fetch her breakfast when Scargill quietly opened the door and peered warily into the cabin. He said nothing, merely looked at her with worried eyes. "I am quite all right, Scargill," she said, "and so, I fancy, is his lordship." She turned at the absence of any sound from the bed, and saw him stretching gracefully, the covers barely covering his belly. "You're ready for your lunch, I trust," Scargill said cheerfully. "Lunch? Aye, Madonna. You slept the clock around. And yeah, my lord, you'll join your brave wife?" "That I will," the Earl said. He bounded out of bed and stretched prodigiously. "And how is my brave wife?" He pulled her into his arms and nuzzled his chin against the top of her head. Scargill was clucking good-naturedly behind him, the Earl's dressing gown already in his hands. As Cassie ate, trying not to wolf down her food, she was aware of the Earl's eyes upon her, narrowed in concern. "For heaven's sake, my lord," she said, "I have no intention of collapsing into hysterics." His answering smile did not reach his dark eyes. "You were quite right, you know, Kara. He was the fourth man. The serpent wrapped about the sword. It was on his left arm." The Earl shook his head and softly cursed. "If only I had had his shirt stripped off before I flogged him, we would have known then, and none of this would have happened. Can you talk about it, Cassandra? Tell me what happened." How strange, she thought. She could think about the previous night quite calmly. She faltered only when she told him of the stiletto, clutched in her fisted hands. She shuddered, memory vivid. "Remind me, Kara," he said at last, "never to get into a violent argument with you." A cleansing smile lighted her face. "You have nothing to fear, my lord, for you, I am persuaded, hold me and all my abilities in healthy respect." She paused a moment, frowning. "I goaded him, you know, taunted him, trying to make him tell me who had paid him to kill us. But he would tell me nothing, not even a clue, my lord, save it was a man. He said the man would make him rich." The Earl stroked his unshaven jaw. "The mystery remains, then." "I did not tell you, Cassandra, but before I left Genoa, I arranged to pay a sizable reward for the name and removal of Luigi's employer. That is one reason I decided we should go to England. I wanted you in no danger until I discovered him. It never occurred to me that we would carry one of the assassins with us. Do you think we shall ever know? Given the number of enthusiastic villains who will try to fatten their purses, I am willing to wager that we shall." Cassie took one of his large hands into hers. "At least we are safe now, my lord." "Sometimes, my love, I am doubtful that I deserve you." At the dream in her eyes, he added in a lazy drawl, "But then I think of you floundering and utterly impotent at arranging your own affairs, and my heart is warmed." She laughed, deep and warm, and he held her against his heart. Epilogue. The Earl smoothed a single curl of Cassie's hair back from her forehead. Looking at her in sleep, it was impossible to tell that she had just given birth. But their child, a beautiful boy, lay curled peacefully in a small cradle next to Becky Petersham's bed. Exhaustion beckoned him to bed, but he was too elated to give in to sleep just yet. He touched his lips to her cheek and strode soundlessly across the thick carpet to the narrow curtained windows. He eased back the heavy burgundy velvet curtains and peered out at the south lawn and the home wood beyond. A half-moon muted the vivid October colors of the trees, their leaves heavy with dampness after a brief rainstorm. He dropped the curtain, wondering idly if Dr. Millpass, a man of excellent repute, with a string of successful births to his name, was at last resting in comfort after an afternoon spent sitting in sodden clothes in a mud-filled ditch, cursing his broken leg.
The Earl looked back at the large Tudor bed, its stolidly English oak frame and thick burgundy hangings so unlike the delicate furnishings of his bedchamber in the Villa Parese. He grinned at the thought, for it was Cassie's. She appeared lost in the feather-down depths of the bed, a fluffy cover pulled to her chin. "Little fool," he said softly to her under his breath. He should have guessed she would not go through her labor as would other ladies. He saw Elliot in his mind's eye, his face perfectly white, clutching his wine-glass and whispering, "Oh, my God." Trust Cassie to say not a word about it during the Harvest Day festivities. She had sat beneath the red and white striped canvas canopy on the wide, sloping east lawn, not wanting anyone to know, not wanting to spoil anyone's enjoyment of the yearly event that she herself had planned. She greeted each of his tenants throughout the morning, taking no part in the dancing to be sure, and presided beside him at the mid-afternoon dinner, more quiet than usual, he realized now. But he had not remarked upon the occasional tensing about her mouth or her absence of appetite, his attention distracted by his duties as master of Clare Castle. There had been so much gaiety, such high spirits, particularly on the part of Elliot and his bride of 5 months, Eliza, that no one noticed Cassandra's forced smiles. He had not guessed that anything was amiss until Becky motioned to Cassie at the close of the long meal to rise and stand beside him under the billowing canopy. He had looked at her with a questioning smile on his lips when she did not immediately rise to join him. But she averted her face. "Cassandra." His sharp voice stilled the boisterous talk about the table. He saw a lone tear streak down her cheek. "I am sorry, my lord," she said. "The babe will not wait longer." "Oh, my God," Elliot said. Cassie wailed in frustration. "But our people are still here. How long have you been in labor?" "You needn't shout at me, my lord," she said. "Well, since early this morning." "You stubborn little wretch." "Really, Anthony," Elliot said. But Cassie laughed. Becky Petersham was on her feet, tottering a bit perhaps, her voice high and commanding. "Elliot, send a footman for Dr. Millpass. Eliza, help me assist Cassie to bed." The Earl held up a restraining hand. "No, Becky, since my foolish wife has not had the good sense to say anything, she will have to bear with my attentions." He held out his hand to her, but she could not move at that moment, for a contraction ripped at her belly. "I cannot," she panted. "At least you are not so fat that I can no longer carry you," he said, and lifted her into his arms. She gasped and clutched her arms tightly about his neck, for the contraction still gripped her. "What a harvest day you have chosen to give me, Cara." "Steady, love. I'll have you more comfortable in a moment." "I don't think you can," she said. She was gritting her teeth together to keep herself from crying out when the Earl was informed of the carriage accident an hour later. Becky Petersham wrung her hands in soundless agitation. "What are we going to do?" "Fetch me Scargill, Becky." "What?" she fairly shrieked at him. "Even you should not be in here, and now you want another man?" "Oh, my poor Cassie." "She is young and quite healthy, Becky," he said calmly. "I have a fancy to deliver our babe, and Cassandra, I think, would prefer it in any case." His confident words sounded hollow in his mind not long thereafter. Cassie's hands clawed at his with each contraction as she struggled to keep hold of herself. "Why will not the babe come?" he bellowed at last. Cassie looked up at his face, and there was suddenly fear in her eyes. "Am I to be like my mother?" "Don't be a fool, Cassandra," he said. "You are nothing like your mother." Pain glazed her eyes, and she turned her face away, her fingers dropping listlessly from his hand. "Cassandra, damn it, you will not give up. Look at me." "I am sorry, my lord." "I do not want you to be sorry. I want you to show some spirit. Damn it, Cassandra, give me my child." He ripped the light cover off her. "Now push down. All your strength, Cassandra, else I shall beat you." Again. He splayed his hands over her swollen belly and pressed down.
She screamed, a high, wailing cry that rent the silence of the bedchamber. "The babe is coming," Scargill shouted. The Earl's hands gently closed about the small infant's head, covered with a mass of curling black hair. "Again, Cassandra, push!" He caught his son with a shout of triumph and laughed aloud when the small mouth opened on a fierce, angry wail. The Earl walked over to the black-mouthed fireplace. He kicked the red embers with the toe of his boot and watched the scarlet flames dance upward. He smiled again at the indignant look on his small son's puckered face. The tension was beginning to pass from his body. He breathed deeply and let himself relax, admitting fatigue into his mind. He stretched and bent down to retrieve his waistcoat, tossed heedlessly onto the carpet. He felt the small square of paper folded in the pocket and slowly drew it out. There must be a beginning and an ending to everything, he thought, and unfolded the sheet. The letter was dated in late August and written in flowing script, undoubtedly by a learned servant. "It should not surprise you, Antonio, that it is I who am to part you from your English guineas. It required only my word to the proper people that I wished to have the brave Andrea at my side. The stupid lout scarce tried my ingenuity, my friend, either before or after he had the pleasure of meeting me. Indeed, he was on his knees begging me for his miserable life, a little joke that my men enjoyed. He has taken his rest in hell. As to his employer, Antonio, he tried very hard to convince me it was your half-brother Bellini. A pity that greed should break the bonds of blood. I have always been a simple man, my friend, and your instructions were clear. It was quite a shock to Signor Bellini and his charming Contessa to be trussed up like chickens and brought to my palace of delights. He died well, if it is any consolation. As for the Contessa, I find her a savory morsel, though she offers me little sport. My fair Zabetta wishes you luck with your mad Countess. Ado, my Lord Earl. Car el Din." The Earl read the letter once again and looked over at Cassie. He wadded the paper slowly into a tight ball and tossed it atop the glowing embers. He watched as the smoke engulfed it and it burst into brief orange flame, then collapsed onto itself as blackened ashes. He turned at a soft sigh that came from the bed and quickly strode over and sat beside Cassie. He smiled into her unclouded blue eyes and traced his finger down the straight line of her nose. "I had thought, love, that you would sleep until the new year. Our son, my lord, he is perfect. Since, at the moment, he strongly resembles his father, I dare say he is as close to perfection as possible." Her answering smile was weak. "I feel so very empty." He saw her hand slowly move under the covers and lightly touch her flat belly. "I trust so, unless you plan to give our son a twin brother or sister." "Thank you, Anthony." He cocked a black eyebrow at her. "You, my lady, did all the work. I merely yelled at you a couple of times. I remember another man's voice. That wretched doctor was not here, was he? Nay, it was Scargill. That wretched doctor suffered a broken leg from a carriage accident." She looked quite pleased. "I'll think you a witch, Cassandra, if you don't wipe that self-satisfied look from your face." She drew a deep breath, and he saw that she was remaining awake with difficulty. "I used to think you the devil himself, my lord. If I am a witch, then we are well suited, I think." "Very well suited," he said, and kissed her with infinite tenderness. "This is a work of fiction."
Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. Devil's Embrace, a signet book, published by arrangement with the author. All rights reserved. Copyright 1982-2000 by Catherine Coulter. This book may not be reproduced in whole or part by mimeograph or any other means without permission. Making or distributing electronic copies of this book constitutes copyright infringement and could subject the infringer to criminal and civil liability. For information, address the Berkeley Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Putnam, Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. The Penguin Putnam Inc. worldwide website address is http://www.penguinputnam.com. ISBN 0-7865-1039-0. A Signet Book. Signet Books first published by the Signet Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Putnam Inc. 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. Signet and the S design are trademarks belonging to Penguin Putnam Inc. Electronic edition, February 2002. Table of contents. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 17, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 21, Chapter 22, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Chapter 26, Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30. Epilogue. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. The Penguin Putnam Inc. worldwide website address is http://www.penguinputnam.com.